All right, we is live. Let's share this screen. No, that ain't what I want. No, it's invite. That's what it is. Copy the clipboard. Let's paste it. What's up, Chef? How you doing? Let's find this thing here. Pin. No, no, no. Oh, we have some folks in. Absolutely. Oh, I just got on the phone, off the phone with my granddaughter. My 20-year-old granddaughter. She was uh or I'm sorry, she's 18, not the 20. Oh, many of them. I can't remember.
It gets tough, boy. I tell you. How you
And
doing, Mike?
I'm good. How are you, Tom?
Can't complain. I mean, different things going on right now, but I'm not too echoey, am I?
No, you sound good.
Okay, no, all right. Last time I was on, I I spent. I hate to complain. Just getting old crap. All we do is complain about stuff, and I've been noticing it. I paid a lot of money for a pair of glasses. I mean,
Uh-huh.
you go outside, they change them, come into sunglasses, the whole bit. The nose part, I mean, digging into me like, and no matter how I adjust it,
Mine do that. Mine do that. I don't understand
freaking
why it
horrible.
does it. Mine,
Yeah,
and I have to take them off. They'll dig into my ears some too.
I took them back twice already. All right, let's see what we can do. To
Let's
give you
see
that
how we. Yeah, that's the story they give me too, and I'm like, geez, you
seventh
know,
son, Steven. What's up, drunk
seventh
chef?
son. Hey, Marie, seventh
How we
son,
doing?
drunken chef. All right. Now I'm trying to figure out how to pin this up there. I can't remember how to do that.
I got to go to. Is this a test?
No, no, I promise I'm not testing you.
Is this a test? Uh,
No,
I think. I mean, hold on. Let me see here. Let me see if I can um, go on here. See, it gets blocked. Go on to where you have it there, where it's highlighted.
right.
Okay, you got to go in YouTube
Oh,
mode.
I got to go on YouTube. Okay.
And go into YouTube. Go to where it says Ketorificjourney with Mike. The three little dots. Click on that and then hit pin it, and then take it to the top.
Let me get it.
Uh,
Okay, YouTube's opening up.
I'm going back to StreamYard.
It's YouTube's opening up for it, so I don't have it open on YouTube right now.
All right.
All right, here we go. Let's see. Is it fired up? Just about there. All right.
Let me see.
Let's see. Let me go to my channel.
Yeah, just go to where it's highlighted, where you have it. Go over to the three little dots. Click on that, and then where it says pin it. I'm pretty sure that's how it works.
Oh, I misspelled your name. I hit the E on there. My bad. I can't sign. I can't think nothing. Oh
Let's
lordy. Let's see. The three little dots. It's not coming up as that. It's coming up as it says block user. Put in timeout.
you keep it up, you're gonna get put in timeout.
I
Let me
hear
see.
that.
Let me. Let me see.
I'm in StreamYard. I go into YouTube and do it, or StreamYard?
Yeah, go to YouTube and do it. Go into YouTube and it's highlight where your name is highlighted. Ketorificjourney with Mike.
Right there. Okay. There we go. Now I got it. There we go. Got it.
And it should take
Okay,
it there.
let's see if it went and transferred it over to there. I
Sure
don't know if it did or not because it didn't show it. It doesn't show it on my page on StreamYard. Okay, I see.
Yeah, don't show
All
it.
righty.
Just
Oh, we got Chef in the house. Okay, let me add Chef to it. Hey, Chef.
Help.
Gentlemen, what up? What up?
Help.
That's why I popped up here.
One day I'm gonna figure out how to set up this doggone this what do you call it? The Nightbot, whatever it is.
Oh, the Nightbot, yeah.
Oh,
Tom's got it, so he should be able to help you now.
Yeah, but you know what happened was it died on me.
Oh, really?
It wouldn't put it up. And well, I'm glad you're here. With that Nightbot, when you put that up, all right, there's the names of the people weren't coming up. So in other words, if you put your Drunken Chef in there, okay, right. Drunken Chef wasn't going in; it was just coming up as your site. So I got to operate on it.
Yeah, I've seen it done on other channels. I've never used it, so I don't know. But I'm gonna get with Devil Dog and see if he can help me out to put it up.
He called me.
Get that going.
He called me today and wanted to know if it was all right. I said, you know what? I said, I'm going to try to work through it a little bit and take it from there. So,
and I just want to say hello to Marie real quick because she said I seen her say what's up to me in the chat. So, hello, how you doing?
She's right. When she says they both need help, she's right. She's right.
This is the portion of YouTube that's sponsored by AARP.
Yes, indeed. I'm gonna drink me a Patty Joe beer
there you
and
go.
see if it helps.
How's that beer? I want to try that out.
I tell you what, it makes you want to hop.
Oh, yeah.
It gives you the case of the kangaroos.
Yeah. That makes you want to hop. The stuff I drink makes you want to dance at 3 a.m.
Oh, yeah. Start hopping. They say, look, he's been drinking beer. He's got the hops.
Yeah. Got the hops looking for the barley. Unbelievable.
Man.
I had Sirius XM in my car, and they went from, I think it was $5 a month, and I got a bill for $21. I said, no, we're done.
You had that introductory offer?
Yeah, well, every year they do it. So now they sent me another thing for $5 a month again, and I hooked it up, but I can't get it connected with my my Amazon account for I can't say her name, Miss A, because every time I mention her name, shit goes on in my house here with bells and whistles go off. But you know who I'm talking about. But it won't connect. They can't connect it. So I finally got a hold of somebody, and now they're going to call me back because there's a problem now with Alexa. So getting that squared away. And every time I do it, she comes on and starts talking to me. I can't help you right now. I think I got the old version though, the retired version of Alexa. She's very hard of hearing.
Well, a good friend and mine's in there in the chat. Life's Magical Journey. If you haven't connected with her, connect with her. She does some wonderful videos on just making just make yourself feel better. Do things that make yourself feel better, things like that, and they're wonderful. Very enlightening type videos, and I love them.
I might have to go check her out. I don't think I'm connected to her. If someone can drop her link or my link so we can connect, that'll be cool.
Yeah, Mike, we got to get you connected with Nightbot. Yeah.
Yeah.
I have to go over on the other side here. Let me get yonder here.
Marie just followed her. Life has got some great videos. But yeah, I was on the phone with my 18-year-old granddaughter that lives down in it's around what is that city? Bullhead City, Arizona.
Mm-hmm.
Up there in the northwest corner. Literally right. She lives like 3 miles from California.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
I've heard of it. I've never been there, but I've heard of it. I'm in East Mesa, Arizona.
Okay.
So it's
Okay.
probably like what, 3 hours maybe.
Okay.
I don't know. I'd have to map it out, but yeah.
It's like I want to say it took us like 2 hours to drive from Vegas down there.
Oh, okay.
And what's funny, going to Arizona. Oh, it's Misty. Your pal Misty.
Hey,
That is
Misty, how you
such a
doing?
great lady.
All right, I got to go back
Oh,
to this.
life's in Phoenix. I didn't know you were in Phoenix. I thought you
Oh,
were.
life's in Phoenix.
Why, I knew you were right there in the desert area, but I thought, why did I think you were in New Mexico? I don't know. And there's 602 North. Oh, if you like motorcycles, that man has got some motorcycle videos that won't wait. And Misty, she's
602. Is that a area code?
I don't know what the 602 stands
60
for.
602 is the area code out here in Arizona also.
Oh, he's like North Carolina area.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
602.
yeah, he's
Something like that.
great guy. He does some super videos on motorcycles and riding them. And Misty, she's got some great videos just life stuff and reviews of things and whatnot like that. Oh, it's a street address. Okay, I get it now.
Well, you
And
got to
there's
finish the
Trumpet
rest of the address.
Yeah, but but anyway, she's where she's at. It's right there where Arizona, California, and Nevada come in together.
Oh, okay.
And it's when we flew to Vegas and came down, we kept staying in Nevada, and I'm like, sooner or later we got to be coming into. When do we get into Arizona here? And you go all the way down to the tip of Nevada, and then across the river, and you're there. And I'm like, wow,
Nice.
I mean,
Trumpet
across
Masters in
the
house.
Colorado River, and there you are.
So, what's going on, guys? What's cooking? What do we got cooking going on, or anything?
Not much. What up, Trumpet Master?
I got to tell
I
you,
just
Trumpet
got
Master,
home, so go ahead.
your chicken that you cooked, those two chickens.
I'll try.
Oh my Lord, they were beautiful. That was some beautiful birds.
I don't need it over there yet.
But
Comes in and messes up my whole afternoon here.
hey Marie. But that they
Confuses me.
He said, 602 said, well, it's not all of my address. Yeah, keep that incognito stuff. But yeah, I made a hamburger patty and some cauliflower rice with some Alfredo sauce mixed into it for supper. It was just something I threw together real quick.
I am trying. I mean, I try to stay a couple days ahead of my next, my next cook. What I'm going to do next, and all of a sudden now I go to the store. I bought ginger, okay, and I'm on the wrong place here. And I like to take it, I shave it down, cut it up, put it in some boiling water, a cup or two of boiling water. Either I'll put some turmeric in it, and then I'll boil that down. And I'll make like a ginger tea type out of it. But then afterwards, what I'll do is I'll take a glass, I'll pack it with ice. All right. And I'll pour it in there. I put some club soda in, squeeze a lemon. That's my homemade ginger ale. You know what I mean? Nice. So usually Friday we do cocktail hour. So we'll have our cocktail. So I was going to have Jameson's Irish whiskey with some homemade ginger ale, and that was going to be my cocktail hour. Can't find club soda. Nowhere. What the hell is going on? I mean, I went to 3 stores. Sold out. So I want to know who out here in Las Vegas, Nevada is stealing and buying up all the club soda. And how much do you want for it?
You got to go on. You probably have to go on Facebook in the marketplace somewhere or freaking offer up.
Yeah, open up the garage door or something. And
meet a guy in an alley.
Yeah. You got the bubbly.
Yeah. Hey.
If you have any ice cream trucks out there driving around, maybe hit them up too.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll have to put the mask on the whole bit, you know.
When you ask him where'd you get it, he said, fell off a truck.
What up, Gorilla Joe?
Gorilla Joe.
I'm going like this. Where's the club soda? I mean, of all things, you know what I mean? Of all things,
Yeah.
can't find club soda. That and pork rinds, plain pork rinds.
Oh, not the pork rinds now. Not the pork rinds.
I mean,
can
they got the
find-
flavored ones and stuff like that, but I
Yeah.
like to do my own. When I grind them up and I put them in a jar.
Well, the
So, I
flavored
mean,
ones have dextrose or dexedrine or whatever it is that they got in it. I don't want that in there, and it's maltodextrin. That's the one,
Yeah,
and I don't
just
want
like
that in there.
I just like the plain ones and stuff. Gorilla Joe, what's up, bro? Tomorrow's a big day. What, 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, right? Or tonight? No, tonight they do.
No, tonight. Yeah, they're going live. Joe's going live tonight to announce the winners and do the
Cool.
next round.
I didn't realize it was
contestants.
tonight.
Yeah,
Wow.
Boy, I tell you.
he announced that this morning in his community tab. I think it was.
Poor old Joe, George rather. He was talking in a live the other day. He said, "Oh, I got this bad feeling it's going to be sides in the next round." He said, "I don't want to do sides. I suck at sides." He said, "But I somehow got this feeling it's sides." And then Sleeper Lance said, "Yeah, I don't really want to do sides either." And John, he was in there, salt, pepper, fire. He said, "Yeah." He said, "Yeah, I don't want to do sides either." He said, "Oh, let's stick with something that's got meat or something."
Well, stop and think about it. Okay, basically everybody on the barbecue channel don't make sides when they do a
Right.
video. It's all right there. And I'm struggling with making sides because what am I going to have? I mean, the normal thing to do would be a potato. You can do a potato 7 different ways. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And then doing this keto stuff, which I'm getting. I tell you what, I'm getting pretty damn aggravated with the doctors and stuff. And here I'm fighting this bull crap. Okay, losing weight, that all worked out fine. I go to the doctor, switches medication on me. And the main thing that I wanted to keep down was my blood sugar. And that's through the roof again through this medication. I'm like out of my mind with it. So what's the point? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know, don't make me crazy because I'll have to find a little Debbie's truck. Get me some cupcakes or something if this is going to keep up. But it's a joke how your medication will change things. I mean, just nuts.
Gorilla Joe says his last couple of videos has sides in them, and he said, but they definitely aren't keto. Because I bet one of them was a baked bean, wasn't it?
Yeah.
You know, and because hey, barbecue and baked beans, that go together for sure.
Well, there again, like we're past that. We're past the problem. The problem.
Right.
Hey, I got to jump. Sorry, guys. I got to jump down real quick because my dogs are going crazy. I'll jump back on. Yeah.
No
all right. Bye.
Take care.
And and the fact of the matter is that we can get away with having a little bit here and there. But Mike, I mean, this morning I had nothing yesterday. I had salads most of the day. I get up this morning, my blood sugar was 176.
See, it shouldn't be that. After having just salad.
That's my point. That's my whole point with it. So I don't know how far, you know what I mean, with the medication end of it. And it just started doing that because of the medication. So, and it's just, like I said, I was on 12. Now I'm down to 3 and they switched out 1. So I'm still at 3, but this one, now I got like a pain in my shoulder.
Yeah.
So what's the point of going to seeing your doctor if they're going to turn around and turn around and tell you, well, you got to be on this pill. The benefits outweigh the side effects. Well, no, it don't. It just flat out don't. We'll have to find something else.
Gorilla Joe says smoked baked beans, mac and cheese, and garlic bread were the sides he put in those videos. Misty was saying Misty's lost over 100 pounds also.
Yep.
And she says she hasn't had baked beans in ages. Since I've been on keto, I haven't had a baked bean either. And that's been over 4 years now. Not a single one.
Bread. I haven't bread, no potatoes, no nothing. And the other myth is that, well, you can have a sweet potato. No, you can't. You just can't. I mean, if you have diabetes, let's put it that way.
It's going to affect your blood sugar. Yeah. If you don't have diabetes, you can fit it in somehow. But figure it out.
Without a doubt. So, I mean, yesterday I had a steak, a New York strip steak, and I had salad. That was it.
There's nothing there to make your blood sugar do that.
Okay, so this morning now I get up, before I took my pills, it was 176.
Well, there is a um, it's called the dawn phenomenon, where in the morning your blood sugar rises for
130,
some reason.
120 would be fine. That's what it
Yeah,
was.
yeah.
Not 176. I mean, it's ridiculous. That's crazy. So I dropped, Mike. I dropped from 250, 245, 250 every morning.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That was on medication also, down to doing keto, down to 110, 120. And
Mm-hmm.
whatever the dawn effect is, once your body, if I had a piece of chicken, okay, a lean piece of chicken, protein, my blood sugar would go up because your body still does make sugar, you know. But with that said, I'm in over a year now with this, and the only thing I can see is since we switched medications. So now I got to go back and see. My bones are starting to ache, my joints are starting to ache again, you know,
Yep.
and I don't know. So
Sheena's in the house. I see her in the chat.
yep, Sheena's here.
Missy says I do radishes, turnips, and rutabagas for potato substitutes. I've had the turnips and I've had the radishes. I have not done the rutabagas for it. So, but that, I mean, if the turnip works, it ought to work.
Wow.
Because there ain't that a whole lot of difference in the two, if you ask me. I was lucky. The doctor she went to, she said they approved keto. Yeah, that's the same with me. And I changed doctors, and I got in there to the doctor I have now, and he's saying, "Wow, how'd you lose all the weight?" I tell him keto, and he goes, "Well, it's not sustainable." I said, "Oh, well, I've lost over 100 pounds, and I've been on it since for 4 years. So when does this unsustainability kick in?"
Yeah, and
And,
I like I said, I follow Eric Weissman, Dr. Eric Weissman. I keep saying Weissman, but it's Weissman. He's at Duke University. You watched him, and he is okay with dirty keto. You can do it, but
mhm.
he actually takes people off the medication that I was on, takes them completely off it. All right, and then but you got to be strict with it. This is for beginners. I sent him a message, and I asked him. I said, "What is going on with this?" And I guess one of his people said back that he doesn't give advice out over like this and there, but to check with my cardiologist to make sure that there's something else they can give me. So that's what we're going to do. 805, what's up, George? How you doing?
There he is. 805. Just with your man, we summoned him. I said his name, and he came in.
And he come swooping in.
I was telling how you were hoping like the devil you wasn't going to have to do sides in this next cook if you go forward. Oh, Sheena and Misty. If I'm not mistaken, Sheena, you're in Texas, aren't you? Because Misty's in Texas also.
I was on Misty's the other night. I watched her for her birthday.
Yeah, she's got a live coming up this weekend for it, and I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna get on there.
Yep, we'll join in. And there again, anybody in the chat? I'm trying to figure out how to drop everybody's.
Yeah, I wish I knew how to do that. I've given some. Let me see. Let me go over here and where's Misty? Oh, I already given Misty a thing. Oh, hey, Hilda DC, she's in there. Hilda does some great product reviews. How you doing, Hilda? How you feeling? You feeling better? She was feeling a little puny. Hadn't been doing much of her videos.
I tell you, this shoulder thing is driving me nuts.
I'm sorry to hear that. I know what a stone shoulder is like. I've got one. I've separated my left shoulder so many times, broke it once, and
I don't like the way this is going because, like I said, I mean, I threw the cane away. I got rid of the little car. I don't use that no more. The little scooter. I've been walking and stuff like that. Now, all of a sudden, now my joints, ever since I started this pill. So I go back to see them in a month, and they're again trying to get a hold of the doctor. And I go back to see him in a month. You call to get an appointment. It's 2 months out. So what the hell,
Yeah.
And they tell you to go to urgent care. You go to urgent care, and it's a 4-hour wait.
Yep. This Other day in the grocery store, I was in Kroger, and there were these two old people, one old man or old woman.
Hey,
And
I resemble that.
no, these were old. These were like 85, 90, both of them. And they've got the two little grocery store scooters with the basket in front, and they got a little train going all the way around the store doing their thing. And I'm like, good for y'all, get it done.
Yep.
I loved
Yeah.
it.
Oh.
One of the ladies, he wasn't able to get up and do it, I guess, but she would get up and try to get something off the shelf, and it would be way up. And there was two or three times in the store that I said, "Ma'am, let me get that for you." And she said, "Oh, thank you so much, young fella." And I'm like, "I'll do it all day long. You keep calling me young fella." And she
Exactly.
laughed.
Uh, too funny. Too funny.
Yeah. I said, "I'll follow you all over the store if you keep saying that." And she laughed. She had a fun time with that. But every time I turned around, she was on a row, and everything she needed that I was on, and she was needed something up high, and I was helping her get it. I feel like half her shopping list.
I took some pictures today of some meats and stuff like that. I think my mind is starting to go a little bit because wow, I, I I bought some stuff and but we have Smith's here, which is Kroger, okay,
Right. Right.
and usually the produce is really good and stuff. So
Yeah.
Marie gives me the little coupons they sent to you in the mail because you have the card, you know. Well, I went around, I had it in my hand. I went around, I got everything that we were supposed to get that she gave me the coupons for. Well, I put the coupons in my back pocket, went up, and I did the self checkout. Well, you talk about taking a test. Holy crap. You put in asparagus. Boom, the picture, hit the picture, gives you 4 different pictures. I'm looking at the asparagus. It's asparagus.
How many? Yeah.
I
It's
mean,
white and
is it
green.
organic? I didn't know. I didn't grow it. I want to pay for it. How much is it? Well, I got that and the celery. And I asked what kind of celery was it grown in California. What are you talking about? So I go and I get everything. I pay for it. And I get out in the car and I go get my keys in the back pocket. And there's the coupons in my back. I never use them.
I have done that more times than I can count. But you know what I've done to stop that from happening? I carry them in my hand all through the store.
I did, but I put them in my pocket.
Oh.
I had them right there because I went to go get my wallet, and instead of putting them there,
I separate them as I find it. I put it in another set of fingers. I separate them in my fingers. And you know how Kroger is, well, they do it with Smith's too. I'm sure they'll send you those little things like get a dozen eggs, or
yeah.
18 pack of eggs for this price and things like that. And they just
But I mean, I took some pictures of still brisket. Okay, a 14-pound brisket, $97. They're nuts. They're completely nuts. So when you buy a pork tenderloin, the little tenderloin, not the loin, okay, but the pork tenderloin, the little ones, you usually come 2 in a pack, and they had buy one get one.
Yep.
Okay. Well, I had 2 packs, and the girl went, "Oh no, sir," she says, "there's 2 in a pack, so you buy one, you get that one in the pack."
That ain't buy one get one free. That's no.
I didn't know sell, lady. You know?
No, that's no. I'd have said, y'all don't understand the concept of BOGO.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm trying to, you're trying to save money with stuff like that, and that, I mean, what would have been $3 or something like that I would have saved today, but after a while, I got so mad at myself. I said, "You stupid ass!" And then I went there to go get, like I said, for club soda. That was one of the things, and I forgot to get it. I had to go back to the store again, and there wasn't a club soda to be found. Went to Sprouts, wasn't none there. Okay, and
Wow.
yeah, I mean, it's just so somebody hijacked a truckload of club soda. And
Nova Real, welcome to it. I appreciate you coming in and stopping by. He's up in Buffalo, New York. He's got some great videos on where food that he eats. He does where he'll show you what he's eating. Oh, and it looks so good. He'll get fish, and I say, please tell me you got hot sauce.
yeah, I'll have to check them out. Yeah, definitely.
And the burpee yoga uncle. Aloha to you, Unc. Man, that man can do more burpees than you ever saw anybody do in your life. He is
Burpee
good
yoga,
at, yep. He can. I'm telling you, he can knock them out.
I
How
can
long
do
you
them
been
after I get
doing the
done
burpees
eating.
now? You've already gone past 1,000 days, haven't you? You're working on 1,500 days, aren't you? Of doing 1,000 a day. And
1,000.
Johnny's here.
Johnny John, what's up? Marie's gonna do a story about throwing axes. I'm getting nervous.
Johnny, get ready. She's gonna call you for advice.
God, if she wings one at me underhand, I'm gonna run. I can't run. She'll be winging them at me. Yeah.
Hey, even if you miss with those things, it's still gonna hurt.
Of course,
It's gonna leave a mark. If you don't stick it in somebody, it's still gonna hurt.
Yeah, that's what I do, Missy. The same thing. I could probably do 1,500 burpees after I get done eating.
Yeah.
The wrong stuff, anyway. Have you noticed? That's the other thing with this medication. I don't want to keep dwelling on it, but I got heartburn back again. I haven't had it since I started keto. Haven't had heartburn, so now I'm back to drinking apple cider vinegar and water.
I got to get started drinking that again. I left it alone for a while. I drank it every day for 3 years, and then the last year I've kind of dropped it. I just haven't done it. There's no reason to it. Just didn't do it, and I need to get back to it.
Yeah, I mean, just you know what it is. You get lazy.
That's it. That's it. And I got to because once I get it back in the habit, it'll be fine. Because I had it every day. I start the day off with it every day, and it's I mix it with a little water, and it it was great. And he said,
Oh,
"Uh-oh,
cool.
it's
Chef
a tomahawk, not an axe." And she just wrote it. Marie says,
Boy, I got.
Yep.
When I was doing a little bit of construction work, they had a hammer for sheetrock, but on the end of it looked like a tomahawk. It had a big round head and a little on the side. I got that in the closet. I have to go look for that and make sure. So, hey, Mike, Drunken Chef is in the club now. He also has an olive oil bottle.
All right.
Hope
Welcome
he's got
to
it
the
today.
club.
Marie's got to pay another one up. 805 is getting one. Also, Bearded Italian. He should be out there Friday or so. So there's only certain people to get them. So I was laughing at you.
Let's see. There's dude's got one. I've got one, and they've got them. Is anybody else?
Misty, I've seen you doing your exercise. I tell you what, I am like I'm the one that got me was her video. She was on a hike with her mom.
Yes.
That was. I enjoyed that. I really
enjoyed that too. It was a beautiful place where she was hiking. Yeah. Just lovely.
Very down to earth and very
yes,
honest. That's the thing.
Did you see the wall sits that Misty was doing?
Yeah.
I'm like, man, I try to sit there on them walls. I'll be like Humpty Dumpty.
Yeah, I can't. It'd take a lot of horses and men to put me together again.
Yes, exactly.
No, it's all good stuff. I mean, everybody. Yeah. Alan, I watched Alan the other day with a couple of things he was doing. Talking about in the morning what he does and everything. Mm-hmm. And you got to stay on top of it. You just can't. You slack. It's so easy to go the other way. You know what I mean? That's why I'm
Productions. I had tonight for supper. I had what was it? I had a hamburger patty that I cooked up. I basically made it like a hamburger steak, just seasoned, no sauce on it or anything. And I did cauliflower rice and seasoned it up and put a little bit of Alfredo in it. And that was supper.
Yeah, after walking around the store, and I was like dazed that there was no club soda and this and that. Just that sort of. I mean, I don't get that. And you know what else bothered me a little bit was. In most of the aisles was frozen foods that they were putting in. I guess they were getting ready to put it away or whatever. But in the aisles were these pallets of frozen foods, not in the frozen food aisle. Yeah,
that's not good.
Not here where it's 114 out.
Yeah, because here where it was like 65-70% humidity today, and in the upper 90s.
Yeah, Smoking Bear also has one bottle.
Okay.
Yeah, the funny part.
Drunken Chef says he's going to do a mail call on it when he on the bottle.
Oh,
milk
cool.
hall video. Yeah, that'd be good.
We got tonight we had ham. I had a ham steak and sauteed spinach, olive oil, and garlic. And that was it. I haven't had a ham
Oh
steak in
yeah.
a long time.
See, I've got one in the freezer. I need to thaw out and cook it. You done flung a craving on me.
Yeah, I mean, and Mike, here's what I'm going to start doing too. Okay, being that this medication blew me up out of the water, I'm pissed about this. I worked so hard to get everything down and get off some medications and stuff. So this really pissed me off.
And here this
Excuse
damn
my
little pill
French.
breaks it.
Yeah, I mean, so I'm going to start breaking out a little bit. I'm going to try a little bit of sugar-free stuff. You know, some of the ketchups and stuff like that.
Badass 93 Sting, welcome to us. Welcome. That man, have you seen some of the videos? Have you seen his stuff where he's got some videos of things that have been restored? He had an old truck and it had the wood planks in the bed of the truck. That's how old it was. Oh man, that was so nice.
I finished. I think I did. I think I seen that when I come out. I think I did.
I loved it. But yeah, that's a shame that you work hard like that and then a medication goes and screws you all up.
I'm
Because
not
we've been
quitting.
dealing with that with Paige. She's been feeling ill the last few days. Feeling better now because we just decided to stop a couple of these medications she was on. She's got a patch that she wears for the Alzheimer's, and our daughter figured out that the symptoms she's been having was lightheadedness, and she's actually fainted and feeling ill at her stomach and such as that are all side effects that the interactions of these medicines that these other folks prescribed since she was on the patch. And so we discontinued these other medications on our own, didn't tell the doctors or nothing. I said, we're done. You ain't taking these anymore. And I put them up. I said, that's it.
Yeah, I'm like I said, probably tomorrow. I'm gonna call them again. See, I want to go back to my primary first. I got some stuff to talk over with him too because I mean I'm trying hard. It's not like I'm the type of person who give me the pill and let me go crazy, eat what I want to eat and do what I want to do. You know what I
Right.
mean?
I'm not either.
So I'm going to be 68 and I'm trying to hang on to the blades a little
Right.
bit more on the grass, but it's hard. I mean, and then just to turn
Mhm.
around with one stupid little pill.
Yep.
I don't know. It just don't make sense.
They that's the thing with folks like to get I don't have a problem with anybody doing it. If that's what you want, do it. Is that have the some kind of gastric surgery, to
Mhm.
help them lose weight. I got no issue with it. It's you if that's if it helps you, go for it. But a lot of them, I know that they'll do it and they won't change their eating habits, and
I
they'll
have
lose weight and they'll keep it. Then and they don't do any kind of exercise or change their eating habits, and then next thing you know, they done put the weight back on.
I know people who are type 1 diabetic. Okay. Now, type 1 diabetic, as far as I understand, that's what Paige is, right? And as
Yes,
far as
she
I
is.
understand,
Yeah,
you need to take your insulin, or you do need to take sometimes have some sugar because your sugar drops too low.
right. She'll have a low sugar. She says she's getting shaky. She calls it I'm shaky, and she has to have some orange juice or something like
Yeah.
that, or glucose tablets. That's another thing.
I had people that were close to me,
Thank you, Sheena.
and their attitude was, "I'll just eat this until I need a shot." What are you talking about? You know what I mean? That's you know,
Yeah,
shorten your life, but anyway.
yeah. Just because they're taking the insulin, they think they can eat whatever they want. I'll just take a little more insulin. The whole point is to try and take as little insulin as possible.
Right. Yeah. So now I turn around, like I said, I'm going to switch things up a little bit more. So what I'm going to start doing is I'm going to try to even it out a little bit more, but just being low carb. I'm like 20 carbs or less that I've been doing. And like I said, I only eat one time a day. Usually around, I stop usually at 6, 7 o'clock at night. Past couple of nights that I had a little bit something past 7, lettuce leaf or some
Right.
some stuff like that. celery, whatever. But
Nothing of any consequence.
yeah, and then to get up this morning and have a one blood sugar at 176. So until I go back to the doctor, now I'm going to keep it that way. But once I do go back, and if it's mandatory for me to stay on this medication, then what I'll do is I'm going to start. If that's the case, I'm going to see what else is going to raise my blood sugar with diet, so I don't hurt myself anymore or whatever. But tough, it really is.
Yeah, it's I I try. I don't like eating after a certain time because I don't sleep good anyway, and I sleep even worse when I eat later. And so, when I get after a certain point, I'm like, nope, done. I ain't eating. And Paige said, "Well, you got to eat something." I said, "No, I don't. No, I don't.
Yeah,
I'm
Marie.
good."
I went to the store today, and I came back, and Marie says to me, I came in on what I'm trying to do is I've been doing some recording with my drums, and what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to get to where when I record, because it's coming out on mono one side,
Hmm.
and I'm trying to get it back into stereo again. So I have a little issues with my interface and with the computer. So I've been playing around with that a little bit today. And Marie come in, she says, "It's 1:00. You're gonna eat something?" No. All right, yeah. So I had a couple scrambled eggs with jalapenos, and then she made the ham with the spinach, and that was it. So
Hey, Natalie 77, how you doing? Good to see you. Oh Lord, I sound like Belt Loop.
hey, hey, Gorilla Joe, the bulletproof coffee is okay. I was doing that for a while. If you're hard nosed with trying to get in ketones and stuff like that, ketosis. But after a while, it didn't work. It stopped, and then all of a sudden, I don't know if you're using MCT oil or whatever, but that all of a sudden started bothering my stomach. I was
It can
putting
do
too
that.
much.
The liquid version, the powder doesn't do it, but the liquid will. I'm telling you,
Yeah,
it'll laxify you in a hurry.
but when I was first starting keto, I would do my bulletproof in the morning with my coffee. I got to have coffee in the morning. I don't care, what it is, and I use heavy cream instead of anything else. Then I was putting in a little bit of bulletproof. But then, like that Dr. Eric Westman said, if you're going to start adding fats to your diet, you're going to burn them fats first before you burn the body fats. So, but I just
That's
can't
true.
drink black. I just can't drink black coffee. So
That helps you to get into ketosis and starts you doing it. But after you get in it, you need to work where you're trying to to burn the fat that's on you.
oh yeah, yeah. And especially especially I would do the bulletproof in the morning, and I'd have 2 cups of coffee in the morning. Probably doing too much of it, and
Yeah.
then at that point, we were going to the casino. You want to see me doing the Tommy two-step across the casino floor, trying to find a bathroom? Holy moly!
Oh no,
Excuse
I know the
me.
two step. I no longer have a gallbladder, and so I know the two step. Oh
You know,
yes, I am very familiar with that. The
I'm
the
s-
the clenched cheek walk.
yeah. I'm telling people, get out of my way.
Yep, yep. I found a great way of telling people how to clear a path if you need to clear a path in a hurry. It, this one phrase, I think I'm going to be sick. And
Yeah, exactly.
it's like Moses parted the Red Sea. They'll start, oh, Lordy, just keep repeating it and they'll clear you a path.
You know Murphy's Law, right? My name should be Murphy. Everything I touch turns to poo poo. I mean, unbelievable.
My daddy taught me that one. I learned that one back in 67 maybe, when my oldest sister graduated from college. And we're in this old gym and it's hot as Hades down at Georgia Southern. They didn't have air conditioning. And they he says, I can't take this. I got to go outside. And my mama says, you're never gonna get out. Look at this crowd. You're never gonna get out of here. And he said, watch me. He started saying that, and you would, oh Lord, you'd have thought there was nowhere for anybody to go, but they found a place.
Yeah, you know what, Missy? I never done that PSMF. I get that all mixed up. I'm afraid I'm going to curse when I say it. And I don't want to offend nobody because Lord knows I can. But I don't know. I mean, like I said, with with the sugar, with diabetes and stuff, for me to have just protein like that, I'm sure it would raise it up. Because I didn't do exactly that, but I'm sure it would work. But I'm afraid with my sugar levels going back up again. So right now I'm at the point where I don't add any extra fat. Now I'll cook with olive oil and some butter, and that would be the extra that I put in there. Now I make my own homemade mayonnaise, and it's made with avocado oil and stuff like that. So the extra fat like that's not there.
I have done it,
Yeah.
making the mayonnaise. I have done making the mayonnaise, but it's so much
It-
easier just to open that jar of Dukes. It's so
Yeah, but you know what? Read that back part on there.
oh,
There's
I
stuff in
have.
there.
It's got the soybean oil in it. I know, but
Just that. But there again, see, that's. I love
I ate
Misty.
Duke.
I love Misty right there. I'm so afraid I'm going to curse. That's why.
MF. There you go.
That's why a lot of times I'll be talking to Alan back and forth with Alan. I go, shut my mouth, 'cause,
Alan, and I know that Sheena does
Alan's
it.
here. Hey, Alan.
Hey,
Just
Alan.
talking about you. I'm afraid to write anything about when you're doing your PSMF. See, again, I can't get it out. The
Alan,
PSMF. I feel like I'm cursing.
Alan's got making that bread down to a science.
Yeah, I mean,
You can knock that bread out with anybody, Alan.
I mean, I don't crave it, so that's why I don't look for it. I tell you one thing. What I've been looking at lately, it was like apple or I know I can't have an orange or something like that, but a green apple, it has less sugar in it and stuff like that.
Yep.
That's what I'm afraid of doing. I'm afraid to get back into that again because I can go off the handle pretty quick.
Maha, you're right, Misty. Maha at Journey with Maha, she does some great PSMFs also. She has I'm telling you, she's got some really good ones too. And she shows you how she does it. It's really she makes it look so easy.
You've been drinking.
No, I did. I've been eating. And I've got the high-golicans.
Oh boy,
that's southern for the food. The food is settling and it's creating a little turmoil.
Yeah,
When you got the high-golicans. High-golicans, that's what that means.
So I get the weather, the 5-day forecast. So it looks like rest of the week is going to be 111, around 111. Right now it's 114.
See now.
And one more person tells me, well, it's a dry heat. I'm going to hit him to have with an
Well,
what's the difference between a wet heat and a hot and a dry heat? It's hot. I don't give a damn what anybody says.
Sweat.
Hot's hot.
Sweat. That's the difference.
Yeah.
I did not sweat one drop when I was in Arizona, and it was over 100, and in Nevada when I was over, and it was over 100. Not one single drop. I come back here, get off the plane, and I got sweat rolling out of every hole in my body.
Well, what we see here, for some reason, if you sit outside, you can tolerate it. I mean, I don't sweat off my head, but when I get up, my back would be wet from up against the chair or something like that, but nothing bad. When I was in Florida, forget it. Florida, I looked like I was coming out of a swimming pool.
Yeah,
that's how.
I literally, we walked the dogs about 5:00, and it was down the street. It's like half a mile, maybe a half a mile walk at most, total walk down and back. And we get back, I'm soaked, and I'm like, geez, interesting enough, my granddaughter, she lives 2 hours away from you, still in the desert there in Arizona, and when we were talking to her on the phone, she said that we're getting our monsoon. It's been raining here.
Oh.
And she said when it rains, you still got the 100-degree heat, and it's humid.
Yeah, I mean, you can put a cup outside, gather the water, make tea out of it.
Yeah.
That's it. Burpey's saying something here that I just drank hot water last few days, same
Yeah,
as coffee. Maybe I will.
Yeah, he gave up drinking coffee and then went to hot water, and it worked the same for him.
I'll be damned. You talk about cutting
Man,
back.
that's cutting back there. That's
Marie, we're having.
dedication. I
Oh, my
think I
wife's
just, yeah.
making fun of me. PSSSMFFF.
Misty says her arms and legs are sweating.
You
Yeah,
broke up,
I
Mike.
got sweat rolling everywhere. Oh, Misty says she's got her arms and legs would be sweating outside. She lives in the Houston area,
Yeah, okay, yeah.
that's the humid part of Texas.
I used to live in Katy, so I know Houston pretty good many moons ago.
Yeah, it's humid there. Yeah.
Well, there again, when we were driving out here, leaving Florida, okay, in North Carolina, New Jersey, we lived right on the ocean, okay, and in North Carolina, we weren't that far from Wilmington, and then moved to Florida, right on the Gulf. And when I lived in Katy, I mean, Galveston was
You're right on the Gulf.
25 minutes away.
Yeah.
So as we were driving from Florida across, and once we got into New Mexico, okay, air changed. Dried up, everything was dry. I said, wow, But out here, and I was telling the guys the other night on one of the lives, when it rains here, it smells.
Really?
It actually stinks. You can that it's raining somewhere because you get a foul odor, and not foul. I guess it's something different. You know what I mean? And somebody was telling me, well, it's because it hits the street. No, it just was coming out of the air, but it has that funny smell to it.
Nayla says, I live in Florida, born and raised. Yeah, aren't you in like the Miami area or Fort Lauderdale, something like that? Alan says he's got the windows open and there's a nice breeze.
All right, let me see if I can block Alan. Nobody likes a wise guy, Alan.
Oh, Lordy. Man, Misty said because of all the sweat, that's why she's got a headband addiction.
Well, that's the truth.
Yeah.
In Florida, I would come out of the shower and I'd be soaked.
Yeah.
Not from the shower, but just trying to get dressed. And that's when I was a big fat guy. Okay. So bending over, putting my sock on, I'd lose probably about 3 quarts of water just from sweating. You know what I mean? So it was crazy. And then we'd go down to the pool and the water was like bath water down at the pool.
Uh-huh.
So I said, you know what? We lived in a 55 and older community out in Florida. And I told Maria, I said, come on, I want to go home. She said, what's the matter? I says, I feel like I'm in an old stew right now.
Mm-hmm.
With all these old people in the swimming pool.
Oh, an old stew. That's funny. Oh, she's in Natalie's. I'm probably pronouncing that wrong. She's in Tampa area.
Natalie.
Man,
Natalie 77
Natalie.
Yeah, we lived in Tarpon Springs. We were in there.
Yeah, that's just right outside of there.
Right there for about 5 years we were there. Yeah, that beautiful area. I used to go to Burn's Steakhouse all the time in Tampa. And
man,
oh yeah, I mean you come out. I'm sorry, Mike. You come out of the shower, Misty, and I mean just trying to get dressed and just start sweating. I mean, it's just air conditioner blasting. But that's how heavy the humidity was. We were so close to the Gulf. I mean, we were like 3/4 of a mile from the Gulf.
Yeah, so. and this the same way here. You come out of the shower and you need another shower. But you know what I loved about Tampa area, the Ybor City area. I loved it. It was that was great.
Ybor City is where they come up with they have it out here also, but it was like container town or something. They made everything out of containers, shipping containers, and had a lot of good restaurants and stuff out there too. They had a big, not yard sale, but they had like a farmer's market out there and stuff. It was pretty cool. And
I cruised out of there one time, and that is of all my 2 favorite ports to cruise out of are Tampa and Orlando. Just not Orlando, but
I was going to say
Canaveral. You know,
Yeah, Cape
we
Canaveral.
stayed in Orlando and drove over. That's why I said flew into
Yeah.
Orlando and then
I
drove
was
over.
going to say it.
Yeah, that's why I came over
Oh.
there. Yeah. You got
The,
to. It's a little bit of a dusty cruise.
the mouse wouldn't let you leave.
But that man, those two cruise ports, they got it down to a science getting you in there. And you come in at the top of the ship, but I went out of at Jacksonville also, and you're coming in the belly of the beast because they don't have the cruise port like that. You're entering right at the bottom of the ship, off like the third deck or something. You're not coming into that main deck right there where all the stuff is.
Dude's in the house. What's up, Mike? 602. You know what?
Dude.
There was a lot to do in Florida, but also it's getting to the point now where this is my feeling anyway. A lot of retirees are moving to Florida, but I feel like they're getting taken advantage of as far as with rents and prices of places and stuff like that. I would really think it out, really. And if, but there, I mean, we liked it, but it just was too hot for me. You know what it was? I think from being on the Eastern Seaboard, I think I missed the seasons more than anything. It's nice in the beginning, first year or two was nice, but then hot all the time, and then I think you had like around February, maybe for about 7 days, you had some cold weather, and I'm exaggerating a little bit, but yeah, this where I'm at now. See where I live now is in Las Vegas. To me, it's like being on a cruise ship because I have a casino a mile away from me. Great
That's
food.
true. Yeah.
Great things to do, shows, the whole bit. And we went and seen the Duprees, some friends of mine from New Jersey, New York area. They put on a nice show, and it's like 2 miles away from my house to go see all the kind of shows and stuff like that. So it's like any kind of food you want.
Dude.
Peace, brothers. You guys hear me okay?
You sound great.
Perfect. So do you guys. You guys
And
just look great. You
occasion.
sound great. And I'm going to have a Patty Joe beer. Hold on. Listen for this. Listen to this. That's the sound.
Music.
That's the sound of freshness right there.
Yes, sir. And you dress for the occasion.
I'm always ready to party.
I said, I tell you what, Mike sent me that the first one. And I said, I'm using it.
Yeah.
I don't care if you were going to give me a copyright on it or not.
I would have done the same thing, Tom.
I was going to do it. I was going to use it anyway.
When I saw that pop up, now for a word from our sponsor, I said, what? And then it popped up. I said, oh, man, why didn't I think of this?
Hey, I said it was worth a copyright strike.
I said, doggone it. I should have thought of this.
I did about 5 takes on that because I kept saying, now a word from our sponsor. It sounded so like an idiot. You know what I mean?
How many beers did you pop to do those 5 takes?
I only had the one. I had one Mick Light in there, Michelob Ultra, and I had a Guinness.
They're Budweiser Zeros.
But, yeah.
Oh.
So I told Maria, I can't use the Guinness because if I have a Guinness, I'll want more, and we only have one.
Yeah.
But then I'm cooking with.
I said, Marie, can you draw the kangaroo on there? Yeah, in a minute. And I don't have any patience anymore, so I just wrote it up real quick.
The one I did here that says light on it. Right? This thing's been open forever. We've got just for you gentlemen. We have low carb.
And
light.
I love it. it.
If anybody doesn't know what we're talking about, it's Mike from the dude from Kitchens and Grills. We have also a mutual friend, but he has a cousin who lives in Australia, and they were going Patrick from Patty Joe's
barbecue, or is it
Patty Joe's Cooking?
Patty Joe's Cooking.
If you're not subscribed to either one of them, please, I suggest you do it.
Oh,
Great
absolutely.
people.
You won't
But-
regret it. You won't regret it.
funny stuff, because we go back and forth with this, and they'll talk very serious about it. Okay. Which makes me, I'm saying, oh God, what are they coming up with next? So, it's like sort of like you have to be there type of thing, but it was great. So Mike did a short about Patty Joe's beer.
Yep.
So I took it and I put it in one of my videos. Okay. Now for our commercial break, and then he comes up and does the stuff on it.
Now, a message from our sponsor.
Yeah. I
How do you
said, so
go
we
there?
gotta keep doing this. I said, it's pretty good
You know what's
stuff.
funny about this thing? It says Patty Joe Beer on it, right?
Oi.
That QR code is my channel.
Oh, really? Well, that's what it's all about, right?
Exactly.
There you go.
I sent about 20 of them to him recently. I still have your guys in the car, but I sent about 20 of them. I go, hey, just hand them out, do whatever you want with it. But they got
He's
my
promoting your
channel. He doesn't know it either.
Oh my. So which one of y'all sent the other one Grubhub from 2 continents away?
Both of us. Both of us.
Half a
We've done it back
universe
and forth.
away.
Yeah. So he got the COVID, and
Now?
no, this was 3 or 4 months ago. And me having the big heart that I have, I know that he doesn't have sick pay or vacation or like that. And I thought, I'm just going to buy him dinner tonight. And it worked. I was like, holy crap, this. And so he loves fish and chips just like I do. So they have real fish and chips there.
Absolutely.
We don't.
No.
Ours are kind of wimpy.
Yep.
stuff.
Arthur Treacher.
Yes.
Remember that place, Arthur Treacher's?
Yeah.
Fish and
It was
Chips?
good. Actually, Arthur Treacher's was pretty decent. But man, I tell you, yeah, the fish and chips we have here in the States, they leave a lot to be desired.
Exactly. They're just so breaded. That
Yes.
beer batter
Way
stuff.
too
Come
thick.
on.
Way too thick.
Yeah. When you have a little tiny piece of whitefish or
Mhm.
caught
Yeah, cod.
if you're
yeah.
lucky,
Yeah.
halibut
Probably,
if you
probably halibut or
use
whiting.
halibut. And they got that much layer of breading on top. What's the
Yeah.
point?
Yeah.
If
I went,
I'd have gone to the grocery store if I wanted to get a fish stick.
That's exactly what they are. But you can do them with pork rinds. I've done fish with pork rinds. It works great.
I've got some in the freezer that I'm gonna thaw out and do with pork rinds here soon and do a video on it.
Yeah.
The shrimp came out really good with it. Today it was in Sprouts. I went and looked, and I've been watching codfish. It's 6 in a pack. It's frozen. Regular cut up codfish, about that big. Okay, so the price went from that I was bitching and moaning about was $22 and change to now it's $27 and change
Dang.
for frozen codfish. I refuse to buy it. I'm sorry, but but I love that as far as with the because in a restaurant we used to make that all the time. Do a nice flaky codfish with some. I would take the baked potatoes and I would quarter them and put them in the deep fryer, and then sprinkle a little bit of onion and garlic over top of it. Fresh onion and garlic on top of it. Put it up in the broiler and send that out. That's the way we did the fish and chips and stuff. It was good. My wife wants to know where's her beer. Yeah.
Yeah.
Marie, write a story about some beer, will you? I could use some too. I get killed by a 6-pack.
What was I was teasing you about a couple weeks ago? The Sangria Kid.
Yeah, no. What do you call
I'm waiting
it?
for that book, that story to come out.
Yeah. I tell you, how's your weather, Mike?
Hot, but I've got a fan there and I got a fan right here, so it helps. I mean, this is kind of a pre-Friday vibe kind of thing going on. Seeing how it is?
Do you get a lot of humidity?
No, ours is dry. Oh, good Lord, Tom. Damn. Ours is dry. We get
That's good.
Look at the rest of the week.
Heat. Yeah. That's ours.
108 on the low side, 108.
Yeah.
But it's dry, Mike.
Dry heats, I can deal with dry heat.
I can deal with dry heat.
I like I told my brother. I said, you know what? Either you put your face over a boiling pot of water, okay, get the hot steam, or put your head in the oven. It's hot, no matter how you hit it up.
Hot is hot. You're right. But there's different degrees, there's hotter than hell,
Yeah.
and then there's just hot.
Well, it rained here the other day, and people are like walking around like, "What is this?" I mean, it's been. Well, I've been here 3 years, and it's like this maybe the 6th, 7th time that I
Yeah.
remembered that it rained. So,
That's crazy.
mm.
Yeah, exactly. I'm with Sheena. And you know what? And it's a hell of a lot more fun to take a trip to Alaska to go fish. That's,
Yeah,
my
it is.
brother.
That's on my bucket list.
Yeah, my brother works for Alaska Fish and Game on Kodiak Island, and his boss owns 5 acres on an island called Little Raspberry, right off of Kodiak. And so I used to go up there about every 3 years, but when COVID hit, I don't do it anymore. But I'll buy a fishing license. I'll fish for about 10 minutes, and the rest of the time it's drinking whatever version of Patty Joe beer I can find. And last time I was up there, they had dispensaries that were open, so that was fun. And you just buy a boatload of food. His boss, I paid $150. It'd be like $300 now for gas, and I helped the guy chop wood one day for 4 hours. But the rest of the time we could go do whatever we wanted. And my brother shot up a buck and we fished, right? And they call halibuts, the smaller ones, chickens. And I took my son with me. And
it's a flounder or a fluke. It's basically the same thing, but
yeah,
you can get some huge ones.
Oh, my son had one that we think was just probably close to 100 pounds. And
Good
he had
Lord.
that thing, and he was in his so they come up to the boat, and my brother has a spear, and he went to spear it, and it caught the tip of that guy's nose, and it ripped out the hook, and off he went. But usually you catch the chickens, which are like the little 15, 20 pounders.
Even the small ones can put up a hell of a fight because of the way they're built.
And they curl up. And
they're better tasting than the big ones.
Oh yeah,
I'm sure.
The big ones, but for a while there, the big ones they were taking them and making scallops out of them. They actually had a scallop knife and they were cutting them, in the circles and making didn't taste the same as far as I was concerned, but they were cheap. And if you sold them the right way, in a restaurant, they were actually really good.
I was told by somebody, you may know this, Tom. I've never tested it to see if it's true, but that if you get scallops and they're all uniformly made, they were stamped out. They weren't. They were not wild scallops. They weren't really scallops. They were stamped.
When
they taste good.
When they go scalloping, especially when I was in Florida, they have a season for it. And when you go, and you go to the county, you get a permit or a state permit, whatever. And you're allowed so much to get here and there. So when you, if you get them fresh like that, with no kind of preservative put on it, they're the best eating you can have. So I got into sort of a little bit of a argument with somebody about fresh caught scallops, and then what they do is they put I call it a preservative. They put a chemical on it so it stays. Okay, so they argued with me that you cannot take a preserved scallop and brown it in a pan.
Why
you're
not?
wrong. I said you're well because what it does is this chemical that they put in it keeps it wet. So a fresh caught one, you can dry it and then put it on. It'll take the sear faster.
Oh, gotcha.
Okay.
Well,
so I had to turn around. I had to actually go and prove my point. And but some of the scallops can be old, and that's why they put that stuff on there.
Gotcha. I'm with Sheena. Wild's best. Wild is the best seafood, hands down. I don't care where you come from.
Oh, it does have a different taste. I have friends of mine. We used to go to Florida. We stopped doing it because everybody got too old to really. It was really a stamina buster, the way we would do it, and they would we would go out and fish in the Gulf. We'd go to Carabel and fish, and there was a place down there that you could go to, and you could wade out in the water, and you could feel with your feet and find scallops. And you go down, you get them and all, and we'd cook them up. The guy said, "Hey, y'all catch them, y'all go get them and bring them, and I'll clean them up and get them on the grill, and we'll grill them right up." And he did. And the guy that owned the
Nothing better.
motel we were at, he said, "I'll do it." He said, "I'll do it. Y'all don't have to worry about doing it. I'll treat y'all with the cooking of it."
Our lobsters in the restaurant were right off the boat. They came in
Mhm.
either northern part of the colder part of water. The guys would come in out of Point Pleasant, New Jersey, and they would go up and they'd go out for 2 or 3 days up in off the coast of Maine all the way back down again. And that's where they would do their lobster. They put the pots out up to the top, come all the way back down again, and back up again, and back home. And we would get them right from the boat. I would get 200 pounds every day and go through them. And then at certain parts of the time of the year, okay, you would get what they call culls. Culls would come in with one. They were growing, so we would mostly buy pound and a quarter, pound and 3/4. Okay, and they were called chicks. And then we would get what they call culls. Now, culls going from pound and 3/4 to 2 pounds. Okay, but then they'd start shedding. So they would either lose a claw or whatever, but then they would be huge. Some would grow a little bit bigger. So we would get these things called culls. So you get a mix that they would tell you, we got a mix one. Okay. So you either get some shedders, some chicks, and some culls. So putting the culls into our tank, and people say, it's only got one claw. Man, listen. And you know what kind of a patient guy I am, how everything, how nice and easy going I could be.
Yeah.
Man, you're getting
Sure.
$8.99. You're getting a freaking 2-pound lobster stuffed, and it's got one claw. Now take this little lobster over here to see how much bigger yours is. Oh, I want 2 claws.
Oh Lord.
But
Hey, Carlene.
But we would
Thanks
get
for
all, we
thanks
would
for
get all
popping in.
that seafood in there. And in New Jersey, if you got oysters came with a tag on it. So did clams. So you get your bag, okay, and at the top of it was a tag, and you had to hold that tag on there.
Oh, I've seen that. Yeah.
For 30 days, in case anybody got sick from it or whatever. So where it came from and this and that.
Right.
But nothing better than fresh seafood. Nothing.
Yeah.
Alan says his family's from Maine, and he said he talked about all the lobster boats that there are up there.
Yep.
The best lobster roll I have ever had in my life, and I've had several, came from York, Maine, and it was out at the Nubble Lighthouse. And they had there was a restaurant there, but there was also I'm talking about a sit-down restaurant, but they also had this little walk-up stand that sold lobster rolls, and
we'll help each other out.
That was just great. It was fantastic. Appreciate it. I need that.
Those are the best places
my brain
to go.
gets stuck.
There was a place.
It's just a little walk-up stand, and you got to a little window, and you tell them. Yeah.
There was a place just outside of Bangor. I don't know what the name of the town was, but it's known. If you look it up, you can find this place. It was an old camper trailer, and it was red and white, and the sign was red and white, and it said plain lobster rolls.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the best you have ever had in your life. Okay, out of the woman be in the back breaking up the lobster and putting every once in a while you might get a little shell or something in there, but I mean it was back then. It was like $5. I don't know what they would get now. There's a guy out here has a truck, and he goes from place to place, and he'll send you an email, let you know where he's at, and sells the lobster rolls.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
I need that with margarita trucks.
Patty Joe beer.
Patty Joe beer truck.
Yeah.
Heavy metal blaring out of it.
Yep. Granddaughter number 2, and I say number 2 because that's the order of appearance in the world. She's number 2. She's 20, and since the time she was like 5 years old, her favorite, I mean, absolutely most favorite thing to eat is crab legs.
Oh yeah.
And she
bye, Misty. Thanks for stopping by.
Take care, Misty. She would take a crab legs, and she would. You showed her one time how to do it, and that's it. And I tell folks about it, and they say, "Oh, well, she's got to leave a lot of meat behind." Not one single morsel. Not one morsel. She picks that rascal cleaner than you can ever imagine. And we took her and two of her sisters, the 3 oldest ones, on a cruise. And we cruised out of Miami and went
Dangerous.
and one night on the cruise they had lobster. Well, that child, she was probably 10 maybe at that time, and Lord have mercy, she ate. They'll bring you more food. They'll do it, and it was no extra charge. You just she'd say, Papa, you think I can get some more lobster? And I said, yeah. I told her she wants some more lobster. And the guy looked at her and said, how many you want? She said, can I have two? And he said, absolutely. And so he brought her
That's great.
two lobster tails. She ate them, and he looked and he said, you want more? She said, yeah. Can I? He said, you want two more? And she said, yeah. Now she ain't big as a minute, but she can put away that like that shellfish like you ain't never seen.
We were in South Carolina. We went to what they call Calabash, okay? And just me and Marie. We went in and they said, do you want to sit down or do you want the buffet? I said, no, sit down. I don't want to keep getting up and down. I don't know what the hell they were talking about. So
Yeah, I eat the buffet,
sit
you
down.
can
So
sit down and
the
eat,
waiter,
right?
two waiters come over and they have newspaper. And they open up the newspaper and they put the newspaper on the table. And what do you want to drink? Well, I said, you don't want to see me with scotch sitting here, so let me have an unsweet tea. Marie got the same thing. Out they come with I would say probably like a 30-gallon gray garbage can, for a restaurant. Usually put ice in it, but it was big, 30 gallons. Guy comes over and he, boom, dumps this on the table. All crab legs. So at that time, I think it was like $18.95 per person, all you could eat. All right. We were cracking it down. I couldn't see Marie on the other side. That's how high. So we're picking them, eating them down. So now I'm covered in shells and crab meat and stuff. So I told her, I have to go to the men's room, Marie. If they come around, tell them no more. I go into the men's room. I wash my hands and everything. I come back out again, and there's another piled high again. Marie says, I couldn't stop them. They just dumped it like that. But there's no way in hell that you could have finished it. 6 people probably couldn't finish it. So, and you couldn't take none to go. That was the thing. That was the most I've ever seen in any restaurant in my life. That was in South Carolina on the coast.
Well,
we were up in Kodiak. We caught a white king salmon, and I'd never heard of them before. Apparently, they come from the Fraser River in Canada, and I'd never had salmon belly before.
Ooh.
I never even heard of it.
I didn't know it was a thing.
Yeah, it's huge, and I saw it just recently on a menu somewhere. Salmon belly. It was like, you gotta be kidding me! And it's just that underlying part, and it's just the way you cut it out.
Yep.
And you gut the whole fish, and you just cut that or ass backwards. And I remember my brother feeling around the stomach. He didn't want anything in the stomach because it would contaminate the meat.
Right.
So when he cut it, he was using his fingers to feel what was going on. But man, it was awesome.
It's like 602 North. Now he's talking about eating a roe inside the.
Oh, I love roe. Oh, I love roe. Oh man.
So.
Oh, wait, Tom. You know how we said the name Belt Loop a while ago? We've summoned him. He's here.
Belt Loop.
What is up, dude?
Oh, man, El Deuterino. El Deuterino.
Deuterino.
We in the restaurant we had 2 big steamers, and we steamed mostly all the seafood, but I would put a dozen lobster in each at a time, and then we had one guy cutting them in half, okay, and wash out the guts, the roe, and everything else inside of it, because people wouldn't eat it. They just flat out wouldn't eat it. And we take that cavity there, and we had made a stuffing. It was with scallops, clams, shrimp, okay, and crab meat, and mix that up and put it into a pan cooked up, pile it up in there, and load it with butter. I would go through every night. I'd go through a case of butter and make clarified butter every day. And then we had one where we sold. It was $8.95 for a stuffed lobster. $16.95 for twins, for 2 of them, both stuffed, and $21.95 for a prime rib and 2 stuffed lobsters.
Dang.
back in those early mid 80s, I guess it was. Yeah, around
Maybe
mid-80s.
quadruple that today.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm sure you'd have to get a loan.
That's why I made a video on spamming.
Exactly.
That's
Yeah.
why I made a video on spamming.
Yeah, exactly. You cracked me up with that. he cut a piece of spam and cut into a fish. It's spamming.
Spamming, yep. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
No.
No, man, no.
Sleep
One day
over
I'm gonna
the-
have to have Belt Luke tell us how he got the name Belt Luke and the 29 too, because I know your waist size ain't 29. I know that ain't where it's from. I know.
Oh, Lance is here too. Hey, Lance.
Lance.
Sleep on barbecue.
Oh, he's
Your
saying
son
raw.
again, we were talking
Not,
about
I
him.
thought he was saying the raw. I thought he's saying raw.
Raw. Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
raw octopus and stuff.
I love sushi, man. I love it.
Sashimi. Oh,
I love that too.
if it's
yeah.
the right stuff, yeah.
I'm not a big
right,
guy.
right. Oh,
I'll eat
man,
clams
eat
and
it.
oysters and stuff like that, but not fish.
And I know that Sheena was talking about going to the Asian store. I got one close to me that I go to because they have got some great stuff for, buying meats and seafood and all. They've got it. It's fresh as it can be.
I had steelhead once. Oh, so good.
Lance, I bet you're
You
glad
know,
that
You can always
barbecue
tell
thing
when
is
it's fresh
over, huh?
seafood. If you go back to the seafood section, if you can, if you can always tell if the seafood fresh when you go into the market.
Smell.
If you go in there and you walk by it and it smells like seafood, really bad, it ain't that fresh.
Fresh, no. You're absolutely right.
That's why we bought a tank. We had a 500-gallon, actually a 500-pound lobster tank that we got. And then what we would do is, do you know that when we get them right off the boat, okay, they were never purged, so they could still be full. Their intestine, their cavity would still be full. Okay, so what you would have to do is you'd have to either get them purged, buy them purged, okay, and you would have to go through all that stuff that's in there. But if you buy them that they're not purged, okay, they will actually start eating one another because they're still going through the hunger cycle.
Interesting.
They'll start jumping, and if one happens to flip over, you got to get that out of the tank right away because the iodine takes over and start killing the rest of them.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so you got to keep it. It's got to be kept at like 38 degrees. The colder you have it, the more dormant they go. Okay, so if you have like a warmer water type of thing, they're all over the place. So the novelty of our place was that we would go out with a bucket, and the one cook would come out and he'd load them up with the lobsters, and the kids, and people would come over and say, "Oh, I want that one." Oh, okay. They didn't know which one they were getting because they were all the same size. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
like that.
The other thing I like about the Asian store we've got, and Alan said he goes to the Filipino store that's near his house, but the other thing is they got some vegetables I can't find anywhere else. I don't care. Kroger will never sell them. They've got bok choy, yu choy. They've got some Chinese cabbage. I love it. I can get all kind of different stuff, and the variety is what I love.
We have one over there too. Matter of fact, I was getting mushrooms out of this place.
Yes, they have a bunch of different kinds of mushrooms.
And
always.
I haven't found them. They had dried shiitake mushrooms, and they were cheap.
Yeah.
Here's what makes me laugh. I'll go to a seafood store here, or I'll go to what's the place that you used to wear? Vaughn's. I go to Vaughn's, okay, and they have halfway decent seafood. We get it there, but the price went through the roof. I mean, today I was looking at scallops to get scallops. It's like $28 a pound.
That's insane.
You go over to the Asian store, okay, Seafood City it's called, and you go in there, and they got, live everything right down the line, and like amazing. And people are afraid to go in and purchase that kind of stuff. I'm going to do one because I'm going back to my old times, I guess. But I'm going to do a stuffed lobster from one of my videos coming up.
Oh, right on.
And the smoke with Keenan's in the house.
Mr. Keenan, what's up, brother?
Hey, Keenan. He did his video he put out. I think it was today. Days run together when you get as old as me. But I think it was today where he did he did a hot link and he made it a burn in hot link. And I'm like, I ain't never seen this before. I'm going, I got to try this. You know?
Cooking here. Charlie, how you doing, Charlie?
Yeah, I saw
I just
Charlie
seen you.
there. Yeah.
Yeah. I hope he gets settled in, man. I hate moving, boy. I tell you. God dang.
Yeah.
Smoke with
Sleep is-
Keenan. I love that name.
As soon as I find out from Sleeper Barbecue, he's just got an embroidery machine. He's going to start doing hats and shirts and stuff like that. So anybody wants to get the logo put on their hat and stuff,
That loop
Oh.
is in the basement.
huh?
That loop is in the basement. Whatever that means.
Oh, I'm sorry, Belt Loop. My bad. Come on in the house.
Well, I appreciate that.
That's what he meant by basement. I thought-
Belt
Oh.
loop. It's cold down there, wasn't it?
No, it was comfortable. I'm good. I'm pretty comfortable most places.
My
How's
wife
your
just
mama
came in
name?
and tell me. Belt
How's
loop's
your
in the
mama
basement.
name? Belt
Hey,
Loop,
yes,
how's your
ma'am.
mama name?
Oh, Mom and them's doing well. Doing well. I was comfortable in the basement. I was just kind of enjoying the conversation. Um, I did want to, I saw y'all on, had to come over and say, hey, see how y'all doing. Join in on the conversation if possible.
Step away
also
for
wanted
just
to
a
tell
moment.
y'all, man,
You always welcome.
I'm as happy as a pig in slop.
Uh-oh.
Oh boy.
Major thing going on. It's like
Uh-oh.
All right.
blow your mind. Wow. I don't know how to explain it other than that. At least I think it's major. To me, it's major.
Did y'all
You
have
got
a
money.
pet killer
I
or
was
something?
able to. Well, I have.
Or is it bigger than that?
It's big. I mean, this is like earth shattering. World ending, just beginning. This is like, man, wow, blow your mind. It's wow.
He's
It's
building
just
up
one of
that
them
drama.
things.
He's-
Yeah.
I can't take it no more.
Well, I'm gonna tell you. I mean, this is something else, something special, something that you just don't see every day. I actually was able to get tomorrow off work, and so what I've decided I'm going to do is I'm going to go live stream for 24 hours starting
oh
tomorrow.
Lord.
Holy moly.
Who gonna sleep
Yeah, this is
for
what
you?
I'm saying. Well, I'm gonna have to get some sleep tonight. I will stream tonight just for fun, but
It's a warm-up.
whenever I wake up, I'm gonna start my 24-hour live stream. I'm gonna have to go like 11 minutes or 11 hours and 55 minutes, and then start another one because it won't record
Oh
over
yeah.
more than 12.
Yep.
But I got plans for that, and so I'm gonna go through. Tonight at some point. I'm gonna go down to the Dollar General. I never have seen the General, and I don't know that he's active or retired.
He's in the insurance commercials.
Exactly, and he don't look real to me.
Yeah. And he has
I
more than
think
$1, that's for sure.
Well, there's no doubt about that. That fella's got a lot of money because I see his places everywhere. But
He's got many
unless
dollars around the country.
unless he's just planting seeds for them things and they springing up, I don't know.
If they ever put a
Anyhow.
colony on the moon, they're gonna find a Dollar General there.
Yeah.
Oh, you're right about that. But I'm going to go to the store at some point this evening. I'm gonna load up on them Frappuccino things and my ice cold coffee things because I'm gonna, and I'm also gonna load up on some of them Hershey bars. I tell you what, when I was driving back from Indiana, I was dead tired when I started the thing, and I knew I was gonna need it. So I got me a couple of them Frappuccino things, and I got me some candy bars. And just whenever I'd start feeling like I was about to doze off, man, I'd pop me off one of them squares of them Hershey's with the almond bars and pop that in my mouth. Just let it. I love chocolate to begin with, but then, you get that sugar high going with that. Now, I had to keep popping them bad boys. It's better than a no dose. I think.
Oh, dang.
You mentioned chocolate one more time, I'm muting you.
Well, Belt Loop,
Oh.
I don't want to read about you having a caffeine-induced heart attack.
Well, if I do, it's all right. Long as I go before Tammy, I don't want to have to figure out where everything's at. So,
Hey, Belt Loop, last night I was watching real quick. I was watching you, and I seen Devil Dog come in, and all of a sudden he laid down. Okay, and that's when I passed out.
Devil Dog, he done got slap happy. He done broke out his stocking cap yesterday.
Boy.
That Devil Dog, he don't hardly ever sleep. It don't seem like it's gonna catch up with him at some point if he don't get some.
Yeah. Yep, you better believe it.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, Mike, I think you was asking about my name, Belt Loop, and the 29. How I got that?
Yeah.
I can tell you that it's a fairly simple story. Although knowing me, I'll probably drag it out a little bit. That just tends to happen when I talk. I'm gonna have to take you a ways back. I'm talking 1980, 81-ish, somewhere in that area. We was living in Crestview, Florida. And well, you know how everybody says I'm everywhere on YouTube?
Uh-huh.
Well,
You're
I
the
was
busiest man on
everywhere in
YouTube.
Crestview, Florida, too. If something was happening, I tended to be there. And so I got kind of a red. Go ahead.
Did somebody toss you out of a club by your belt loop?
No. What happened is my brother's friend, a fellow by the name of Marty Josie, I guess he noticed that wherever people hung out, I tended to be there. And he said I was always hanging around, so he gave me the nickname Belt Loop. You think about it, a belt loop's always hanging around, right?
Yeah.
So that
true.
was one of them
a
brain teaser type thing. Well, I was Belt Loop 601 for a little while. Now, the reason why I was Belt Loop 601 is because when I signed up for my email with AOL, I put in Belt Loop 601, and then I forgot after a fairly short period, I forgot my password. And so it wouldn't let me back into Belt Loop 601. So I had to add a number to it somewhere because they wouldn't let me just put Belt Loop on there. And so I was following Kevin Harvick at the time. He's a race car driver in the NASCAR series.
Yeah.
And he used to drive for Richard Childress Racing. And he had the number 29.
That's when they retired 3 for a while.
Yeah, well, they retired it because he died.
Exactly.
I expect.
Yeah.
And that would be Dale Earnhardt Sr.
Yeah.
And I didn't watch racing then, back when Dale Earnhardt Sr. was running. I've seen the wreck and everything on replays and everything. But see, the thing is, following racing, NASCAR, always put me to sleep. The folks always taking left turns and going around and around and around and around and around, and just always going around.
There's 2 races worth watching: Watkins Glen and the other one in California.
The Sonoma.
You're talking about the road courses.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, see, a friend of mine was a big. Go ahead.
I actually real good friends with Wally Downback.
Really?
His mom and my family and the brothers were real close. And when he was racing, in fact, he started out with Keystone. He's with Keystone Beer, and he was with I can't remember his name now. In fact, I think he just died. Not the owner. had all Fords and stuff. I can't remember his name. But we used to go to see the races up in Pocono all the time, and Watkins Glen. We'd go to
Jack Roush, maybe.
Jack Roush. Yeah, I'm sorry,
yeah.
Jack
Roush
Roush.
Racing.
Oh, Roush
And then
guy.
when he left there, and then he went with more racing. He drove the. Matter of fact, I have the little car. I have the first Union car that he drove for Bud Moore Racing. He almost won the Watkins Glen race that time with that. Anyway, long story short, I when he was driving for Richard Petty, we were at Pocono, and I cooked for all them guys. We parked in with we parked in where all the drivers were, and I we talked with Dale Earnhardt for a while because him and Wally used to hunt all the time. Used to go hunting all the time. Down to earth people. Nobody was high in a hog or anything like that. The two brothers, I can't think of the name. One, Ward Burton and Jeff Burton. Okay?
Oh yeah.
Oh, I
Yeah.
love those fellas.
Okay. Sat and talked with them for hours. Okay. And you know what their passion is? They collect old bicycles. Old Schwinn
Well,
Very
bicycles.
cool.
Huh.
Yeah. So
What
it
was
was
it?
like Schwinn bicycles, any kind of old
Bicycles,
bicycle, vintage bicycles. They collect it. Listen,
Son of a gun.
so I mean, I collect for Robbie Loomis was the pit boss at the time, and I made sausage, peppers, and onions for the guys, and they all sat around, and we did that Saturday night, and then stayed for the race Sunday. It was great. I went to quite a few races with them guys.
Yeah, we were
That's
staying
cool.
at the same place that. Remember the number 7, the Sylvania. It was. God, what the
Man,
hell,
I tell you, man.
Jeff Burton.
Jeff Burton, yeah.
When he was driving, and we were in Phoenix at a Holiday Inn, and sitting at the pool drinking, and there's this couple there, and you could see it said you can see it just had the race on there, and I can't think of the name of who he was with. And we got talking to this couple, and they go, "You want to see the car?" Sure. And it was his backup.
Mhm.
We had pictures at one time, the 4 of us all around it. And the only thing we couldn't do is take a picture of the engine, but it was just a small block.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it was cool.
When I moved from North Carolina to Florida, okay, I had a box. Murray will tell you, I had a box of videotape, from the camcorder and then the mini quarter and stuff like that. I had a box of stuff, and I separated the ones that I thought were from the races, okay, because I have me, Dale Earnhardt, sitting together talking, okay. And when he'd be walking through, we'd be in the pits. He'd have the hot pit pass, and he'd come walking through and this and that. And he ran over and gave me like a fist pump like that and kept on going. Because I said, the night before the race, I said to him, "Come on, guys, have something to eat." And then I looked at Wally and I said, "It's in the bag, kid. You're going to win because I'll take care of them. Give them the shits." The rest of them.
Radio Jonesy.
Earnhardt come by and punch me like that. Hey, how you doing? I threw all that my older videos into the burn barrel, and I burnt them.
Oh wow!
I think,
Man.
and the ones that I thought I saved were the ones from the racing. Just the opposite. I burnt all the other ones.
I was running late for work one day, and I get into the front part of it and look over, and there's the king. What the hell is his name?
Richard Petty.
Richard Petty. It was right there. And I go, "Hey, are you the king?" He goes, "Yeah, buddy. How are you?" I went, "Good." I shook his hand, and it was just a down to earth guy talking to him for about 15 seconds. And I said, "I got to get to work." He goes, "Well, have a good one."
The
He
thing
was
that
just waiting there in the front.
the thing that turned me off about racing, and Belt was right. They're all making left turns, just going around like that, and TV doesn't do it justice. You have to see a live race. You have to be right there to see them cars go by and feel them. I mean, bam, bam, bam,
You
bam.
feel it, smell it,
loud.
hear it. Yeah.
It's
It's
just
loud.
nuts.
It's
But
loud.
here's what makes me mad. Okay, now the people that were involved in racing, okay, really can't afford the seats. That's why you see them sitting up and way up high. You know what I mean? And the prices just kept getting higher and higher and higher and higher and higher. Same thing with baseball. Same thing with football.
Yeah.
I don't watch any of it no more. The only thing I do watch is I'll watch horse racing.
Yeah.
I'll watch. I'll do that in a whole bit. And
You know,
but as far as professional sports, again, I'm done with it because
Hey,
so
Jonesy.
pricey.
Jonesy used to race that horse racing. I forget what they call it. It's where you sit in like a little chair or
Sulky,
something.
Rockies. Yeah.
Trotters and pacers.
Yeah, we've got a down in Hawkinsville, Georgia. Down here in Georgia, we've got
They're cool.
they got a
Harness
track
racing.
down there
They're like
that they do harness racing with down there.
Yeah.
And they
What-
they track. They got a stables and all, and it's a big thing down there to go watch the
Cool
harness
stuff.
races.
Yeah.
Down in Middle
Well,
Georgia,
I
down in
saw-
Hawkinsville.
I saw a picture last night, I think, of Jonesy in behind one of those horses. It was pretty cool. Now, something else I guess I ought to mention, as long as I'm talking, see, I always got something to say. The way I got into racing, like I said, it used to put me to sleep. But a friend of mine called name of Jeremiah, he said, why don't we, he knew I love good ribs. Ribs is one of my favorite things in this world.
Jeremiah,
And
your bullfriend?
yeah, he was, but he always
He
had
was a
some
good
mighty
friend of
fine-
mine.
It was, yeah. He was a bullfrog. Made great wine.
He did.
And I helped him to
But-
drink his wine.
I'm sorry, Bill. I couldn't
I'm
resist.
sorry, you set off a chain reaction there.
I know.
Get us three together. It's open season. Man.
He suggested we smoke some ribs, and so
Go ahead, don't quiet up
we
now.
would go out and we would start the ribs about the time that the race started, and so I would go out and tend to the ribs, and then come in, watch a little bit of the race. Next commercial, I'd go out and throw another briquette or two on the fire, and make sure there's wood in there and water and everything, and ultimately it kept me awake long enough to actually follow the race. And that was, I actually began to follow a little bit of what was going on. I mean, they were still making left turns, but
They weren't going nowhere.
at least I got to,
Yeah. There's gonna be news when they make right turns. Hey Keenan, thanks for stopping in. Appreciate it,
Keenan.
brother.
Keto,
Have a
take
good
care. Keto. Keenan, take care.
there was a couple times they made right turns. The only trouble was they hit the wall.
Yeah.
That's how they made
that
news.
right turn. That right turn's a bitch.
It's a
Seventh
big,
son,
big track
everybody.
out here. Real big track. Matter
Yeah.
of fact, my nephew is into road racing and stuff. And what they did was him and his cousin. Now I'm talking about a guy who's in his 60s, early 60. I think he just turned 60, and 59, whatever he is. But he bought an old police car, and they took that police car and they turned it into a race car. Matter of fact, it has the same colors as Richard Petty's old car, the STP car.
Nice.
Oh wow.
And they're coming out here in September. And matter of fact, he lives in Charlotte, and the cousin lives in South Carolina. So between Charlotte Motor Speedway and Darlington, I guess they go. And there's a road course down there also that they go to, and they bring their car. My nephew is into Porsches big time. He rebuilt a Porsche a couple times, and he road races them. So now they took this police car, and they're coming out here to Vegas, and the state of Nevada has a road race from Ely to Vegas.
Yeah, I've heard of
It's like 180 miles. So they drive. The one cousin's driving out with the car, and then I'm going to meet him up. We're going to go up there, and I'm going to put my car in the trailer, and they're going to race down here, and I'm going to follow them down back in September.
Right on.
See how that's going to go.
Well, we here in Georgia we have Awesome Bill from Dawsonville.
Yep.
And his boy Chase Elliott. And here's the thing about it: we here in Georgia we got a lot of mill towns and all, and some of the mills have shut down. Some of them are still active, and they would on Fridays after all the people in the mill got paid, got a little jingle in their pocket. They all thought they could drive like Bill Elliott and fight like Bill Goldberg. And the thing was, they couldn't, but they all thought they could.
We
Oh, is
had
that Tammy we hear?
I'm sorry. I'm at work.
No.
Hang on.
We don't ever get to hear Tammy's voice.
no, he's at work.
Oh, you at work? Oh,
I'm at work. So Tammy ain't here.
Barbecue Rockstar. What's up,
Oh.
John? How you doing? Hey, dude,
Hey,
have
John.
you ever checked out Barbecue Rockstar?
I'm not sure. I'm going to look it up right now.
Yeah, give me a shout out. He great barbecue he does. He's out in Texas. He's also a musician. He plays guitar, plays in a band.
Okay.
John used to work for a meat company. Knows a lot about different cuts of meats and stuff like that. Great guy.
have you recovered from playing in that heat that y'all played
Yes,
in
I'm
recently,
subscribed to
John?
Barbecue Rockstar.
Man,
Yeah,
they were
I
out
think
there
he did.
playing. His band, they were playing in the dead of the heat one day there.
Yeah, last one couple days
Have
ago.
you found yourself back to doing right?
Who's this?
What? Who is
Somebody-
this? Yes.
Yeah, let's
I
get
don't
rid of
know.
that one.
That's spam. It's,
Yeah, we got to get rid of that one. I don't go to that crap. Where'd that go? Somebody get rid of that?
Yeah, yeah, I'll get it. I'll get it.
Yeah, we don't play that crap here.
There it is. They gone.
Yeah.
They
I mean,
gone.
what people got to do that kind of stupid shit for? I'm sorry, I'm cursing like a trooper here. Anyway.
John's saying he's shooting a video, a cook right now. He's shooting a cook right now, and he says, "Yeah, he's barely recovered." Man,
He did for I guess it was 4th of July. I guess it was. He did a cook for people
right.
and some briskets and stuff. I tell you what, he did a good job. Really did a good job.
Did the cook and did the show too. And dang, I mean, man, you gotta be wore out after that. Because I mean, that was a mess of meat he cooked. I mean, that was a whole bunch.
Yep.
You could have fed a small army, or me on a hungry day.
There we go.
Jonesy, you did some horse racing with and trotters or pacers, harness racing. I had a buddy of mine who I don't know if he's still alive or not, but he had horses. This guy was just a natural with them, and we had to just go to Freehold Raceway, and I would take money down. I would take bets down for different guys and stuff like that, and go watch the races. So we had a thing where
You ran numbers.
don't say that on the air. Dude, what's a cop? Always a cop. Yeah, you know what I mean? So we had to deal with that when they would go out a couple races ahead of time and warm the horses up. Okay, and they'd run around the track, this and that, and he would know that I was going down there. So as they would go out, and if he thought he was going to win the race with whatever they talked about, and I'm not saying it's fixed or anything, but he would come around if his strap there that he hit the horse with, if it was up like this, bet the ranch. But if he kept it down, okay, no problem. Don't bet it. Leave it alone. So I think I'm maybe 19, 20 years old. He's coming around the track and on the horse and he's bouncing like that. And he's got the thing up like that. I said, okay, let's go. I dumped everybody's money on the horse. Got all the tickets, sat there. That son of a bitch. I think he's still running. In fact, I think he might be delivering milk, that horse, right now. Dead last. I said to the guy, I says, what the hell are you doing? I said, everybody's going to want to kill you, Oh, I forgot all about it. I got to go back and explain to these guys. I dumped all their money on this friggin' horse. We probably ate him that afternoon. But it was fun going down there to pick them out and stuff.
Or at the very least, you had some glue you had made with it.
Yeah,
I
Joan
used,
goes.
I used to like going to the horse races just to people watch. I mean, you get some interesting folks there.
Yeah. I mean,
You ever been to Highlight?
oh yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like that too at the Highlight. Man, alive, they get into that, and you got them trying to look at all the way the different players and all, and it just
That's why I like
battle.
out here. Because out here, you go to the sports book out here. You watch. You just sit and watch, and see guys, and they're sitting there with the pen, okay, and they're writing their stuff down and look through the paper. And one guy got his phone and he's looking up stats and everything else like that. And the race goes off and the horse don't win it. Shit. And throw the tickets down. So what part of your calculation failed? Exactly what part of it was that?
Oh, man.
Is this race fixed or isn't it? Amazing.
That's some people's life, you know. That's just,
Oh, without a doubt. Yeah.
it's their entertainment.
Yeah.
More power to you.
Yeah. I mean, I'll go just, I mean,
Oh, God.
I'll go
My
to-
internet is crapping out.
yeah. What's going on, Mike?
What's going on with my internet?
I don't know. That's like the third or fourth time you did that.
Internet break time.
It did that ever since they worked on it the other night when they fixed it. It's been a pain in the butt.
Doesn't look like they fixed it.
Yeah, doing it up. Mike, what's been going on, buddy? How you been? All right, I haven't seen you.
No.
That'll kick us off, won't it?
Apparently, he's having some issues.
Yeah,
Of course,
he did. Yeah.
You could just call me Captain Obvious at the moment.
So what brought on this 24-hour there?
There it is.
Well, the other day I had requested the day off tomorrow so that I could go try to do a 24-hour. I figured it'd give me another day to kind of recuperate. And then, but then I was told that I was trying to find somebody to take my spot, my shift. And they said that initially they said, no, because, you know, I had somebody who was willing to work my shift, but he was the assistant chief, and the assistant chief makes more money than I do. And so initially they said, no, I couldn't do it. But then I was told just a little bit ago that he was going to be working the shift for me, which I had not heard. And so I called and verified that he was going to be working it. I checked with him and the other assistant chief, and they said, yeah, he's going to be working your shift for you. So I figured that's perfect opportunity to go through and try and, do my 24-hour. I've been wanting to do it anyhow. And so, my hours are, I've broken the 1,000 subscribers thing. And so I just want, but my hours are right there at about 2,000, just under.
Yeah.
Yes, we
Right now,
remember the math show.
Well, I ain't trying to do any figuring on it. I just figured a 24-hour would help as far as I'm figuring a 24-hour would help as far as.
It can't hurt.
Exactly. And so
now. Hold on, Belt Loop. Alan's saying, is anybody, he got a sous vide cooker and he's going to do a sirloin tip if anybody's got experience in using them. I don't have any, but after Belt Loop says, Tom may have some.
Got a long time cooking that with that.
Well, go ahead,
I don't even know what a sous vide cooker is.
What it is, it cooks in water. You got to vacuum seal your meat, drop it into the water, and usually cooks at like about 130, 132 degrees, and it circulates the warm water through that and slow cooks it. But the problem you got to do is if you don't have the right container for it, and if you got to do more than 24 hours, you got to make sure that the water level stays right, because once it goes below a certain one, it won't do it anymore. So that's the only problem you're going to have with that is you got to make sure it's got the right vessel to put it in, to keep the water. You got to keep the water on there. If you add more water to it, you got to make sure it's the right temperature. So you might have to take water out of it, put it into a container. It can be a pain in the butt, but if it's a small piece of meat, probably get away with maybe 7-8 hours of doing it. But we had a couple of them in the restaurant. I didn't really care for them. I actually used what they call a Alto Sham. Alto Sham is a slow cooker, but at low temperature. We would cook at 200 degrees and hold at 120. So I cooked prime rib for 7 or 8 hours in Alto Sham at 220 degrees probably, and then hold it for 8 at 120. And then when I come back into work again, open it up and cook it. Sous vide is good. It's
I know a lot of folks that do it, just do a steak and they'll reverse sear it that way.
Yeah, I mean, it makes supposed to break it down a little bit more. It's
Right.
almost what it is. It's almost like well, if I could talk lately, that'd be worth money. It's almost like a boy, I tell you, like a braise, almost like a braising situation,
Yeah.
but you're only braising it in the plastic and in the water. The water.
So
bath.
he's going 140 for 24 hours, he says.
Okay, yeah, that's good. But you got to make sure.
Yeah.
If you can find a restaurant supply, they do have the food grade containers, plastic containers with the lids on them, and you should be able to tell them you want a sous vide if they have it, and it has a little hole on the top. You just don't want the water to evaporate. That's the problem. A lot of people lose it when it evaporates.
2.5 pound piece of meat.
You should be good with that, Alan. But just make sure you overfill it with water, put the sous vide in, get the temperature up, and then go from there with it. Put it in.
But Beldo, go back to your 24 hour while you're doing it.
Well, I guess, I don't know. I guess because I can.
Well,
Yeah,
YouTube let
the
you do
reason it's
24
in.
hours?
I'm going to
Oh,
be
you were gone.
streaming.
That's right. Yeah.
I'm
He made
planning
a big
on.
announcement.
Yeah, I'm going to
He
be
broke it
live
here
streaming
first.
for 24 hours.
He broke it here first.
Yep. Well, actually, technically, I think I broke it on Dave Collier camping.
Oh.
But I'm
Well,
sorry.
good
I
thing.
didn't. Well, no, it must have been here because it had to have been here. Yep. That's the ticket. No, well, I just think, didn't explain it on there. So you get an exclusive here. I figured I've got about 1,994 hours of watch time. Every time I do one of these live streams, it seems to be, a day or two later, it jumps up my considerably. Well, so far I've just been 2 hour in it and 3 hour in it, sometimes an hour and 20. I shot one today, I think an hour and 20. And
so, Bill, let me ask you a question. Your total watch time, is that for the year?
That is for the last 365 days. Yeah,
that's what I mean. Yeah, that's what I mean. Okay. Wow.
Yeah. Now, that's
Beldo,
not.
do you have a playlist that people can watch?
Who, me?
I do. In
No,
fact,
Beldo.
I've got a master playlist that has. Well, let me take a look. Let me hang on 1 second. And I will look and see how long it is. I know I have one. Let's see. Let me look on my playlist. I've got one that is a master playlist that has 466 videos, and they are all my videos. So a person, and from what I understand, I think Devil Dog went through it and said it took him 3 days of straight running to go all the way through it.
Wow.
And
30,
I did that live yesterday. It was almost 5 hours.
Just a second. Let me answer this phone call.
I didn't really realize that it was that, and it was supposed to be a test. That's all.
Yeah, that was as bad as Devil Dog's non-live live.
Exactly.
Yeah, I got a question for Barbecue Rockstar. Who's your favorite guitarist?
Oh, I know who mine is.
I know mine too, but most people don't.
Mine's Chet Atkins.
Okay.
That's Marie.
Uh-oh, we lost Belt Loop.
Oh.
Yeah, he had, I guess.
Work called.
Yeah.
All of them. Good answer.
All of them.
In our restaurant, my brother's oldest son, my nephew, Robbie, went to a Catholic high school, St. Joe's, okay? And one of his classmates from the beginning was John Bon Jovi and Richie Sambora. So in our place, matter of fact, Marie was the waitress, and Marie said to Richie Sambora, because we gave everybody lobster bibs to put on, and she had no clue who Richie Sambora was at the time, but she was putting it on. She said, "I think I'll have to cut your hair." And he went, "No, please don't do that."
My mom was an ER nurse. Stevie Ray Vaughan came here, and he was an asthmatic, I guess, and he had an attack right after a concert. And so a few days later, I saw her. She goes, "You know this guitar player named Stevie Vaughan Ray?" Or, Stevie Ray Vaughan, yeah. She goes, "I was his nurse the other day when he had an asthma attack." And then he, passed away like 6 months later. But
Yeah, he's like my old-time favorite. He was Stevie Ray. Yeah, I mean, great guy. I mean, we had so many people back in younger day. I mean, we had so many people come through that place. Leslie West played there. Okay,
wow.
Edgar Winter. What's his name? Rick. Well, I'm getting bad with names anyway. Rick Derringer. Okay, they played there, and I mean, in fact, today I was playing along with some of their songs and stuff. But I mean, time goes on, man. That Leslie West went out hard. He had died hard. I mean, he lost his leg, diabetes real bad. Remember that boy drinking? I mean, he would drop an 8-ball into a vat of scotch.
yeah, they lived hard. The drugs were rampant.
We had Twisted Sister used to play at a place, and they started there Tuesday nights. But Dee Snider did a documentary, and he said, he says the place we used to play out in Jersey, out in the farms, we said farmland. Okay, he says the owners wouldn't let us leave, wouldn't give us our checks, our money until we drank scotch with them. Everybody drank scotch like that, but it was great times. I mean, can't do it again, that's for sure.
No.
Thank you, Uncle.
Yeah, pretty crazy.
You never did say who your favorite guitarist is, dude.
Terry Kath.
Oh, okay.
Very underrated guitar player because of the band he was with.
Who, dude?
His name was Terry Kath. He was the original guitar player for Chicago.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Was 1 through 11. He loved the wah-wah sound a lot. He loved acid rock, things like that. Him and Hendrix would play wah-wah together all the time, I guess. But he was playing around with a semi-automatic one night and was on drugs and alcohol. In my opinion, alcohol, drugs, and firearms don't mix.
No,
And,
not at all.
Took the magazine out, thought he'd cleared the round out of the chamber, put it back in, and boom.
And if you watch their like one of their first videos that they did, okay,
Chicago?
Yeah,
You're talking about that,
CTA,
Transit Authority, yeah.
And you watch that one video, and the drummer can't get going because the cymbal wasn't right, and they're trying to move around, and they're still going. They're getting ready.
Sorry about that.
No problem.
I have 466 videos in my master playlist.
Okay.
And apparently it takes about 3 days to go through them.
That's crazy.
Now, as far as my hours, my hours, if I go look at the monetization tab, thanks, sir. The monetization tab says I have, I've got 1,100. Now, I don't understand this. Something's messed up. Okay. Okay. I think I understand it now. I'm at 1,994 watched hours. Now, they don't add in like shorts that are seen from the short screen.
They don't add in shorts until you're monetized.
Right.
Well, they also don't count it towards your monetization hours unless it's accessed from some menu other than the shorts menu. They will count it if they can go to your page, see a short, and you click on it then. But if you go through and see it through the shorts menu, which that's where most shorts are viewed, then it doesn't count if they go through the shorts menu. anyhow, the bottom line is, if you look at the dashboard or the analytics says that I'm in the last 28 days, I'm over 1,000 hours. I don't know if that's accurate or not.
Wow.
Mine, I got on
Go ahead.
mine. On mine, I got. Oh, come on, it's only going back. Philip, you got a lot of noise back there.
I know people are talking in the background. I'm at the front gate. I'm sorry about that. I'll mute it.
That's right. I got just today hit 716 subscribers. Okay. I got 263 videos. Okay. And here's what I don't understand. I got 336,316 views. Okay, I got 40 this and the last 28 days. I got 4,500 views. I got 2,100 hours watch time. I don't know how that's worked out. I have no clue how they're doing it. I mean, I got
2,000.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I got that one that Egg Life one that just turned 6,400 the other day. It's about ready to go to 6,500.
I haven't even busted 1,000 yet.
So
right
I
now,
don't know how to. I don't know how to work
hours on the analytics. It shows me at 1,000.
I'll be back.
I'll be back
in a second.
In the subscribers, it lists me at 383 ahead of the 20 previous days, the 28 previous days, and right now I'm at 11,000 views for the last 28 days.
Wow.
So it's I'm still, but if you go through and look at the monetization, these are two different things. I've got the subscribers required. Obviously, I've got the two-step verification, zero community guideline strikes. The only thing I'm lacking is that the public watch hours. I got to get to the 4,000.
You need to do it 24 hours.
Well,
yeah,
I don't know.
Yeah.
I had a short go viral. It went to 168,000 videos or views, but it was all through the short system. I don't doubt you, Tom.
No, I'm just saying. I can't figure it out. I don't know what they're doing. You know what I mean?
Well, if you go on your computer and look, and you go down to on the left-hand side, there's a menu under your studio. And it has dashboard, content, playlist, analytics, comments, subtitles, copyright, monetization, customization, and audio library.
Yep.
Well, the monetization tab is where I'm at, and that's showing 1,153 subscribers. And everything's checked off except for the watch hours. And I'm down. I'm about halfway. I'm 6 hours being to, and I'm sure I've got that today because I had, let's see, but it'll take a couple of days probably for that to join in. I've got under analytics. Well, let me look at the content under the lives. The live, I had 175 views on it. And that went an hour and 20 minutes. Since it was published, it's not showing me that. It hadn't figured that yet. I had a max of peak concurrence was 29. During the day seems to be a pretty good time I always do it at night though, whenever I get off. Ain't no way I'm gonna be able to. Ain't no way I'm gonna be able to do a 24-hour thing once I get off because I've been up all day already. But anyhow, in fact, mine right before I got off, I had 27 people there right before I clocked out, or before at 1 hour and 20 minutes, I had 27 people in there. I wish I could have stayed and kept on, but I had to start getting ready for work.
Yeah.
And
how we doing here? Mike?
What's that?
How many people we got in here now?
Let's see.
Let's
We've
see. We've
got
where did
Hit
8.
Bill.
hey, Bill,
Yeah.
Where am I getting that?
where am I
reverb
getting that
from?
reverb?
I think that's from.
I think it's
Philip's
from
phone.
Philip's.
Yeah, it's coming on.
Yeah,
everybody.
it's coming on everybody.
I don't know. Apparently, you have about 9 people watching right now, according to the YouTube.
Yep, we were up to.
We were up to
probably
probably
14. I think
14.
at
I
one
think
point.
at one point.
But
You know, the longer you do it, the more you do it, the more you'll get on here, I expect.
Yeah.
yeah,
On video.
Did you move up any
Did you
any
move
way,
up any way,
dude?
dude?
Did I move
Hey,
up?
Hey,
The
Hey, Gary,
reverb.
Gary, turn your volume down.
Turn your volume down.
Now what's that?
I said,
oh, there we go.
did you move up any more? You
Yeah,
subs and stuff?
I'm at 1863 right now.
Everybody's complaining about it, and I don't know what's going on. I mean, 2 weeks ago, I went over 700, 701, back down to 667. I mean, I don't know how you lose that many people. What'd you tell me? Patrick lost 200?
Yeah, he did one day. Yeah, it's crazy.
I was at the other day. I went to sleep, and it was at 476. I wake up next morning, it's 464,
Yeah.
and I'm like, what the heck? Now I'm back up to 474. Let's see what it'll be when I get to go wake up in the morning.
That's what I was saying with everybody in here.
Some of it's
Sure.
bots. Some of it is, let's say, like I subscribe to Sheena's Ketovore Life, right? If I don't go watch one of her videos, then it'll look at me as a bot, and I won't be subscribed to her anymore. I understand it. But to get back to what Belt Loop was saying, it takes one video, guys, to put you over the top. When I had my talk show, I had Marcel from Big Little Fish in the Kitchen on, and as soon as we hit done that next day, it just took off. And that's what put me over the top. And then I hadn't done a live in forever. And then Patrick and I decided to go live just out of the blue one Friday night, which kind of started the whole Friday night thing. And the next day, I got literally on Saturday, I got 2,600 hours of views on that live the next day. So just takes one video, man.
My man Matt Troyce. Good to see you, Matt. He's got Keto World Order. He's got 2 channels, Keto World Order, where he does shorts, and then he's got his regular channel that he does Matt Troyce Keto and Wrestling, I think it is, or I may have that backwards, but he does wrestling stuff, and he does cooking videos on there and reviews. He's a good guy. I've known Matt, and I've known each other for a long time on YouTube.
See there again. Now I just got me and Misty were I was always on with her, and all of a sudden I just got one that she just subscribed to me again. So it's like 2 times, I guess, 3 times. I don't understand.
I've had it lose. I've had it happen. I've had that happen where I'll have somebody I subscribe to, and it'll go back, and it's not there, and I'm going, what the heck? And also with the notifications.
Yeah, and don't get me wrong. If somebody don't want to watch, they don't have to watch, and they don't have to subscribe. That's my point. Is, but why would somebody go through the aggravation subscribing to somebody and then taking it off? I would tell you, hey, look, you know what? I'm not too keen on your stuff, or doesn't interest me or whatever. So I'm going to unsubscribe. I'd let them know. That's what I would do. I don't know why
I've unsubscribed from one person. Yeah,
Patrick?
never intentionally. Yeah, Patrick. No,
no.
I've never intentionally unsubscribed from anybody, or given a thumbs down, except for this one person.
Yeah. And that's the other thing. I mean, I'm looking at my biggest one ever. Okay. 5 months ago, 163,207 views. Okay. 12 thumbs down. Why?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't get
cares?
that.
I'll put-
5,000.4 likes, but
Yeah.
12 give you the thumbs down. I don't know.
I just became Matt's 500th subscriber.
There you go.
Matt,
You know, I have a short that just kind of bumps along at about 10 views an hour, right? And it's on
Mhm.
track to do it right now. It's been doing this for a week. And I've had more thumbs down than on that video than any other one. Big deal. I don't
yeah,
care.
but I'm just saying, what would possess people to even put a thumbs up? Don't look at it. Just move on. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Burpee Yoga Uncle says, yeah, he's talked about losing subs on his monetization journey. He says he knows why. He says, sinister YouTube.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah. Man. that is-
YouTube's jacked.
It's I don't know. You know what? Like I said, I'm still having fun doing this. Met a lot of awesome people. Belt Lupins have the Double Dog at night. We talk, and I'm on to other people that we talk to.
Oh,
You guys-
absolutely.
I mean, and it's just great. And then you see the connection with everybody else. You know
yeah.
what I mean? Like
Yeah.
Grumpus would come on with you all the time on a
Mhm.
Friday night, okay? And then come to find out people that are with Belt Loop are good friends with Grumpus. And-
Oh yeah, yeah. We're all
and
a
it just-
community.
like the chain reaction of everybody goes around watching everything like that. I mean,
Yeah, we're all a community. If you think about it, I'm not
Yeah.
a barbecue. I'm not a smoker. I'm more of an outdoor grill person.
Yeah.
You know, you guys do keto, but and so over here, barbecue rockstar. You know, he does barbecuing.
Yes.
You know, I don't consider myself a barbecuer. I'm a griller who does a little bit of that.
yeah.
You know, but at the end of the day, we're all lumped into that food thing, and it's amazing how you just kind of go with the flow.
We learn
and
from
you
each
meet
other.
People, exactly.
This Joker just today, not to, I don't know if you can see it.
No, I
Keto
can't make it out.
cooking. Is
No, no, wrong one. Hold on.
Oh.
Why is it going there?
Burpee Yoga Uncle says, yes, YouTube doesn't want anybody to be monetized. They want to keep all that ad revenue to themselves. They change the term of use every 2 years or so. I agree with you 100% because you ought to be, if they're like your video, they put ads on. They should be paying you for that.
I agree.
That's the one I'm going to show you right now. I said before it was 6,400, and I mean this is not the time or the place to be talking about this stuff and everything.
Why
But
not?
no, but I'm just saying. Why it just didn't turn up like that? Hold on.
We're all kind of in the same boat, if you think about it. We're all small channels trying to.
Oh, yeah, 665.27.
just turned an hour ago. It was 64.98, and
Wow.
now it's out there already. That's the one I put the ad on. Okay.
Hey, Matt, you ought to watch out. Dude, he'll do some collaborations where he'll come up with some, like he did one called Slack and Cheese. I'm telling you, that was great.
Twisted Burger.
Yeah,
Twisted
Twisted
Burger.
Burger.
Oh, that was
And
awesome.
there was New Beer's Eve and New Beer's
Beer's-
Day.
And now it's Patty Joe Beer.
Yes. Those are, you ought to look at them and when he does it and participate, they're a lot of fun to do and you'll see a lot of great recipes.
It's
And
tough
it-
time to start it again.
Yeah, they're
Yeah.
telling me that there's a channel you can go to where we can both get credit for it, and which didn't make a hell of beans to me one way or the other, but that I can't remember the name of it again now. Well, this is getting pretty common now. I'm forgetting shit, but
Stuff.
Drunken Chef was telling me that.
Forgetting stuff.
Huh?
You're forgetting stuff. Keep it PG.
No, I forget shit. I know stuff. I forget shit. But where you can simultaneously join in with each other to do a live cook. You know what I'm saying? So I got to get the name of that. Chef was telling me about it. He's learning about it to do that. So we could do one where keto, non-keto. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Get different people in doing a different collab that way.
Well, you and I had talked about that, and I just haven't put it together. But I'd love to do like tacos, right? Have one person, you team up with somebody, like let's say Mike and I, the Mikes, and so I make taco and Mike makes taco, keto taco, and no challenge. It's just the two videos are kind of
Exactly.
together, and they
Yeah.
you know,
It's to see the unique recipes that people come up with. Because
yeah.
I'm telling you, I put thought into what I'm going to make on these collabs because I want it to be unique. I don't want
That's
to
the
do
whole
the
idea.
everyday run of the mill thing.
Yep.
And the good thing about that is because I mean, everybody says, "Oh, you're on that keto." Well, no, it's just a different way of eating. I mean, I don't eat
Yeah.
starch. I don't eat carbs. I don't eat sugar.
Right.
Okay, but it's not different. I mean, you don't get. Can I have a pound of that keto fish, please, and 3/4 pound of keto sausage?
Yeah.
It's not like that at all. But that's how people actually, you know. In fact, they look at you funny. They look like keto. He's on keto.
Yeah.
I had somebody actually ask me, "Where do I find the keto food in the store? I don't see anything. Where do I find it?"
ILK.
Yeah.
In the
Next to the
back
club.
room in the corner.
Yeah, next to the club soda.
Yeah. I've literally had people ask me that. And I'm like, yeah, it's okay. I got to remember to use that.
Hey, dude, I was telling. I don't know if you heard earlier. I can't find club soda out here.
Oh no!
Can't find it.
What the
3
hell?
stores don't have it.
Club soda outage, huh?
I want to know who in their
Yeah,
right
seriously.
mind is hoarding club soda. It
Yeah.
must be that toilet paper guy.
Exactly.
Alan says, "You're going to die. You're going to die," because that's what everybody tells me too. That finds out, and I say, "You're going to die." I said, "Oh, really?" I'm been into this 4 years now, and I feel great. My numbers are great. When is this going to kick in? When is going?
Yeah.
Uncle
Hey.
hit the nail on the head when it comes to monetization. I had that exact same thing happen. Once I monetized, my views went to shit for about
Why is that?
6
though? I mean,
months.
you know what? I sent Egg Life an email. I haven't heard back. Nothing.
Hit him up
Didn't
again.
even acknowledge that I sent it to him.
Hit him again. Hit him again. Hit him again.
Oh, I did.
Hit him
This is like the
again.
3rd time I did.
Hit them up on Instagram and Twitter, and if they're on, whatever, hit them up on that shit.
Send me out a free pack. That's all I want.
Yeah.
No,
I bought
I'm
some
gonna-
yesterday just to see it. I
wanna
bought
get paid.
the Italian one and shared it with my wife, and she's like, "This is damn good." I said, "Yeah, no kidding," because I made a taco out of it.
Yeah, they're a little chewy for that. They're a little limpy. You know what I mean?
I had a good time with
burrito type of thing would be better. But
it. It was perfect.
no, I got Miss Italia over here. Okay, who made her own shells. Okay, good, very good.
Yeah.
All right.
That's when you say, "What do you know about Mexican food, Marie?" So I can do that. So I can.
No, so she turns around when I made the manigot out of the Egg Life wrap. I said, well, nobody wants to hear it taste like crap. You know what I mean? So she said, she went like this. Whoa. Wait a minute. What's mean? Okay. Well, it's not mine. Well, no shit, it's not yours. Sorry. No poo-poo, it's not yours. Okay.
I'm the only one allowed to cuss here. Okay. Jeez.
So the next day she comes to me and she's got it in the plate and she's eating. She says, "Ooh, this is very good." Ah, okay. And it was the next day. It did taste a little bit better, But you get that sense that this is not macaroni. Well, it's not.
Well, have you seen the thing? And I've seen 3 or 4 of them this week alone. Shotgun shells, right? And they're just taking that thing of manicotti.
Yep.
And I was thinking of you two when I was eating this thing. I bet you could pull something off if you really tried with these Egg Life things to make something like that. I bet you could pull it off.
Yeah, we'll have to give it a shot.
You probably
That would
wouldn't
be
smoke it because it dried out. But
I think it was Cajun Arnu. I think he did a video on shotgun shells here recently, and it was
he did.
good.
Yeah.
It looked good.
Bones, yeah, he does.
Bones knocked that one out of the park.
Bones cracks me up. Well,
He does me too.
I told
I
he's
Quick
talking
question.
about
He's talking about
where the hell is that coming from? He's
I'm
talking
sorry.
Belt
about
loop unmuted. Belt loop unmuted.
I don't mean to interrupt, but I am curious. Do you think that shotgun shell would work with riced cauliflower?
Hmm.
You got to have something as a binder. You'd have to have something as a binder.
I bet you could make a binder though.
Probably
Yeah,
could.
Which they make pizza
Yeah.
Right.
pizza crust out of it.
Ah, you could do it out of the pizza crust, I bet.
But
I'm just thinking out loud. It just, it struck me. I thought about the pizza, and that's what made me wonder if that riced cauliflower would work on those shotgun shells, because, those things look good. And I was just thinking, I guess because we're on a keto thing here, I was just thinking if it would. I mean, obviously, that I would think that would be keto friendly.
oh,
It
without a
would.
doubt. Yeah. Without a doubt.
All right, I'm gonna shut up now.
You could definitely, you take that egg life and wrap it, and I'm trying to think, you could use like egg wash or something to kind of seal it. You don't have to
you don't have
bake
to
it.
seal it.
Yeah.
You could do it with as long as you set the folded side down, it will seal itself when it's cooked.
Well, what
Yeah.
you do is you wrap
Or
it,
toothpick.
cut it in
Yeah.
half, and then wrap bacon around it.
That's true.
Okay,
Yeah.
and that's what this guy did with that shotgun
Yeah.
shell. But however you could get that thing to just stay together, and then it's like Gary was saying, you could stuff that cauliflower rice inside of it,
Yep.
and that could be your internal components of the shotgun
Well,
shell.
they've did you see
Hold
my
on a
video that I put out with okay.
Mike, 1 minute. Keto World Order. I am 502. I'm number 502 on his list there.
Oh, he says, what
Oh,
are our
really?
thoughts on the low carb wraps, like 5 grams of net carbs?
I found one for $3 yesterday.
I
I picked it up. But
the street taco ones and the ones that are that I forget who it is, maybe Mission. I
Mission,
use them on occasion. There's 0 net carbs, and also I have used the Mr. Tortilla 1 net carb. Those, and I like those, but as far as the others, I'm not a fan because they just I'm gonna want 2 of them, and that just bumps up my carbs too high. So if I do them, it's gonna be 1 that I'm gonna have.
Yeah. See, getting back to that, okay, dude, I don't know if you heard earlier, but they switched out my medication. Okay.
okay.
And this morning I get up, I had nothing. I had yesterday for dinner, I had steak, a New York strip steak, and salad. I make my own homemade mayonnaise, olive oil, garlic in it, whatever. Okay. And that's all I had. At night, I had 2 pieces of romaine lettuce with some celery, a couple of olives, and that was it for the night. Get up this morning, my blood sugar was 176 because of this new medication.
Frugal Mama is in the house. How are you doing?
Wow.
How are you? Thank you for dropping in.
So now trying to turn around and figure out what high carbs, low carb, not to eat this, not to eat that. They're giving me stuff that I'm shooting me right out the window. Okay. So what Mike's saying now, what he just said about 1 to 2 carbs or 3 carbs. Okay. I'm starting to think now it's okay, because guess what? If a medication is going to blow me out of the water, then 1 or 2 carbs is not going to hurt.
Yeah, that's true.
That's true.
You know what I'm saying? So yeah, if you can get egg life wraps, it was hard for me to start with, but now I use them up mostly for macaroni and stuff like that. My go-to is the chaffle.
We didn't have the chaffle.
I
We'll
need to
make
get
the
back to
chaffle
making
regular.
those. I need to get back to making those.
Marie makes them in a different way now. She uses we use the mozzarella cheese a little bit, or shredded cheese. You can use any kind of cheese you want. 1 egg, and then she puts in the pork rinds. A little bit of pork rinds in there gives them a good taste. Now we've been putting in. I put Uncle Steve shake in a couple of them, the hot stuff. I also used Drunken Chef's salt, pepper, garlic, and the jalapeno.
That's what I'm going to do. That's one of the things
with
I'm
cut
gonna
up
do.
with cut up jalapenos and stuff like that. So I've been using that a little bit more and more. So,
Gotcha.
yeah.
Dude,
So I mean,
dude's butt went to sleep.
Exactly. A case of sleepy ass going on right now.
Oh man, but yeah, Alan, you're right. He did that taste test. Steve over at Serious Keto did it. and he tested all those, and it spiked his blood sugar bad with those
That's
the
weird.
Aldi and the carb balance and all. They did it.
And you know what, Mike? Also, I watched the other day with that town too, and he's got the same deal I had.
Yep.
I mean, you listen to both stories, and it's the same thing. And
Yep.
he started eating the keto bread from Aldi's. I don't get it. I just don't understand it. I mean, if
Well,
Keto
my
bread
wife-
tastes like cardboard.
My wife has a constant glucose monitor.
yeah,
It does not affect her blood sugar at all. Any of the keto breads that Aldi has, none of them, not a single one has done it.
yeah, but then it just disrupts her gut at any
Yeah.
point that see, that's the other problem, man. And that's what I'm worried about right now with this medication I'm on, because I'm the one saying, I got off this medication, get off that medication.
And
They've
Tina talks
switched
about
that
making
one.
her own egg life wraps, her own wraps. I just got everything I need now to do them, and I'm going to do them. I'm going to do them myself.
No nut flour. That's the other thing that Dr. Eric Westman said. No
Yeah.
nut flour. Stop and think about it. They tell you 22, a handful of almonds is very healthy for you.
Yep.
23 is toxic
Mhm.
to your system. Okay. So you measure it out, measure out a half a cup of almond flour, almost 92 almonds to
Dang.
make it. Okay. So you
Half a cup.
people are putting that in. Look it up. Yeah, people are putting that in to make bread or stuff like that. Then
Man.
with the almond flour, so right off the bat, it's way over. So what does it do? It's fattening. That's number one. Okay, and some of it can be toxic. If you eat a lot of almonds, you get sick to your stomach. You know, oh, must have been something I ate. Yeah, you ate a friggin' almond tree. You know, so yeah, and
Yeah.
that's
Matt's talking about how the natural flavors give him stomach issues. I know they also the sweeteners, the alcohol sugars, they give him. You've talked about that before too, Matt, about how they give you stomach issues too. And there's a lot of people that have that.
allulose.
Hey guys, I'm gonna cut in real quick. I got to bail. So
Yeah. No
Oh,
problem.
okay.
thank you everybody for subbing who did, and nice meeting a lot of these folks here.
You coming on Friday night?
I am. Yep.
I'll be there.
Right on. Look forward to it, gentlemen.
I'll be
All right,
there.
guys. Thanks for having me on. I appreciate it. Sorry to cut in.
Thanks,
it was a
dude. No
blast.
problem.
Take care, dude.
No problem. So we're getting back to with allulose. Okay, it's made from beet sugar.
Beet sugar.
Really? I
Okay,
didn't
so
know
now
that.
that we got rid of him, no, I'm just joking, just playing. I'm just kidding. I'm just having a little fun. I thought it
that
was
was
funny.
funny. That was so funny.
All right, I'll shut up now.
Okay. Yeah, I mean,
Oh,
so
man.
that's made from beet sugar, and when I was juicing, okay, that's what killed me with my blood sugar. Now there again,
Oh, wow.
too many beets. You eat too many beets, okay, what happens? Stomach ache. So I don't know.
Probably
I
a
mean,
good thing I don't like beets. That's probably a good.
yeah.
Jonesy.
Good morning or afternoon or wherever you are in this beautiful wide world.
It's,
on the wide
it's
world.
nighttime here. It's nighttime. It's
Jones, you look
nighttime
cold.
here.
Oh, it's
Yeah, you
freezing.
look cold, man. Turn the heat up.
Turn the heat up.
What's up, Jonesy?
There's no heat in this studio, unfortunately. So I got to
Oh,
fix
man.
that remedy. Yeah.
So it's always
hey,
a
Jones,
sunny day.
Don't
Always
start a
there.
fire or anything. There's carbon monoxide in fire.
I want to keep the studio. Won't be lighting a fire.
Wonder why they
But
did
yeah,
that.
no, it's lovely to hear all the cooking tips and information. You don't realize what you're actually ingesting when half the foods that you eat. It's good to get a bit of information.
And you know what the sad part about it is, I didn't know either. I mean, I cooked most of my life and stuff like that, so we would load up, different carbs and stuff like that. We didn't call it carbs back then. We called it a starch. You need a starch on a
Yep.
plate.
Yep.
Put a starch on a plate. Put starch on a plate, and it was good. Corn,
Oh, yeah.
all the good stuff, and serve it. Give them corn on the cob, little red Irish potatoes, okay, and then
Oh, my
cornbread
goodness.
on the side. Why not? Let's get cornbread there.
Yeah, that's I don't know,
Well,
but I'm
you know,
finding out a wealth of information in this little
Belt,
network.
Beltloop knows what this is like. I live in the southeastern United States. Macaroni and cheese and mashed potatoes are a vegetable. They are. You order a vegetable plate and you can get it.
Yes, they are.
Yeah, deep fried South, they call it, don't they?
You got it. We'll fry anything.
That's it. Oh man, I love it down. I love. We went into a bar in Memphis, and the lovely little girl said at the bar said, "What would you like for dinner?" You know, I said, "Well, what's your specialty?" You know, like what? We'll give you some, catfish and fries. And my other mate who was with me said, "No, I'm just going to go with the gumbo. It's more healthy, you know." And he went gumbo. I went catfish and fries, and I couldn't eat what they served up. And I'm a
Really?
big boy. Oh yeah, it was.
It was huge. I'm sure. Yeah. Oh yeah.
That's the other problem in this country, and I'm sure way too much food. Way too. I was telling Marie the other night. I said, the amount of food we used to go through to eat. You know what I mean? Sit down, rack of ribs. We would go out to dinner. We get an appetizer. Soup.
I'm a growing boy.
Yeah, I was grown. Yeah, I was grown. 2 pounds away from 300.
It's funny hearing yourself twice with
Yeah, I used to get the bad backlash. Hello?
Yeah. Check
Well,
one. check two.
hello, mate. Let's throw a shrimp on the bobby.
Oh yes, that's terrible.
Well, I figured it was.
That's not a knife.
The half Australian in me is saying, "Please stop."
Well, it's a combination of redneck and Australian. So
yeah, I hear you. But
all right, I'm gonna shut up now.
You'll have catfish restaurants, and like Friday night, they'll have all you can eat catfish. And I'm talking, when I say all you can eat, it's eat till you weep. I mean, pitch till you win, because they'll keep bringing it out.
Hello, Nets. How you doing?
Oh, hey, Miss
Nets. What's up, Nets?
The other mic that you had on is just left. He was an interesting character.
Oh, the dude, he's great.
Dude, you got to check him out. Yeah, he's got a good channel. He's really good for. That's the guy who is. They found out that they're cousins from Patty Joe from Australia.
Yeah.
Patrick.
Patty Joe. Yeah.
Patrick.
Are you saying he married his cousin?
Yep, and they live in Mississippi. Honeymoon in Mississippi.
Makes sense.
Well, I got a question for you, Beltloop. Man and a woman get married in Mississippi. They moved to Alabama, and they get divorced. Are they still cousins?
They still consider brother and sister.
Okay. Okay.
That's what I like about Beltloop. Beltloop can take it. He can give it, but he also can take it.
Yep.
Yeah, you gotta love it.
Yeah, hey.
So how's your day going today? Yep.
I didn't realize yesterday. I was almost 5 hours yesterday on live for a test. Holy crap! I said, Jonesy, come on, and I had to get off.
I meant to tell you, Tom. Paige and I watched the video with Marie cooking the chicken today.
Yeah,
that was a great video. I loved it.
Yeah.
I watched that as well.
It came. I mean, Marie, let me tell you something. If I need to get something, Marie knows where it's at. Okay, and it's almost like we've been together so long. It's almost like if I'm looking. Here it is. Oh. So I was involved.
Sorry, man.
Editing. I was editing, and she came in and said to me, "What do you want to eat?" I said, "I don't know. Make something." She did. We got bedwood from back. Built Luke there with there.
Paige, I told her, I said, I want you to do a cook. And she said, well, We'll see. She said, "Well, you can film it, and if it turns out okay, I'll give you permission to post it." She cooks salmon scrambled eggs, that smoked salmon scrambled eggs. That is outstanding.
And Marie can cook. Marie
Paige
knows her
can
way
cook.
around the kitchen.
She doesn't do it often, but she can cook.
Yeah.
So that shiny thing in the sky, everyone runs outside now and go, "Whoa, the sun's out."
The sun-
What time is it there?
It's before lunch. 22 past 11.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's been cold. We're going to get about 11 days of rain, so it's sort of swirling up from the South Pole up. Yeah, it's but anyway.
Well, I mean, it'll be cold rain too.
Yeah, surprisingly, when the cloud's in the sky, when we get a high pressure system and there's no cloud, boy, it gets icy and cold. When the rain's in, it's like a blanket, I suppose. It just holds in the little bit of humidity that you get or whatever it is. But no, I don't mind it when it rains down here. I'm going to throw some more seed out and get some grass growing, hopefully on another section of the yard. So yeah, looking forward to getting that sorted out the Savo. So yeah. But, I was going to say, Tom, the it looked, the pork rind. Did you say pork rinds on that chicken? Is that
Yep.
what it was?
Mhm.
Yep.
Oh,
Yeah.
what is pork? What's the pork rind? It looked like breadcrumbs to me.
Yeah, what it is, it's a they take the fat, the pork fat that comes like from like the pork belly, and what they do is they slice it out and then they boil it.
Mhm.
Okay, and then they cut it up into these little flats. Then they put it into a deep fryer and fry them up. So it's actually fried fat. But what I do is
Oh no!
Uh-oh.
Oh no!
But
Just was
but
about to tell us.
if you take
Secret.
if you take the pork rind and you put it into a grinder, into like a food processor or a blender, it'll
Yeah,
grind
yeah.
it up into a panko type thing where you can use it as a breadcrumb or
Yeah,
any number of things. And you can pound it out with a mallet if you are so inclined to. But that you got to make sure you get everything pulverized, because if you don't, there's some pieces of it that'll just, if they're too big and you try to cook them and all, you'll end up with it being gummy, and it's not any good then.
right.
so what you do is anything that I use it with, being that it's already cooked, breadcrumbs are just dried out. Okay,
Mhm.
Yep.
carbs in them. There's no carbohydrates in it. And what I'll do is I'll put it on chicken, but I cut the chicken very thin. People make the mistake of putting it on a regular full-breasted chicken and have to cook it a long time and it burns. So any kind of coating that you use on just a little bit on it, fry it up for a little bit so the meat cooks and it comes out crunchier and has a better taste than the bread.
This man
know-
can slice chicken thinner than anybody you ever saw in your life. You could read a newspaper through this chicken.
Wow. I'm going to try that and surprise the missus this week. I don't even know what day it is.
Now,
I'm losing track.
pork rinds, they're also called chicharrones.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've heard of that, but it's which is that's the Spanish name for them. And
Right.
there's a
I'll do
difference
some
though between
pumpkin.
pork rinds and cracklings.
Yep,
So if
yep.
you see in the store pork cracklings,
I've
they
eaten
ain't the
them
same
before.
thing. They ain't
Yeah,
the same.
I know. All right.
They're
Well,
hard.
I'm gonna surprise the wife this weekend and try that out, Tom. I'll tell you how I go.
Yeah.
There you go. I look forward to hearing about it.
Film it.
Film it. Yeah. Film
You
it.
think so?
Absolutely.
You know what? Everybody's afraid to cook. Put the camera on and just do what you got to do. Somebody was telling me. Somebody sent me a message about. I don't know how you do this. The camera kept dropping this and that. Oh, I did the same thing. I dropped my camera right into a pot of soup. I had it all. I thought I had it all set up right on it. Boom! Right in the soup it went. I had to go buy another camera. I mean, stupid rookie mistake.
I got mine off balance one time and it fell over. The tripod did. It fell right over.
I bought a lapel mic, okay, with a 20-foot wire on it.
Yeah.
Okay. tripped over it. The lapel mic slipped out, boom, right in the frying pan. Okay, $36 down the tubes. I mean, so yeah, I mean, it's easy. People like that. I like to see people. You know, that's why we watch sports. You see somebody going for a world record. Nobody's done it before, so that's why we watch it. You know what I mean? So,
Yep.
Yeah. You know, when you said before about the pacing and the harness racing, I had this one trusty horse that kept me in the game for a long time. I started him 118 starts, and he had 80 odd placings and 4 wins, and that just kept the money coming in. But
Oh wow.
yeah, had a lot. Yeah, had a lot of other horses that come and went. You got to make the decision. If you get one that is young and you get a couple of wins, and then someone says, "I'll buy it off you for X amount," and you've already only paid a third of that price for the horse, is it worth your while to try to get more wins? Because then after the 2 wins, he's gone up in grades, so he's going to be racing against harder horses. So you go, "Oh no, I'll sell him." You know, that's how I stayed in the game for a long time. But a lot of fun.
Is it big in Australia?
Yeah, massive. Yeah, it's every state's got them. Yeah.
We had like I said, I had a good friend of mine. In fact, I went partners on a horse. I went
Bad
partners
move.
on a horse. That's like me, you know, I don't know, going scuba diving. I have no business nowhere near it. But I kept feeding this thing. I said, Jesus, I mean, some bitch eats like, you know, every guy's coming to me every week for money. What the hell? Race them. Let them win, get some money.
That's
But
it.
we had the one horse that he told me, he says, his name is Oil Slick. Take Oil Slick out. And he hooked them all up. I get on the back of this thing. And I tell you what, that ain't for sissies, that's for sure.
No, mate. When you're like a foot off the ground, sitting behind a big, you think it's big, but it's only a standard bred. Yeah,
The legs are right there.
You watch out when that tail gets raised, mate. Did you ever notice that?
Yeah. I noticed it.
Tail comes up, and you go, "Oh, look out!"
Here it comes. And the funny part about it was they were breaking my chops because the first time around he was just going at a little pace like this, okay, and you feel the sulky going like back and forth, and all of a sudden after the second time around he starts picking up the pace.
Yeah.
By the third time, this baby was in full, you know, not gallop, but he was at full trot, man. He was getting it, and it's going pretty quick, you know. Probably like what 30 miles an hour, maybe.
Wow.
Yeah, for sure. It's we had a small
I use my
track.
phone too, Matt.
We had a small track. Sorry to go off track here, but we had a small track that we practice on, and it was a real tight track. So it was mainly because of standardbreds, you really got to work them every day. They're like a thoroughbred. You can you build them up, you race them, and then you let them go, and then because they can't be up all that time. But a standardbred is like an athlete, football player. You have to be fit all the time, and you keep them going. Whereas the thoroughbreds, you can't, because they'll just break down. But we had this little tight track, so round and round and round in circles we'd go, probably 50 times. You know, you'd be doing it in the afternoon after you'd go just before you feed them up. And one day a guy on a trail bike come by in the block of land, and he's come past us, and the horse spooked and started galloping, and I couldn't hold it, and he was going around. I got up on one wheel, and all I can remember seeing is the fence post going chung 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 chung, and I'm thinking, if I go over, I'm going to hit, you know. And like an idiot, I didn't have a helmet on. I just doing my thing with me baseball caps I used to wear, and luckily he eventually slowed down enough. I had enough sort of body mass to try to fight it, to stop it going over. So I'm trying to lean the other way, and the gravity's trying to push me this way. And
wow.
Yeah, eventually he
gravity's a pain.
Hey, I like the way he put that though. Enough body mass. That's what I got. Enough body mass. I ain't fat.
Here you go.
I have a flat stomach. It's just that the L is silent.
This guy with the horse, he was with him since he was a kid. You know what I mean? And I tell you what, he was he was champ a couple years in a row in like Freehold Raceway, and then they built the Meadowlands and racing there, and they would go to Pennsylvania, New York, all over in Florida. They go down to Pompano in Florida and race and stuff. But he always told me, he said on the warm up laps they would take the horse out in between races and they would run the track. Okay.
Mhm.
And he said, if you see my horse that's coming up with like maybe 2 or 3 races later, and we're warming up, he said, if you see the tail out like you were talking about before, then go bet on him because he's going to be free running. He's going to be, all his ailments will be gone, he said. And go bet on him. So I said, here I am. I said, here I am watching horses going to see if they fart before I go bet on them. I mean, come on.
Yeah. Hey, we juiced a horse only once. I did it once. Like out here, you can, obviously, if you run a place, first, second, third, or fourth, everyone gets tested, to make sure they're not, haven't got anything in their systems to make them run faster. So you're really dicing with that if you're going to do something wrong to your horse to make it go faster. So we went to this country circuit, which we wanted to make some quick cash, is what this. And I'll tell you what, out here it's rife. But we went to this track, and the guy goes, I'm gonna put some bicarbs in, and we're gonna juice him up and make sure he wins, and just to get some cash. So we've done all the things correctly to do it. So and this was a country track where we knew there was no testing getting done. So that's why we went to this particular track. But you never know. And we had a nice horse that we sort of ran slow for a while. Then we decided this is the day we're going to get some money. And we took him all the way down like it was like a 3-hour trip to get him there in the float. And we got him there. We did everything we needed to do, and we got him got him hyped up as hypey as he ever going to be. And the price was we got 16 to 1. And we've all 4 of us have all gone to different bookies at the same time and went, 500, 200, like as much as that take. And we've all hit at the same time. So the price has gone, they knew something was happening. The prices all come down on the bookies boards. And he gets out there and we're all happy. We got these big tickets, and he's doing laps before the start, and the rider's holding it because we're paying this guy, and he's holding. He's going, man, he wants to run. He wants to run. We're going, yeah, we know. And then when they line up, when they line up against the barrier, against the car, and the pacing car's going off, and everyone's in a straight line across the track. Well, my stupid horse was that hardly wanted to run. He ran headfirst into the car, and then just up he went. And then they let you, because he disrupted another horse. There was a false start. They give you a second chance. He done exactly the same thing, and we got scratched. And then we packed him up. It's karma. I'll tell you, it's karma. We took him back to the stables. We cleaned him down, put him in the back of the float, drove him 3 hours all the way home. It was just one big wasted time. And I'll tell you what, karma said you should not be doing that, and we didn't do that ever again.
Exactly. I'm at the track one day. I'm leaning up against the rail. I placed everybody's bets, for all 9 races. I'm leaning against the fence, and I'm looking at this one horse, and it just looked great to me. I don't know why. I mean, like I get a better chance picking my nose than picking a horse. So I said, boy, I like that. But as a matter of fact, it was a number 4 horse. Okay. And I get the program and I look at the program for the race. I'm looking through each, because you don't know what race they're going to be in. You just see it, 4 horse running. There could be 3 or 4 horses out there running for each race. So, because they're in warm-up mode, but this one in particular. So I asked this guy, I said, do you know that horse? He said, oh yeah. He says hot and cold. I says, what's his name? And he said, Irishman's Pick. I did it for me. I'm an Irishman. Okay. So I went and I put $50 to win. I'm sorry. I put $50 right across the board. Win, play, show. I waited for the race. Race come up. naturally, it was the last race. And bingo, this guy went right around, all the way around. Boom, and he won. That was the biggest payday I ever had at the track, like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Matt
I
said,
made,
Matt said the last time he went to Fort Lauderdale, he won 4 trifecta and a trifecta. Paid for most of his vacation.
Yeah, there you go.
Man,
Yeah.
man. Is that the one where you went, where Poppy and Lady Elaine went with you? That's his mama and daddy.
yeah. Here's another story for you in the racing game. How there's professional punters. They go to the track. They know, they do their homework, and they know everyone that's, and they put their multiples on. They put their full-time pro gamblers. This one guy who we knew was a big-time gambler come up to us at a big track, and he just come up to me and said, "Will your horse win today?" That's all he said. And I said, "No." And he said, "Will he go close?" And I said, "He always goes close. That's that horse that ran 83 placings." He said, "So he won't win today?" And I said, "No, he can't win from the barrier we got." And he goes, "Okay, that's all I need to know." And then he just walked away. And at the end of the day, our horse raced and we come third. And he was in we were trying to win. Like, don't get me wrong. We were out there trying to win. And he come third, and then at the end of the day, we're packing everything up and we're getting the horse tidied and washed. And he come up to me, shook my hand, and left some money in my hand, and there was like $1,000 in my hand because the horse didn't win. And I looked at this other guy and said, "What's going on here?" And he said, "Well, you told him you weren't going to win." I said, "I was trying to win." He said, "Lucky you didn't win." And wow, geez, this game's crazy.
The racing game reminds me a lot of YouTube family, because if you know a lot of people, if you go to track a lot, people get to know you. Hey, how you doing? What do you like? This and that. And they'll take care of you. They'll send you a few bucks here and there. That's like the one guy had a horse, okay, and just on a losing streak, and he just can't win, and just constantly going on and on and on, losing. The guy's the owner getting very frustrated with this horse. So he grabs the horse and he pulls the horse's head down. He grabs him by the ear and he whispers something in his ear. Okay, and the horse comes up and the horse eyes get real big. Jockey gets on the horse, off they go, right? Into the gate opens, bang, off they go, and they start running. Jockey's hitting him on the ear, bang, come on. All of a sudden, the horse stops, okay? And the horse turns around and looks at the jockey and says, "Hey, the owner said if I don't win this race, I got to get up 5 o'clock tomorrow morning and deliver milk. That's what I'm doing tomorrow. Stop beating me."
I knew that was coming.
Yeah.
That was funny.
Belboo, he sounds off.
Yeah. It's,
man,
that was an interesting game. I'm to be honest with you, I'm glad I'm out.
The only other, like I said, it's a lot of money involved in it, and then also if you're on the circuit, right? Running around with different places. Yeah. These guys go down to Florida and stuff, but half the time they spent the money, whatever they made, and this and that. Unless you get in with a tight group that's you get your check on Friday and the whole bit. Most of these guys were just fly by nighters and won a couple races and bought a horse.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was like anything in life I do. I'm hanging out with some guys, and we said, "Come to the races." I go, "Geez, I don't know if that's me." Oh, hang on. Anyway, these guys said, "Come over to our place and hang out, and you can help us speed up and do that sort of stuff." And as we do, and I thought, geez, I could take a shine to this. And next week, he said, "Try to get your license." And off I went and got my license. And like 11 years later, I'm still doing it and having a great time. The kids loved it. Like the kids love the access to horses. Yeah. And
it's a different world. I mean, yeah,
3 daughters. They were, "Oh, Dad, let's go see let's go feed up and let's go play with the horse." And yeah, I never let any horse.
I'm gonna drop from the panel. phone's acting up, obviously, but I'll be, I'll have the y'all's live on. Here.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Appreciate it,
All
Bill
right,
Luke.
what's
Thanks
up,
for
ladies?
coming on.
Oh, my
See you tonight,
pleasure.
Bill.
Y'all
See
you
have a
tonight,
great
Bill.
day. I'll see you then.
Okay.
Yeah, see, Gary. Yeah, and he threw me. What was I was going to say? Oh yeah, with all the horses too. I've always, when a horse retired, I always gave him to horses riding for the disabled, and they would take him. God, is that me?
I don't know.
Shouldn't be. Shouldn't be.
Somebody's
Ain't
getting a
me.
message.
Yeah, I'll turn my Bluetooth off the desk. And if that's coming through my phone, yeah, now it's off the desk. Yeah. Yeah, the Riding for Disabled, great business, like charity out here, where they take old racehorses and paces, and they get the calm ones, and they yeah, like they put a cart behind them, and they put the disabled kids inside, and they can.
Oh, that's
The
cool.
horse sort of goes on a trail, and they got these big like wagon brakes, and they can just pull it if the horse is going and it can't go any harder, it can't pull that cart along. So great organisation. So I donated all the horses that weren't going to race anymore to that organisation. Yeah,
Most
Well, I know there's a lot of people here that therapists that it's become a thing to do where they use horses in part of the therapy, and they say it has amazing results.
most of them sold them back east. Would sell them to the Amish. Amish would buy them and use them for their getting around town and stuff like that. So
Yep.
they put different shoes on them and stuff like that, and that's where they live out their life with the Amish.
We
Yeah, they look so
we don't have Amish here in Georgia. We have Mennonites, and there's a big enclave of them down in middle Georgia, and they have a bakery and a restaurant down there. Oh Lord, that is so good. The food they've got, it is excellent. It's all fresh food that they serve. They don't open a can of nothing. They can't, not one single can. And every one of them down there, every store you see, everything in that little area there, that little enclave they've got, it's all Yoder. Yoda this, Yoda that, and I'm like, man. But I'm telling you, they can make some. Them folks can do some cooking like you ain't never seen.
I'd
It's all
imagine
home cooked
so.
food. That's what it is. It's
That's
home
it.
cooked food. That's basically
That's
what it is. So I mean, you can't go wrong with it. That's for sure. I'm sorry, Jonesy.
All I'm going to say, I just loved as an Australian getting on the freeway and you're driving along and someone says slow down, and you look and there's the horse and cart going like you're doing 110 or whatever, and there's a guy on the side there doing 20, and you go wow, and he's in his black and white clothes and his hat and his beard, and you just look at that and go, man, you only see that on the TV. You don't.
Yeah. I mean, they did here in the U.S. They did have a I don't know if it was on A&E or whatever. They try to come up with something with it was the Amish Mafia.
Yeah.
Come on,
Yeah.
don't do that to the people. I mean, it's bad enough with what's on TV now, but even with cooking channels, okay, it's so much bull crap with it. It's not that way at all, So, but
yeah,
I don't know.
Every time we seen a stall at the side of the road, the lady who was part of the crew on the trip, she said, "We got to stop, and you go, oh, and then you're walking back the road, and she was buying shawls and blankets and throw over rugs and all sorts of stuff from them. She was.
I think I haven't done it in a while, but I think I got to ring the bell.
Here comes the bell.
It's not Avon, that's for sure.
And you're gonna get hit in the head.
Yes, I don't know how you do it, mate. I don't know.
We've been together so long.
Yeah,
I'm liable to
hearing
get the
you.
drink, but I'll be wearing it.
Well, like I said the other night, she's the one that brought it in because she said, I can't hear you. Obviously, she still can't hear me.
Oh no, she heard you. Look.
That's the wonderful. It's Marie,
Double
isn't
barrel.
it?
Yes,
Yeah.
that's Marie.
That's
The
her.
wonderful Marie.
I don't know if she was on her computer or not. It's almost like the point now, Mike. You might notice that we answer each other's questions, you know, and like I said, when I'm cooking, she knows what I'm going to be doing and has everything out there, you know.
Yep.
I
So,
tell you what, she's probably glad you've taken up this little hobby of YouTube because you're out of her hair for many hours of the day.
yeah, because you know what, I think I'm compulsive with stuff. Okay, so either full bore with it. Now today I played. Jonesy, I'm trying to. Maybe you can help me. I don't know. When I record, it records in mono. It's supposed to play back in stereo,
Yeah.
but it doesn't.
What are you recording on?
I got
Or
a
what with?
through my computer, but I have a Personas audio box, 96 interface going into it, and I go through my tablet, okay,
Yeah.
that goes into my modular in my drum, and then from the modular to my interface. Thanks, babe. And I have even my mic right now, but my mic is sounding like it's stereo.
It does. Sounds lovely.
I got that fixed. I got that one fixed, but when I play,
Sorry.
it only comes on one side. I guess what I'm going to do is I'm going to have to reset my my USB because it's not a regular plug-in. I can't move it to show you because everything will shut off on me. But
Alan says the bell would go missing if it was in his house. Yeah, it'd go missing in my house too, and I know where it'd be. And a doctor would have to get it.
Alan, you almost lost your phone the other day. I'm trying to read back here. If you, I want to get Alan up on here one day. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do too.
Maybe what we'll do a three-way. We'll close it. We'll do a three-way keto talk, and then we'll open it up.
I like it.
And we'll do it that way. But yeah, I mean, I tried to switch it around a little bit. Try to get I had the microphone backwards.
Have you ever used Audacity?
Yeah, that's what I got.
That's right. You using Audacity, and you're not getting stereo through that.
So I think what happened was that when I put it up, I don't think I set the program up right.
Oh, sorry.
With it.
Yeah, I got some stupid. I done something for somebody last night on my computer, and all I'm getting now are little pop-ups. So it's really.
Alan's wanting to know if we're doing it tomorrow, but I don't know about tomorrow. We usually do it once a week, unless like the other day was it yesterday that you had to pop up with Devil Dog just to try and get that lasted like 4 hours or whatever.
trying to get on StreamYard, Alan. I don't know if you know it or not. If you don't make anybody a moderator, okay, you don't have to, because you can turn around and through StreamYard and Nightbots, you can put up where people you put in. Mine would be Keto T, and you type in Keto T, and it would put your channel up on it. But it started working a little bit yesterday, and then it stopped again. But I'm going to work on it. But that's what you must have called Devil Dog today, because I was on the phone with him and he was wanting to know to straighten it out. But
I'll tell you what, I got a phone call. I got a phone call from Devil Dog today.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he said, "Good afternoon, Jonesy," and I said, "It's 5:10 a.m. and I'm still in bed. Welcome to my world," I said, because I get Americans drinking all the time. Yeah. My wife said, "Who was that?" And I said, just another American."
Bloody Yanks.
Somebody from up yonder. He's down yonder. We're up yonder.
Yeah.
Alan, we got on. If you go to Nightbot, okay. Some people are a little leery of it, but it actually helps you when you're on StreamYard, because it gives you a little protection against anybody coming in with porno and stuff like that. It's supposed to anyway. But you can put in a command word, and you tell people to put in there, like you would put in, you would type in keto on mine, Keto T, and Alan's Awesome Keto World will come up. Your site would come up. Your YouTube site would come up on there. And it's supposed
So
to help
do
out.
you have to be streaming at the time for it to work, or can you do it without?
No,
can
you
do
got
it-
actually got to put it on. Once I put it on, that would be 5 minutes for it to get set up and it'll work. But what
Okay.
happened? It was mine stopped. So I don't know. It could have been with something else.
But
Here
is it?
comes a
Can you
lovely
do it?
Marie.
Can I like it? Like when we get off here, if I go to Nightbot, can I set it up and then come in here and stream and it would work, or do I?
Yeah,
have to
that's
be-
what that's why we did the test for 4.5
Okay.
hours.
Okay, so but you
Yes,
were
yeah, it's
streaming
on
when
the-
you were
it's on
trying to
the-
set it up, right?
On the
Yeah,
Rumba.
we set it up, but then Marie just
Oh,
got
brilliant.
Oh, excellent, excellent. That's
Hang
a
on.
wonderful thing.
There you go, Marie. Round of
That's great.
applause.
yeah, she worked hard at that. I felt for a while that I was feeling bad for her because she was putting all that work into it, and she only had 16
Am I
subs.
on what channel is that?
Meg's Mysteries.
Yeah,
Well, I haven't done that
she
one
writes
yet.
short stories and
Short.
and they're really good.
She writes short stories about killing her husband. I mean, no, about ghosting.
You know,
Yeah.
my wife watches these shows on television that shows like serial killers, how they killed 5 husbands and something like that, and
That's how.
it's all about cooking and putting this little bit of this in their dish and a little bit of that in their dish, and I'm going, do I got to get a taste tester before
Yeah. Well,
before I
that
have
was what
anything?
my whole deal was with her cooking today on the video
Yep.
today was I got to check everything she puts out.
It's funny how people gravitate to certain TV
And it was
genres.
funny when she said, "God, here, use some of the sauce," and you're like, "Why are you pushing the sauce?"
Yeah.
I mean, we have fun
all-
together. I mean, as far as trying to integrate what I'm doing, I tell you what, not for nothing, but this gets very aggravating sometimes for me because I like to get it done right. I was telling Mike the other day I made a hollandaise sauce. Okay, a couple yolks in there with the butter. In the restaurant, I used to make gallons of it. Okay, and we on our steaks that's what we served. We served the hollandaise on it or made a béarnaise. Béarnaise, you add other spices to it, tarragon and some other stuff, and you could put some hot pepper in it also. But doing the editing, a couple times I misspoke, and what I mean by misspoke, I almost said PSMF. You know what I mean, Mike? Son of a, and trying to cut that all out. So from doing a 40-minute stint on making this hollandaise sauce, it went like 3 minutes or less. So people didn't. I mean, as far as if I watch it, I say this guy's full of shit. That's not how you make it. You know what I mean? So I had to cut so much out of it. So that's how frustrating it can be. And I get to be a little bit of a perfectionist. But my wife, calm down. She'll tell me, calm down, step away. It'll be okay. And this and that. And do the same thing now once she's learning how to edit her video. It's not really a video because she puts pictures up. She gets pictures in some videos that we put together. That's more frustrating than editing my cooking.
Try doing a music video for bands and trying to
yeah.
sync up lyrics when they don't even sing the right lyric. And they forget their own lyric when you're filming them, and you go, you're not. They say, no, you've got it synced wrong. I said, what did you sing? And then they tell you and say, well, that's not your lyrics of your own song. And they go, oh yeah, gee, sorry about that.
Yeah. So she finally hit 50, and I just hope it sticks in it. She works hard at it, really does. So she says to me yesterday, she says,
I'll have to check it out.
I don't feel right. It's Marie Garvey, Meg's Mysteries. You put that up on there and it comes in. But she says, I didn't feel like I didn't do nothing in the house. My house, Queen Elizabeth would love to stay here. That's how clean she's got it with the, and sometimes it gets overboard with, trying to keep everything straight. It's just the two of us and we're old. Leave it alone. Don't worry about it. No. Alan says he's going to try to join next week.
That would be great, Alan. Probably Wednesday. Tom will be unless we figure out how to do both of us doing it at the same time. It'll be Tom hosting next week.
And what we'll do is We'll tell you what time and what day, Alan. I know you work, so it might be something different. I don't know, maybe on a weekend or something, or later on in the
Yeah.
evening for him to get home. 3 o'clock would
Right.
be too. Well, when he gets
Yeah, it'd
home,
be too
he can
early.
join in.
Yeah.
Well, what I'll do is I'll have if you don't show up, I'll have a guy out front of his house with a picket sign. Show up, show up. But I think it
You
would
don't
be
have
a
to worry
great,
about him getting heat stroke because the weather's good where he lives.
yeah. I think it would be a great collab because it's like
really would.
three different
Yeah.
perspectives on it and on how other people do things. Because when you watch a video, I watch your video, Mike, and I'm saying, yeah, you know what, I would do it that way or try it that way. I have a question. Maybe we should do it that way. Watch mine, okay? What the hell's he doing? You know, and well, can you eat that, this and that? And then you watch Alan's making the bread and stuff, or what what he's cooking and stuff. Everybody has a different take on it. I think it would
Right.
work out right.
Now, what I want to know is where did you get those tongs you use? Those little them long, thin tongs. Where did you find them?
I got them on Amazon.
All right, I'm gonna see if I can find some because I like
Yeah.
them.
I got them
There's
because
some
if you
stuff like
use,
the chicken you did that Marie did
Mhm.
with the big tongs with the ends on them like that, it'd be hard to pick those up.
well, you couldn't see them.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So it's the little ones are thin. They're not little. They're long but thin. That's a great one. And I said I got to find out where you got those.
I was going to
Right.
fib to you. I was going to tell him I was at the proctologist's office and I got them.
Well, I was wondering if you got them in like a medical supply place or something because they're like
No, no.
like doctors things.
Yeah, they're food grade. It's just for all with the video and stuff, and then learning different visual stuff and everything like that.
Yeah. Man, it's a constant learning thing for me. I got a heck of a learning curve.
I got to calm my vocabulary down because I have a lot of bloopers that I had to get rid of.
You got to make a bloopers tape, mate.
Absolutely.
Oh, that'd be X-rated. It would be X-rated.
Oh, never mind.
I would offend the hell out of everybody.
Yeah, but just have it going. But the real offensive words, you just put in the beep, beep.
That's all it would be. It would sound like an ambulance coming. Boop, boop, boop.
You talking about Marie knows where everything is and she finds it for you in our house because Paige will put something up and it's like, well, okay, let's play the game of where did Paige put this?
All right, Alan, no problem. Yeah, I mean, the best thing is that especially when we worked in a restaurant together. Okay, Marie is a cleaning fanatic. She loves just to clean. Well, I'll do this, I'll do that. So at the end of the night, what we would do is we made everybody help clean. Okay, especially in the kitchen. A lot of restaurants, the servers would take your tips, give the busboy whatever, lie to them, probably give them 5% or whatever they made, give them, and out the gate they would go. Marie at one night made $500 in tips.
Dang.
Okay, that's how busy we were in this place. And all the girls did very well, 300, 200 for the night. So I said to him, I said, look, we all chip in together here. Come in, help us clean up the kitchen, get done much faster. We'll all sit down, have a drink, whatever, because we still had the bar going. A lot of times we had music and everything. I said, but I want you also to take care of the dishwasher. Okay. And we had one bus person, but we made the waitresses bust their own tables also. Clean up the table.
Yep.
A lot of people didn't like it, but the money they made was unbelievable. So if they worked, Marie worked damn near every night. So Marie was making decent money. So later on in life, when we were married and everything, it didn't change. Things didn't change. I'd cook, and she don't worry about it. Leave it alone. I'll clean up. I have no problem cleaning. I'll wash dishes and everything. But that's what she likes to do. That's how she handles it. So we're like peanut butter and jelly. Okay, how we do things.
Do you gentlemen as cooks, do you use, must have a dishwasher in your kitchen or not?
Yeah, it's me.
No, in a restaurant, you mean?
Or even in your house?
No, I got a dishwasher, but I prefer to clean it myself.
Yeah, you and Marie. Marie don't like it.
Yeah, I've never had a dishwasher. I've never had one. I don't know why, but just every kitchen we got, they said, "Would you like a dishwasher in the kitchen, and we go, no, why? No, we'll do it ourselves.
It's like
Marie,
I like I won't use a big spoon to eat with. I'll use a little spoon because it's just a way for me to control how fast I eat. And so I go to get one out to eat something, and there's none in the drawer. They're all Paige will have put them all in the dishwasher. This is why I like to clean them myself instead of putting them in the dishwasher. Because when they're out of spoons, I just know, okay, the drainer over here, it's got them. I'll just get one of them. But she puts them in the dishwasher when she does them, and I'm
that's
like,
what Marie
no.
does. No, Marie drains everything and puts it in, lets it dry in the dishwasher. Puts it in.
No, this is to shit goes in the dishwasher to be washed with Paige. With me, I put them in the little drainer on this one side for washing, one side for draining on the sink.
No. Nice.
No, I was trying to see the sun, but the camera won't do it.
Yeah,
We're not seeing the sun much lately.
Hey, I got a question, Jonesy. Who mows that big hill you got?
It's
And
me.
how?
I've been here 4 months now, and because it's cold, the grass isn't growing. But weed whacker. You can't run a mower on it. We call them a whippersnipper. You call them a weed whacker.
Yeah.
yeah.
Because I was going to say you'd have to tie a rope to the mower and lower it down and pull it back up.
Yeah, well, powered one. We were thinking about getting a powered one. I used to, another occupation I just discovered I could do. A mate said to me one day, "Have you got much work on?" And I said, "No, not really. I'm just doing a couple of days a week here, but I can do that from home. I can do it from home on the weekend." And he said, "Well, he picked up a contract with a remote control lawnmower, mowing different parts of highways all over New South Wales, which is a massive, massive state. It's like Texas, and every highway there's two main highways that run north south, and one's in the country and one's on the coast, and then there's about 5 crossovers, and each one of them you had to mow the grass for where the police had to sit their mobile speed cameras or their police vehicles, because one policeman opened his door where he parked in the long grass and he stepped on a brown snake, and the brown snake bit him and he was almost died. So so they decided so they decided to put a contract out there. You had to get exact GPS coordinates. You had to mow exactly 15 meters by 8 meters so they can park a car. Then you had to mow up the highway 300 one way and 100 the other way, before them and after them. And so they buy these remote control lawnmowers, which is like a little bobcat. So it's a it's on a it was fun. It was the most fun job I've ever had. It was on the back of a truck. You'd park it, you'd bring out your remote controller, and you'd just play. Another guy would park a truck and he'd have flashing lights and all that sort of stuff, and you'd be running up and down the highway with this little toy mower. So I wish I had that machine here right now.
Yeah.
Burpee Yoga Uncle said, "We're amazing to chat for so long. It takes great training to get this much hot air."
Yeah, we're all full of crap.
My friends say I can waffle with the best of them.
Hey, Marie, put the air conditioner on, will you? Sweating back there.
She went out. She said she's going to make a cheese snack for later.
She's going down to the pool.
Yeah.
It's cloudy here. They're talking about rain a couple days. 111, 108 for the next 3 or 4 days.
So have you got any garden there, Tom? Do you grow anything?
No, we have on the balcony. Marie's got all kinds of stuff growing. I have no clue what she's got, but I know a tomato plant just come up out of about that big right now.
I know she's got a pepper plant that she'll have no idea what kind of peppers it is.
Mike, I never seen anything like it in my life. They look like a Scotch bonnet, habanero. Okay, Scotch bonnet like type of thing, but it's tiny, real small. It's that high. You can't eat pepper plant leaves. You can't eat the leaves.
Yes.
Okay. So I told Marie, I don't know if the peppers don't come up this year. That's what I said last year, and it got bigger. It got bigger. Rings my doorbell. I'm running. I'm out with a butcher knife.
What was it? Little Shop of Horrors with the.
Yeah, feed me, Seymour.
Right,
Oh,
right,
dear.
yeah. Had I even seen that one?
You haven't?
No, I have. Yeah, that's
Oh.
yeah. We're very American out here, believe it or not. Most of our TV shows are all, um, you know that show. Last night on local television here, they said we got this brand new series called Ghosts, and it's like a comedy with this young couple by a house, and there's old sort of comic ghosts are in this sort of house.
Mhm.
We streamed it a long time ago, and it was like 25 minutes or 20 or 18 minutes an episode. They're very short, like
Mhm.
it all comes and goes. Out here, it goes for over an hour, the same
Wow.
episode. So there's more ads than there is show.
Oh.
So the wife said, "Hey, there's a new series of this show we watched," and we turned it on, and it was the same one we've already seen, but it was like new to the local television, I suppose. Yeah.
I watched the other night. I watched this our Wyoming Life. He's out in Wyoming, and the only reason why I watch it is when I'm trying to calm down and get I'm having a hard time sleeping at night anymore, and so I try to relax.
Music.
I do that too. I mean, I put it on to the point where you know what, the headphones or the earbuds hurt me anymore. I mean, it's nice and low and everything like that. So I don't know, for many years of doing it.
Yeah.
But I watched this Wyoming Life, okay, and I'm trying to calm down. They grow, they obviously have cattle. The wife has a bit massive garden. I don't know how many acres of property they got, multiple hundreds, and they have a couple little kids, and they have goats and chickens and stuff like that. So just watch them going around feeding and stuff and everything like that. Well, they moved a bull the other night in with the heifers. Mike, I started laughing so hard I couldn't. I mean, it was just. It didn't show nothing, crazy or anything like that. But just the way they were talking about it, I just started laughing. Marie says, "I thought you were calming down." I said, "I'm trying." They moved this poor, not poor bull, but they moved him into this place in order, like all the heifers looked up at the bull and went, "Huh? Like, what do you want?"
There is a show. I think it's on E Network. I'm not positive, but it's Terry Bradshaw. It's called The Bradshaws, and it's about his family and the ranch they've got and all like that. It is freaking hilarious.
Do you know Maria's Fun Times?
Yes. Uh-huh.
Okay. She's in the house.
Howdy, Maria.
Howdy.
Oh, wow.
Howdy.
Thank you.
Yeah, as a kid, I grew up in the country, like at a place up near Tamworth, a little town called Werris Creek. We were in town itself, but we had a family acreage where it was just land. No house was on the acreage, so we had horses and sheep and cattle and all sorts of stuff on it. And we used to have a yard with a bull, so the bull was separated from the herd, and with the cows, we would with the bull, me and my brother and my cousins, we'd play like radio cowboys, like who could get chased by the bull. So we'd all circle it, and we'd all jump the fence at the same time, and who come to me, and then when it come to you, you had to run and then jump over the barbed wire fence or climb a tree or do whatever you had to do.
I had some friends growing up that had cattle, and they'd have a bull, and we played touch the bull. You had to get in there and touch it and run and get out. You had to sneak up on the bull, touch it, and get out before they got you.
Yeah, well, there you go. We got something in common there, my friend.
Yeah. Thank you, Maria. I appreciate you sharing it out. That's wonderful. You're good folks. I like that.
Crazy things you do when you're young.
Oh yeah, man. Oh man. Stuff I did. I look back now and I'm like, what the hell were you thinking?
There was 2 trees in this one paddock that this bull was in, and it was chasing my brother, and my brother wasn't going to get out, so I sort of jumped in and go, look at me, and then he just turned and went, "I'm getting you, son," and he come running straight at me, and I thought, I'm not going to make the fence, I'm just going to climb the tree. So I jumped up this tree, and he's snorting and trying to headbutt the tree, and then I heard the deadly hiss of a goanna, like this big big lizards in the tree, and I'm hanging onto the tree looking at the bull like down, and then I heard a hiss above my head, and I turned like that, and I just seen his mouth going, yeah, I'm gonna get out of my tree, and I'm going, holy crap, and then out
Dilemma.
The rock
out
and the
comes
hard place. The rock and the hard place.
and out comes. Now there's my lovely wife going, you just can't stop talking. Anyway,
Right.
but yeah. So then my brothers come and rescued me. Yeah, they all jumped the fence, and the bull's got a memory of like a brain of a pea, and he's just turned and went, "Oh, I'll chase you instead."
That's
And
funny.
yes, you ever been
First-
bitten by a goanna?
First time I hurt my shoulder was playing
I'm
the
gonna
game with the
step
bull,
out a minute, guys.
and I went running, and the fence was a wooden fence, rails, and I did a dive over the fence, and I was going to hit and roll. I hit and rolled, but I rolled wrong, and I rolled my shoulder up, and I'm like, I get up and I'm holding my arm like this, and they say, "You all right?" I said, oh yeah, I'm fine." I just can't raise my arm. I just can't.
Jeez, yeah. We did it similar, but we had barbed wire fences, so it was just rows of barbed wire. So we had to. You couldn't stop and take your time to get through. So we done that we had a couple of little rocks at certain spots where you could sort of launch off and dive over the fence and do the tuck and roll.
Yeah.
They definitely had things in common there, my friend. But yeah, things you do when you're young are
Leah's
silly.
cutting off sugar. That's good. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's oh. But yeah, sugar's the devil. I don't know if you ask me, Maria. There's some good ones out there. I've got some. I used banana cream protein powder, the zero carb banana cream protein powder, and mixed it with some uh, yogurt, and mixed it up real good. And tasted just like banana pudding. So that's one thing you could do. That's one dessert where it tasted like that, and so that's one idea. You could do it with the chocolate and mix it in there, and it'd be like chocolate pudding, the chocolate protein powder. But use the one that has zero carbs. I use Isopure. Maybe those will help. But yeah, let's see, what is it? Now he's jonesing for. He said, "I'm jonesing for Burpee Yoga." Uncle said, "I'm jonesing for chicken parma tonight." I keep hearing Colin Cowherd talk about that's the only thing he eats almost every night. Oh yeah, chicken parm is good. I love chicken parm. I've made it a couple of times using instead of the breading on it, I use um, Parmesan cheese on it, and then coat it with it, and then I'll have the Parmesan on top and the sauce and all too. And it's so good. It's so good. I haven't tried it with the pork rinds, the ground up pork rinds, the pork panko, but I may try it with that. But the Parmesan cheese crusted on the outside is really good. Yeah, my wife can't do sugar either, so it's just as well we cut sugar out of our life, Maria.
Yeah.
We haven't had sugar in our house for I can't remember. No one has it in. I have tea with milk, and the wife has just black coffee, and I can't remember. I'm still big. What's going on?
It's in so much stuff, and they're cute about it now because now they changed the wording of it, what it is, and allulose and stuff like that. And there again, I mean, it's everywhere. To try to cut it out or try to make something fruit. If you're gonna have, you want to do low carb and stuff, berries and stuff like that. I can't even do that. It'll affect me to a point where, and usually the problem is how much is enough? How much, a handful of berries.
Yeah.
I was 2 pounds away from 300 300 pounds. I'm 6 foot. Okay. Handful of berries ain't going to do nothing for me. You know?
Yep.
So, I mean, it's just the way everything's set up. And you know what? I feel bad for people that are really trying to help themselves. I'm stuck at 52 pounds. That's what I lost. That's it. Okay.
See, I was stuck at 100 pounds I lost 100 pounds in the first year, and I was stuck for 2 more years after that, and then actually 2+ years, and then this past December, I started losing again, and since then I've lost 10 pounds. So I just
Yeah.
stalled out.
I think the body, like, I worked at this radio station, and I was overweight, obviously, and like still am overweight, but I was overweight up there, and I thought, you know what, I'm up here, I gotta eat what I like at home. The chef cooks, and I just dinner time, and then I go and thanks very much, and I get back into it. But up there, I was looking after myself, so I said I'm going to eat salads and meats, and that's it. So all I ate was either bacon and eggs or salad and meats for dinner and lunch. And I dropped. I come home. I must have dropped about 25 kilos in a month, and I come home and the wife's going, "Are you sick? What's going on? Have you got a girlfriend? What's the story here?"
Thank you for stopping in, Maria.
Yeah, and that really worked for me, and that was from a girl who was in the station, and she said, "Try the Atkins diet," and I said, "What's the Atkins diet?" And then she waffled on and get the book, and I, "What's in it?" And she said, "Oh, you just eat meat, vegetables," and like, yeah. Well, that's what my grandmother used to say.
That's basically what I do. I mean, and the Atkins diet is basically the keto. Like I keep bringing up this Westman. He's the doctor who went and met with Atkins and got most of his data. He's got like 25 years or 30 years of data of what it does, how it helps you. So his philosophy is, you go to see him. He's a weight doctor, basically what he is. So you go to see him. He'll put you on this, and he'll immediately start taking. In a week's time, you go weekly to see him. Is it a scam? I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Your insurance cover it, whatever. But the bottom line is, he'll take you off your medication. Metformin. He don't like metformin. He don't like Trulicity and stuff. All that stuff for diabetes. Because once you go on this diet, if you have type 2 diabetes, it'll actually slow it down to the point where I was at now. All right. Now you turn around, and all of a sudden now you have all of a sudden now you have,
I want you to do a live taste test of my new dip. I invented a dip.
what's in it? A live got a live dip.
All right.
She's not even gonna tell me what's in it.
I'm not gonna tell you, taste it.
With the lovely Marie.
Okay. Hold on, I gotta turn up the
One of
volume.
the homemade cheese crackers. I love it.
It's got jalapeno in it and onions, the chef
Scallion.
and the chef's salt.
A little bit.
What's in this, please?
Taste it and eat it.
Come on.
Quit asking questions.
There we go. Sound effects.
Okay. Good.
Onion, good.
Onion,
Ladies and-
jalapeno, and sour cream with a little bit of something special.
Something special from the lovely Marie.
The mystery ingredient. Undetectable in an autopsy.
That's in them stupid shows. Yeah.
That's the thing what she does. I mean, she'll come up with different stuff. I'll come up with different stuff. We'll try it. Now,
How was it?
delicious. It's good. It's sour cream with she put some onion in it. The drunken chef's spices. It's got the jalapeno in it. Mike, I don't know if you or Jonesy, you like jalapenos and stuff lately. That's all I've been eating. Jalapenos.
I like it. Paige doesn't. She
The jalapenos, they're only hot chilies, are they?
Mm-hmm.
basically.
That's all they are.
But
They're not. I don't think they're that hot, but you can get some that'll wake you up a little bit.
I had one the other day. It's been about a month ago I had it. I'm
There you
telling
go.
you, that was the hottest jalapeno I ever had in my life. And I couldn't eat it. I could not eat it. That's how hot it was. I'm like, dang, this is hotter than a habanero.
In my last apartment, I had my brother says, "What are you growing?" I said, "Oh, I've got out on the balcony. I've got some capsicums and some chilies, which are growing. I couldn't stop growing them. They just kept coming and coming and coming, and
Yeah.
I was giving them away. And they said, "Geez, where are you growing them?" I said, "On my balcony." And since I moved down here, I had to give all my gardening stuff away. You can't even bring when you come down here because of the biosecurity. You can't bring lawnmowers or any gardening equipment. You got to, because you could have something on it. You can, but it has to go through this really rigorous wash down procedures, and it costs you.
Wow.
You might as well
Man.
just come here and buy new. So I
Man.
gave all my stuff away to my brother, everything, and yeah,
See,
you come down here.
you can go from state to state and take everything you got here.
Except
You
Florida.
can, you can on the mainland as well. Like we're an island, so we're like an island that's everything down here is pretty is just different from the mainland. Like these little kangaroos, for instance, that come into my backyard every afternoon and every evening. Little, I could call them this, that, and the other, but they eat everything. And last night, I was in the room here doing some work until relatively late, and it was freezing. And then when I walked out there, the floodlight come on. There's a floodlight that's sensor. And then I just heard scatter, and I looked to my left, and there must have been 15 of the little blighters, and they just scattered up the hill. And
You need to do a video on that.
Yeah. I'd be
it was
interested
pitch
in
black.
seeing that. So.
Well, I've got, well, I will. I'll make
Can
a
you eat
video.
them? You can eat them, right?
Well, see, I don't know about on the mainland. Those little kangaroos that are here, they're called paddy melons. On the mainland, they're all gone because of dogs and wild and other predators that killed them out. But in Tasmania, there's more paddy melons than people. They're everywhere, and they come out at night. They hide during the day. I'm trying to get rid of all the trees, underbrush, and lift everything up to get rid of all the hidey holes. I found a few little spots. They tunnel from the yard next door, and they come under the fence. We're getting some landscaping done out the front, so I'm going to get some fences, gates put up, because they hop over the. I've got like probably 12 feet from the road to the front of the yard, the top of the yard, because we're on the slope, and they hop up the different levels of the retaining wall, and then they squeeze under the railing and the brick wall, which is they squeeze between it because that's the only way they can get through, and they leave their little reminders all at that one spot. So that one spot where they squeeze to get through, it really affects them because
almost like a raccoon. Sounds like a raccoon.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're just a
y'all,
pain.
I know at one time rabbits were a problem in Australia. Are they still a problem?
No, not really. I think myxomatosis got them out,
Okay.
which is not good. But
Yeah.
no, we had a big mice plague only about 6 months ago. Mice were everywhere in the outback, and they just worked their way into the city, and they tried everything to get rid of them, and eventually they reached the city, and they sort of, I don't know, died out or blended into the environment. I'm not sure, but since the mice plague, like they were in. If you bought a bale of hay and you opened it up, I'll guarantee you there was 10 mice in that bale.
Wow.
It was, and then even in loaves of bread, people were buying loaves of bread in supermarkets, the big factories that make the bread. And they were, I was on Facebook and YouTube, and everyone's going, look at this, look at this, look at this. Don't buy this brand that they've got mice in them. Well, they all had bloody mice in them. It was horrendous. Even motels, when I was working in a place called Parks, which is out Western New South Wales, and they got the biggest telescope. That was actually the place where the moon landing was on, and they used that telescope, that
Okay,
big
yeah.
dish, to because this side of the world, when the years went dark on that side, they used anyway. There's a bit of history there with that place. But when I was out there, there's probably 10 motels I rang before one of them was sounded confident enough for you to say, yeah, I'll take your room, because you'd book a room and honestly, there was just mice droppings. It was terrible.
You know what's
And-
worse than finding a mouse in your bread? Finding half a mouse.
Yeah,
Well,
exactly.
yeah.
I went to the store today, and this is a pack of beef ribs. 1 pack of beef ribs. Okay. It's sideways,
see
but
it.
look at the price.
I can't see it.
Making big scores.
$29.39 for 1 pack. Good Lord.
Okay, and that is, I don't know why it won't come around like that, but that is for
That's like half a rack, isn't it?
yeah, it's beef ribs. Okay.
Yeah.
And then this is, I mean, they were 1/4 inch thick, and these were New York strip steaks. Okay.
Yeah.
All
New
right.
York cut. What we got? 38.
38.67. Wow.
So how much a
Holy
pound?
smokes.
It was, I can't see.
There goes the lovely Marie. Hang on, that's the Marie.
$14.99 a pound.
Yeah.
Good
Okay.
night.
I also
Yeah.
did it didn't come up. It did come up, but I don't know what happened. It was a brisket. Okay. 12, and I think it was 14 pounds. I'm sorry, it was 14 pounds.
The chief
$97.
is here. The chief is here. Paulie Detmers.
Paulie Detmer. What's up, Paulie? That's my man. Paulie's got a great channel. Paulie does.
Yes,
I watched him the other night on his tandem bike, him and his wife, Rod. I tell you, it's good content. I laugh. He's a good guy, just a flat out good guy.
I agree.
He made he did has a little Weber Take Anywhere. I guess he did some stuff.
Mm-hmm. That's another thing too. My nice big gas barbecue that come across on the ship, and then it got put on the removalist truck, and it made it all the way to the front steps here, where they had to walk up the steps with it, and then they dropped it. The glass top smashed, and
But Paulie's got a question. The chief's got a question. He said, "How did you feel when you found out that you were a diabetic? Not sure if all 3 of us are diabetic or not. I am not, but my wife is. She's a type 1 diabetic, man, and she's insulin dependent. She's been diabetic since she was 6 years old. So you can basically say lifelong. And so, but Tom, he's type 2. You don't have diabetes, do you, Jonesy?
no, I was feeling a bit unwell. I had a full medical checkup only 2 weeks ago now, and they said I'm just fat. I'm fit.
Yeah,
I'm overweight. They basically said I'm fit but overweight. That was the good
Okay.
news.
Yeah.
I started, Paulie. I started with heart problems. Okay, they thought because of the type 2, and then they went right into with heart problems. A lot of fatigue. Just felt like crap. Joint pain, hard to sleep at night. Just fat guy syndrome is what they called it. All right, and they put me on a multitude of pills. I was on at one point. I was on about 16 different pills, blood thinners, blood pressure pills. So it was the complete circle. And now I'm down to just 2. Yeah, that's part of it right there. Dizzy. And what they'll do is they'll tell you not so much with the blood pressure, but they'll tell you maybe your cholesterol. They'll go that route with you. With the cholesterol's too high, your HDL is no good, or your triglycerides and stuff. Yeah. And that's how
Also,
it starts.
You could be having some issues with your electrolytes if you're feeling dizzy. That could do that too.
Yeah.
So try you a couple of electrolyte drinks. I'm not talking about getting the Gatorade or things like that. I'm talking
Salt.
about getting the put some salt in there and
Get some good Himalayan salt and use Himalayan
right.
salt on your food. It's
Yeah.
now see, I'm not a doctor, so I shouldn't be saying
I'm
this,
not either.
but the bottom line is
And
that
I
when you're
didn't play
feeling
one on
crappy the
TV.
whole bit, and they tell you that your blood pressure is okay, could do some work. Yeah, you might be a little low on your salt, your salt
Yeah,
intake.
because
But,
the regular table salt, the Morton sells, that stuff's
iodized.
crap. That stuff's crap. The iodized salt, that stuff's crap. It um
It's YouTube.
it's YouTube. There you go.
See,
But
Paulie takes a lot of the same supplements that I take. Okay,
okay,
and that's a good thing because uh, I wanted to tip on this earlier also. People all of a sudden now with antioxidants and stuff like that, people you don't hear that talk no more. You don't hear people talking like that. With different antioxidants and stuff. So having some good food. Here you go, Jonesy.
that
Having
pizza.
some decent food and stuff. Okay, I
Yeah,
use
he
pink
sure is.
Himalayan salt. Yep. I would do that. I don't know if you take magnesium or not. Take magnesium glycinate. Don't take any other
Yeah.
kind of magnesium. If you don't take magnesium glycinate, there'll be a toilet paper shortage in your house. Let's put it that way, Paul. So yeah, you need to take some that and some what else you need? Zinc. You need a little bit of zinc and C and stuff like that. But
Yeah, I take
I know
zinc.
he even stopped making pizza. Now, Paulie channel was designed around pizza. Okay.
Was it? There you go.
Oh, I'm telling you, you got to check him out, Jones. He's got a great channel. He's
Pizza.
got some.
There you
He's
go.
also got some great music too.
That's everything pizza right there.
That's Mrs. just threw something together. Yeah, she does love me.
There you go.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be making a pizza using the egg life wraps for too long.
There you go, Paul. If you're using the capsules are okay. They're good. They're fish oil, but also you got to be careful if you're on a blood thinner, or also if you're on blood pressure pills. That played hell with me. You can wind up lowering your iron count and stuff like that. You know what else I use, Mike? I also use yeast. I use nutritional yeast.
Nutritional yeast. I use that.
Yeah, I take
Yeah.
that. I put it on my salad, or I'll take a spoonful of it, or something. So
It'll actually give a cheesy effect to food if you use it properly.
put it on
It's a-
popcorn.
yeah,
Yeah, you can put it on that.
and yeah, you could do that. And also, I'll put it in eggs sometimes. Add it into the eggs, scrambled eggs and all.
Yeah.
And it's a great thing. It'll give it that creaminess and all in there. It's a good additive.
I spread I take my the pill I take in the morning for that, but I take my magnesium. I take it at night, which usually you'll have restless leg syndrome is what they call it. Your legs are constantly moving,
Yeah.
or you're getting joint pain or something like that. So even if you take your blood pressure pill, 2 hours later, I would take my capsule. I would take the fish oil a couple hours
Yep.
after that.
Yep.
Just to break it up a little bit throughout the day. But he
Yeah,
does basically the same stuff that I take, almost identical.
I take a potassium supplement. I take the magnesium glycinate, and I do zinc, and I do vitamin C, because some of those it doesn't act well unless you add some vitamin C in there with it.
Yeah, same
And
with the zinc.
Yeah.
The
And so
zinc
I
also.
do that, and that's it for me on that. I don't do any others.
I got one pill that I take for anti-clotting. It's called Eliquis. Okay. Now it was 35% blocked in my heart, and they put this small, tiny stent in. I got to carry the card around with me because of it. Now, I can never, ever get off of this pill, ever.
Wow.
See,
And it's
I went-
$460 a month out of my
oh
pocket.
my God.
Wow.
I had
You know how much
I-
they would cost in Australia? if that was on the PBS.
How much?
Yeah. If you've got a card like you're a pensioner, it'll be, or you're retired, it would be $2.80. Or if you were working, it'd cost you $46.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's the medication costs out here.
I fought
Wow.
them tooth and nail about it, but now like what Paulie's saying now, he's feeling dizzy and stuff like that. So it could be a combination of things too.
Yeah,
I
it
mean,
could. It could. I had
Oh.
in 2015, my son got married down in St. Martin, and we went down there, and I came back and I got sick. Oh, I started running fever for 8 days. I ran no less than 100, and it would mostly stay up around 102 for 8 days Fahrenheit. And I went to the doctor. They tested me for all kind of stuff to see that chikungunya, dengue fever, Lyme disease, you name it. They tested me for it. But the one thing they never tested me for was Zika. And about less than a month after I got sick, Zika started being an issue with being here in the U.S. They had a big outbreak of it. And I asked the doctor, I said, could it have been Zika? And he said, yeah, probably was. He said, since we got a new thing, he said, you were probably one of the first cases of it.
wow.
Well, I got dehydrated real bad because of the fever for so many days. And it caused my my heart started thinking that it was having a heart attack, and it started producing troponin, which is one of the enzymes that they track for having a heart attack. But I wasn't having a heart attack. It just because my potassium level got so low that it thought I was. And so they put me in the hospital, and I was in there for 2 days, and they ran tests on me. They did an echo. They did the stress test on me. My vessels were clean as a whistle.
Hmm.
And they were like, it's not your heart. You didn't have a heart attack. I said, I told y'all I didn't have a heart attack. They said, well,
I'm reading it. Yeah. Hobart's closest to me, but it's about 4 hours up the road from Hobart. We're at the other end of Tasmania. So, Paulie, and I'll check your channel out later. I've saved it to the side, and I'll have a look. But yeah, it's like if you've been to Darwin, you know how hot and humid it gets there. And then you come down to Hobart. If you do that in winter, like Darwin, right now in Darwin, it's 32 degrees, humid, like 90% humidity.
Man.
They get massive thunderstorms every day, but they're up there in the tropics, whereas we're down here in the cooler, what do you call it? We're, like I said, we're closest to the South Pole. So
yeah, my mother was. I said she would tell people. They said, "Oh, you're down from the tropics." In the tropics, she said, "No, we were subtropical because we in." She said,
Queenslander.
"You got in Queensland, we're subtropical. You get up further up, and it's tropical, but not in Queensland."
Mm-hmm. Paulie's retired from the U.S.
Lisbon.
Paulie's retired from the U.S. Navy. He U.S. Navy
He was
chief.
chief.
He was in charge of mostly food. He was in
He knows his stuff with food, that's for sure.
Yeah.
It snowed in Hobart on the
Yep. Well, that was the middle of winter.
Well,
Sure.
it actually snowed all over Hobart 2 days ago, right down street level, like not on the hills, on the mountains, right down street level. It was everywhere. There's a statewide icy road warning, so no one can. I mean, they're saying everywhere you go, there's going to be ice on the road, so be careful.
See, my mother, when she came to the U.S., she had never seen snow.
Wow.
And she was like, they interviewed her and asked her, what you wanted to try, and she said, I want to see snow. I've never seen snow. And so, but we don't get a lot of snow here in Georgia, and when we do, it cripples us.
It does. That when I lived in Houston, did the same thing. They had an ice storm that it rained and froze. I used to have to leave my house to travel 30 miles. I had to get up 5 o'clock in the morning to be to work at 8 o'clock. That's how bad the traffic was. Yeah, that was
Man.
crazy. But I get up going into the bathroom, and I went to turn the shower on, and no water. What the hell? Brand new house. What the hell's going on? And all of a sudden, my phone rings. The house, we didn't have cell phones back then. And my my neighbor says, "Tom, you better go outside. You got a bad flood coming out of your garage." What the hell are you talking about? I had a robe on the whole bit. I go out, open the garage door, and looking out. The water line coming from the street to my house was standing straight up in the air and shooting water into my house, and it was like frozen coming out there. So I never seen that in Texas, okay? And it almost crippled the city. I mean, shut everything down for like 2 days. I said, wow. Don't even try to come to work. Forget about it. Don't even try to travel. That's how nuts that was.
Weather can do crazy things, and they all blame everybody else for the weather. But I think weather's always been a bit out there. It's always changing.
The weather here in Georgia can change at the drop of a hat. I mean, like this morning, I walked my dogs. When I left, it was great. When I just walked down the street and back, and I left the house, wasn't too bad, hot, and the sky was kind of gray.
Sound like
Got
a
back to
song.
the house. How's that?
It sounds like a song you're getting ready to sing.
Yeah, skies were gray. Yeah, there you go. And but they, all the leaves were brown.
I knew
But they so we get back to the house, sky is just blue as it can be,
The
and it's
sepas.
hot as hell.
Yeah. No, that was Mamas and the Papas.
Yeah,
Mamas and papas, right?
yeah.
All the
And then
leaves are brown.
it happened like that, like 3 or 4 times today, where it would just gray up and then do it. And we can. I'm telling you, in Georgia in the summertime, anybody can be a weatherman. Anybody.
Yeah.
Because the forecast never changes. Hot, humid, and a chance of thunderstorms. That's it.
That's like when I lived in Florida, the same thing. Every morning, okay, it would rain. And then summertime, every afternoon, it would rain.
Mhm.
So,
Yep.
no matter 10 minutes, 5 minutes, 2 minutes, whatever, you got that burst. And then living on the Gulf, it just came right in. That sounded like a song. The summer wind came
Yeah.
blowing in.
Yeah. You never know. And the thunderstorms, they can pop up out of nowhere at any time.
Yeah.
You just never know. And we get a thing here called heat lightning, where you'll just see lightning up in the sky and it's not coming down. And people will come here and go, "What the hell is that?"
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
And I say, "Oh, that's heat lightning." It's what?
And they look at
I
you
gotta
like that faraway look, like,
Yeah.
huh?
I got a mate in a town called, I think it's Bremen. Is it Bremen, Georgia, or
Bremen.
Bremen, Georgia? Yeah,
Yeah.
musician friend.
Yeah, that's over in Haralson County, over off I-20, almost Alabama.
Paula, that's because most of them from Florida now are from New York.
Yeah, they've moved out.
Yeah.
Georgia.
It's amazing to me. Now out here, we have a conglomerate of people that come from all over the world out to Vegas. Okay.
I
They don't
think
come out-
Georgia's at 8th now. I think
They
they're
don't
the
come
8th.
out to where we are, where we live. I mean, other Green Valley or something like that. But the traffic's not too bad where I live, Monday to Thursday.
Mhm.
But come Friday, okay, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, the traffic by my house is ridiculous. And it's from people all over. Right now, there's a shortage out here of car rentals. Okay. So
Oh.
you have people that come here to the airport or something like that. They can't get cars. All right, unless you book well in advance to get a car. And they're hiring people right now, these car rental places. They'll send you give you a bus ticket or whatever to
Mhm.
a couple of the hubs, pick up the car and drive them back this way. So, but most of the time, most of the people here are either from Wisconsin, Ohio, a couple, most of them from New York area. But I don't know who else lives in New York anymore. California, a lot of California people coming too. A lot of people from California.
Polly asks, is the Navy still in the Navy? They have a Navy school in Athens. I don't know if it's still there or not. When I worked in my office was in Athens, And when I was there, and that was in 2011, the school was still there. I don't know if they've closed it down now or not, but it was still there then. They may have. But we're like I think we're eighth in population now here in Georgia.
Mhm.
North Carolina's right behind us. We both passed Michigan and left them in our dust. And I think Ohio is the next one up on the list or something
No,
like
a
that.
lot of people from Ohio are leaving because Florida. Everybody in Florida was basically from Ohio. My
Yeah,
neighbor, I had 3 neighbors around me, all from Ohio. I said, I hope one of you turned a light switch off in Ohio when you left.
yeah. And
'Cause-
Pennsylvania's losing a lot. And
Is that because of the politics, or is that because of just
weather,
wanna go?
politics, all of the above. I mean,
Yeah.
it's
It's too expensive.
yeah.
I lived in New Jersey, and I got out of New Jersey because I had a 60 by 100 lot. What my house was on. Okay, I had a swimming pool, the whole bit. All right, 60 foot wide, 100 foot deep, and I paid just about $5,200 a year in property tax. Okay, ridiculous for nothing. I mean, you had the same services, the stuff.
Mhm.
Here's what bothers me about out here, and in most towns anyway. I don't like to talk about politics or anything like that, but where I live, okay, the ambulance should have a station here because everybody older, okay, and 24/7 the ambulance is in here taking people in and out, whatever. But they got to bring a fire truck in. They bring a fire truck in, a big freaking with the ladders hanging off at the whole. This big truck comes
Why
in
is-
first.
Somebody steering it from the rear.
No, not that. Just it's a big truck that they're bringing in here that answers the call first, and then the paramedic comes in. Okay.
Why is that? Like, why did they send a fire truck first?
I guess because they got to justify keeping a full-time fire department.
Well,
Okay.
and also most of the fire people are paramedics, and they can do the first triage of it and figure out what's going on, and then they can. When the paramedics get there, they can actually start treatment and do that, and they're basically there as a stopgap till the paramedics get there.
Yeah. Give them a Jeep. Give them a van. Don't give them a fire truck. Especially now with the price
Yeah.
of fuels and stuff like that. It don't make sense. And
Well,
every
like,
city
yeah.
that was.
Yeah, out here they got to stick together too. If you got a fire truck, the whole crew's got to go because it's
Yeah.
if they get called to a fire, they've all got to be together. So
I seen a guy the other day. He fell asleep in his car. Okay. It must have had headphones on. People knocked on the window. He didn't answer. They thought he was dead. They called 911. So in comes the police. In comes the fire department. And on the side of the fire truck, it says fire paramedics. They come in, and then the paramedic van comes in after. So now you probably had 15, 20 guys standing around this car. Guys fell asleep. They finally opened up. He said, I'm fine. Okay. So you got 20 guys coming to a call that, it just don't make sense to me. Just talk about wasting money. It doesn't make any sense.
Alan says you want expensive, come to California.
Oh yeah. And most of the people.
I paid $5.29 a gallon for gas in Vegas. That was more than I wanted to pay, and it's over. Well, it's dipped down under $4 now, but it was above $4 for a long time here.
Since
It's
I moved here
dropping
3 years
here
ago,
as
it's been over $4 here. So that's normal.
well, we're paying $2 a liter now. It was about $2.70 a liter at one stage. So you work out how many liters are in a gallon, and then I reckon we're paying twice as much as what you're paying.
I have a Kia Soul, and I just put gas in it the other day, and the last time I put gas in it was May because we don't go anywhere. So yeah, I'm serious.
We have a Prius, Toyota Prius, and it's getting 67, 68 miles to the gallon right now. So I'm happy with that. We're near 350 miles on this tank full, and it's not even below half a tank yet.
And everybody says, "Whoa, you're saving a lot of money now. Now you can buy more food." I said, "I'm on keto. See how things work for me." We don't eat that much anymore, so it's getting tough. It's getting really tough.
Well, I had to laugh myself silly. I saw Biden was being interviewed by somebody, and he said, they asked him, said, "What about the economy?" And he went into this whisper, and he said, wow, if you look at inflation, it's only food, housing, and
All the
gas. And
staples. All the staples.
I'm like, dude, that's the main stuff right there. I'm started laughing myself silly.
Yeah.
I mean,
It doesn't matter where you go. Most politicians are politicking. So I don't know where money goes and all that sort of stuff. But
they're making money. That's the bottom line. That's what they do. They go in as
Well,
a
that's it.
senator or a congressman. And they go in at 174,000 a year, come out millionaires. So I'm in the wrong
yeah,
business.
how
I've
do you
got a
work that out?
Nissan Frontier.
Yeah.
I drive a Nissan Frontier belt loop, and if I filled it up the other day, it was down near empty, and it cost me $60
Yeah,
to fill
I
it
mean,
up. And that
You-
thing has stayed parked for the most part. I need to go out and crank it just so I make sure it still runs.
I got a Jeep. You know, do you have Jeep Patriots over there?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, well,
I
that's what I
think.
got over here. Yeah, it's only small, but it's good on fuel.
So I mean, what are you going to do? I mean, and the food prices got me. But I look at it this way. I don't think Biden or Trump or anybody that was in the White House has a button or a special office and say we're going to raise the prices on it. I believe it's the industries. It's the industries that are doing it. You can't tell me a cow changed that they're going to get $14.99 a pound for a piece of meat from
You talk-
2 years ago, okay? Or the
Yeah.
feed that they're giving them.
Well,
Look what's going on in Australia right now. There's a big
lettuce.
well, look at lettuce, $10 a head.
Yeah, you can't get lettuce over those. So come
No.
on, I mean,
But in
well,
the foot and mouth, have you had foot and mouth there with your livestock? Foot and mouth disease.
yeah, we did years ago.
no,
man.
we haven't had a
Yeah.
problem with that. We have been a while, been a long time.
Yeah.
We've never had it here, and Indonesia now is rife, and we've got all the backpackers and everybody, all the holiday makers are running to Indonesia for a weekend. You know, like Bali's only a 3-hour flight. You know, you jump on a plane, you're in Bali, and coming home, they reckon they can bring the disease in on your shoes, and if it gets out, they're going to kill every single cow and sheep, every single one in the whole country if it comes in. So, and then imagine what that does to your beef prices.
That would destroy it. Yeah.
That's what I was saying before, Mike, and about you said we can go freely in between states. We can move our hose and stuff in there. What I meant to say was Florida, you can't, because Florida, not that per se. When I was driving the truck, they had what they call.
Well, you can't get caught doing it, but folks do it all the time.
You've got an AQI station, okay, agricultural, okay. It's almost like a weigh station. They actually open up your cargo in your trailer in the back, and they inspect pallets. They inspect everything. If they find any kind of wormhole or something in the pallet, okay, you don't go nowhere. You're done. You're parked there. So it's tough. Yeah. Anyway, still here.
That's with commercial transports. If you're just doing a individual, they ain't gonna worry with you because they're not gonna check you.
Yeah, moving vans, they check.
Unless you get pulled over and get caught. Right, but blood today. The thing is, you'll hear politicians on both sides talk about, we want to investigate the oil companies because they're price gouging and they got record profits. Well, they're counting on you not knowing, and they've investigated them before. Nothing ever comes of it because they're not price gouging. They keep the same profit margin, and they're counting on people not knowing the difference between profit margin and profits. I mean, if it costs them let's say it costs them $100 to make 100 gallons of gas,
but it doesn't.
They're going to mark it up 7%.
But
they're going to mark it up 7% and sell it.
Yeah, gasoline is like moonshine. It's like booze. It's made one way.
Yeah.
I worked in a refinery, and they make it one way. Okay, the additives, whatever they put to it, and it's done by state regulation. So actually, the states are controlling what they put into these gases and not.
Right.
Look at a catalytic converter. The biggest thing right now going around here in half the United States is people are robbing catalytic converters for the gold.
They're taking them for the copper in there.
and copper and gold. There's gold in there also.
Right, gold in it too.
Okay. So now, why is a catalytic converter so much money? Because because they say it's that much money. Do we actually know that that's in? I mean, you can go on and on and on with it. Food prices, like I keep saying, a T-bone steak 5 years ago is no different than a T-bone steak today. Same thing with gas. You understand?
But it's the what kills it? What kills you now is a small business bloke. Like I had a small transport company, and you could run so many trucks for so much a month, and then you take all your incomings and your outgoings, and now your fuel costs right now are astronomical compared to, like, they've doubled over the last 2 years here. Like fuel's it's ridiculous. And then that's everything goes on a truck, so everything that gets transported, all the little bits and pieces, a little bit for this, a little bit for that, a little bit for this, and the prices are just going one way.
Yeah, I mean, the little guy, forget about it.
When it
Restaurants
comes to
today,
politicians, with the politicians, I want to get rid of all of them.
Yep.
I don't care what party they are. I want them out. I want to institute term limits.
Term
And
limits
it's going
is my
to
thing.
two terms, one in office, one in jail. Because I mean, if they weren't corrupt when they went in, they were once they got there. Once they were in there a little while. So one term in office, one term in jail.
Out here,
that's right, Paul. It don't. I'm sorry, Jones. Paul, a car doesn't need it. It doesn't need it. Matter of fact, they were worried about lead. Okay, I had people that worked in refineries cleaning the tanks. Okay, and they had to do away with the lead because the lead was killing people. All right, so they changed it and put something else in there. So what they put in it? Benzene. Okay, benzene was much more toxic than the lead. The lead powder that was in the gas.
Yes.
So it's coming from the government. Okay, and what do each state with their sales? Just look at the gas tax. Why do they have a gas tax?
That's it.
Come on, it's ridiculous. I don't even want to go there, but
no.
You sold blood today.
I'm tired of
charcoal.
Yeah.
We can't get anything for blood. We got to donate it.
Yeah. I mean, just even, and you know what killed me too? What is organic stuff? Come on, organic. Please. I mean,
there was did you ever watch the TV show that was on Showtime Network with Penn and Teller? It was called Bullshit.
Yeah.
That was the name of it. They talked to all these folks and said, "Can you tell the difference between just regular vegetables or fruit from organic?" They said, "Absolutely, absolutely." They said, "Would you be willing to take this test for us?" And they put out fruit, and they had that, and they said, "All right, tell us which one's which." And they say, "Oh, this is the organic, and this is it." Almost every one of them got it wrong. They couldn't tell the difference. Not a bit. I mean, it was almost 100%.
Yeah. Yeah, and they're bred that way for one reason. They're talking about pigs. The pig's been bred either to be fatter or leaner. And the only reason why they're done that way is for profit. That's it. No other way.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me tell you something. I'll take a wild boar. Okay. I'll dress that out and I'll dress a regular pig out. Okay. A regular farm raised pig, whatever you want to, how you want to do it. Okay. And there is a difference in the taste. Totally different. Okay. So what we're being fed today with these in North Carolina, right across the street from me was Prestigious Farms. Okay. They had turkeys. Okay. They're part of the big conglomerate. Okay. With the meat cutters and stuff. There's only four major meat producers in this country. All right. And they'll turn around and I watched this guy. He made $4,200 in 3 months raising these turkeys. They bring them in small and they send them out at a different size. They bring them somewhere else.
Yeah.
They'll clean everything up, put it back in again, and they keep raising them. And that's how they do it. And that's all that guy does. It was a feed farm. That's all they did. Okay. Turkey. I'll take a wild turkey, cook that wild turkey, and I'll cook a domestic, a turkey you buy store bought. Big difference in the taste. Okay, so
Yeah,
My
I
friend
think
does
there is
that.
a difference in the meat and eggs. I think the same way. You know, I
yeah,
think there is a difference in the taste. But
yeah.
with a vegetable, between the vegetable that's organic and not organic, I can't tell the difference.
Neither can
I
I.
can't tell it.
I had in North Carolina. I told the story 100 times, but when I had the cancer, we grew everything and we did everything organic. Marie had different potions and stuff, all natural stuff to keep the bugs off. But then you get bug ridden. All right. Anyway, got to the point where I was going to get ready to go organic because I was going to my doctor and I told him what I was doing because I lost all my tumors and stuff like that. Anyway, long story short, I had a plan one Saturday morning. It felt like kamikazes coming over my house, dropping down into the next field across was a tobacco field, and they were spraying pesticides.
Yeah.
I couldn't be considered organic anymore because the way the wind was blowing,
You were
killed
getting
me.
blowback.
Yeah, killed me. It didn't do nothing to. We had no more bug problems. Okay, but I couldn't
Yeah.
say that it was organic. That's the only difference, really.
Yeah.
You
Well,
know,
you know,
all these YouTube channels have kicked off, like living out in the wilderness, living in Alaska, building my cabin in the woods, whatever it is. And it's really got everyone's attention because people are just like dreaming of, can I escape this lifestyle of living in the city, living in a town? I want to be self-sufficient. Me, I want to be out there growing a couple of cows and a couple of sheep and maybe a goat or two and a few chickens and grow me corn. And everyone dreams of that sort of self-sufficient, to be that way. But it would be lovely to be able to do it. But
Yeah, I mean
everyone
that's
gets back to reality, and you got to survive. But
and
that's why them
it's
shows
just
are popular.
it's just a matter of really thinking it out. I mean, I know a lot of younger people and stuff like that. Oh, we don't have time. We don't have
thanks,
time
Belt Luke.
to cook dinners and do this and do that. You know what I mean? Well, you know what? They're losing the fight is what they're doing. You know what I mean? Half of my
Belt Luke says
problems,
all of his videos are organic.
yeah, every one of them,
Yeah.
they're his
He
way.
said not his plants, mind you, but the videos are.
So now, yeah.
Thanks
So
for
now,
sharing links, Belt Luke.
yeah. So now take Boat Loop with his garden and stuff. What he grows, okay? He's growing different types of tomatoes and everything else like that. Now, to mass produce that kind of stuff, all right, that's chemicaled up, nothing but chemicals. No,
Yeah.
I don't know.
You know, he's he did a taste test on a really interesting small tomato, he bit into it, and I'm telling you, that thing was so juicy, the juice dang near
Yeah,
squirted right out of his mouth.
that's what I just got done trying to explain. Is that's what's missing in this country right now. Is that kind of stuff right there. Grow your own, know what the hell you're doing, and know what you're eating. Okay, farmers today are not farming. They're told what they can do. They're regulated so much what they can do. Same thing with the gas company. Same
Yeah.
thing with
Yeah.
with all this other stuff. When I years
Absolutely.
ago, when I first started driving a tractor trailer, I worked for an egg company,
You okay?
and it turned around to where they had an AQI guy, all right, and became an agricultural guy from the state, and they had another one from the government that had to inspect all these eggs. All right, these guys didn't inspect no eggs. It was just a job. That's what they did. They went there every day and they collected a check. That's basically what it was. We got too deep into this one.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Wow, it's 11 o'clock. We've been on here for more than almost 4.5 hours. Son of a gun.
You go, man.
I can talk all night with a
Wow.
mouthful of marbles
Yeah.
underwater. But,
That's funny.
yeah. Well, thanks for having me on. If that's where you're going, but
Yeah, I gotta hit it. I gotta go to bed. I gotta get a night's sleep so I can catch some of Belt Loop's 24 hours.
I'm going to see Belt Loop later on. I hope I make it for tonight. What time is it? Oh, here.
when's he
It'll
starting
be
his
about 8
24
o'clock
hours?
there.
Yeah, another
He
hour.
starts it whenever he gets up tomorrow. That's when he's gonna start it.
He'll be on
Alright.
live tonight. He'll have a live tonight.
Yeah, it's 10 p.m. there in Mississippi where he's at.
Right. Yeah. It's just after 1 p.m. here on, where are we? Thursday.
Excuse me,
Yeah.
Bell Loop. I said it wrong. Mississippi. I said
No.
Mississippi, and it's Mississippi.
Mississippi.
Yeah.
I
They
like my
dropped that
time.
that middle ISS.
That's it. That's it. I don't know what it is about
Okay.
there. I just love the area. I don't know what it is. I've just had good times there, I think.
Yeah, Mississippi.
But hang on. Before
Hey,
you,
good night, Barbecue Rockstars. Appreciate you being here. Well,
that's
there you
how you
go.
spell it. That's how you
Hey,
spell
There
it.
you go. Yeah, the
MISS.
MI crooked letter.
Yeah. Show your age, Mike.
Yeah.
Show
That's
your
how
age.
I taught my granddaughters that. I said, you want to blow them people out of the water at school when they were in like kindergarten? I said, here's your Mississippi for you.
Yeah.
Down on Highway 61.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know, Jonesy. I don't know if you ever seen it. You go on YouTube and look up. It's a documentary on Muscle Shoals.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay,
they're in
I don't know if you
Alabama.
ever. I don't know if you
Yeah,
ever
I've heard
seen
it.
that.
Yeah.
Look that up, and I tell you what, it's good. It's good. It takes you back to how they started, and how they ended up. Guy was tough. He was a tough dude. He'll tell you exactly how he messed up with a lot of different guys, a lot of different groups and stuff, and his successes. But he was smart.
You know, you bring that up, it makes me think of Leonard Skinner. And
Mhm.
I saw them in concert 1 week to the day before, when I was in college, before they had the plane crash.
Yeah,
And
he
The
passed.
band still plays, don't they?
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Yes,
Leonard
they do.
Skinner band still going
They do.
around. Mm-hmm.
The one.
Gulf Shores. The Redneck Riviera, Gulf Shores.
Yeah,
It
exactly.
sure is. The barbecue rock star. Spent plenty of time down there in Clarksdale. Love the place down there. It's plenty of Australians down there too. If you haven't been to Clarksdale, there's restaurants and bars and all sorts of places. Yeah, a third of them's owned by Aussies. So that was nice to know when we got there.
He turns around. He talks about how he passed on the Allman Brothers, and
Yeah.
he went. He went. Oh well. Can't cry.
They had a house. Dwayne Allman and Greg Allman had a house in Juliet, Georgia, which is not far from where I grew up. I know, I've been to that house. A friend of mine, he had to do work. We went to college together, and he had to do some work there on their land. And I went with him and helped him. And I went it where their house was.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
We had in our place. We had the drummers, the black drummer and Trucks played at our place, and they were called the Dynamic Duo. And they both did all Allman Brothers tunes and stuff like that. They were good. It was good stuff. But the guy, I can't remember his name, but they showed how I think it was CBS Records. I think it was CBS. How they stole everybody or away from him, bring him up, and Aretha Franklin couldn't get over that the house group. She's there, some funky guys. I can't wait to go down and play, and record with them. When she got there, they were all white guys. She said, "I must be in the wrong place because there's some funky boys." It's good. Check it out. It's Muscle Shoals. It's a documentary.
I mean,
I gotta watch that. I gotta see if I can find that.
We were in this club. We had a couple of nights off in Memphis, and it was Tuesday night or something. We were walking around town, me and the bass player, and we're just trying to find where we'll hang out next. What haven't we discovered? And there was this really dark alley just off 2 streets off Beale Street. And should we go? We could hear the music, and we go, should we go down there? Dark alley. Did 2 dumb Aussies go walking down a dark alley. Going, there you go, mate. But that's what we did. And there was a door, we opened up the door. It was a bar. And inside the bar, there was a fabulous band playing, like the Blues Brothers. It was just awesome music going on. and we just walked in and sort of sat there or stood there, and it was a full house. Like the room was chock-a-block. Everyone was staring at us. The bass player keeps nudging me, saying, "Can you notice something different?" And I'm going, "What do you mean something different?" And he says, "Just look around the room." And I looked around the room. He said, "We're the only white fellas in here, you know, like, look out." And I said, "Look out." And then the barman said, "What do you want?" And I said, "A couple of beers, you know, how you going, mate? We're Aussies, you know." And they said, "Oh, welcome. Yeah, we got some Aussies in the house." And everyone's going, "Whoa," you know, stupid Australians. But geez, that was a good night too. And the band was
Love you too.
sensational.
Hey, none of that stuff.
I wish I could
Hey.
remember that.
Mm.
Wish I could remember that bar, but there was people in tracksuit tops and the gold chains and they're all, you know, giving a special handshake and all that sort of stuff. And we were drinking Blue Moons. That's what we were drinking: Blue Moons and orange
Oh, man.
juice.
Yeah.
Blue Moons. You want orange? Of course we do. You know, we're Aussies.
Hey, I got a cousin who calls Foster's, you know how they'll have that commercial, Foster's Australian for beer, and he goes, "No, it's Australian
No.
for piss water."
That's it. That's why we gave it away to the Yanks, I think.
Yeah.
Who owns that now? It's not us, that's for sure.
Barbecue Rockstar says Silky Sullivan's on Bill Street. Been there a few times one night.
I've been in there a few times too with up the top of town. What's that? The blue. What's that place on the Blues Cafe up the top on the left, just down from the Hard Rock Cafe, and then
I've never been to Memphis.
Across the road you got BB King's, and then you got King Jerry's, the wrestler's place. Have you ever been to that joint?
Oh, Jerry Lawler, I've heard of it.
Yeah. Oh man, the whole place is wrestling paraphernalia everywhere. There's like 30 TV screens going with all different wrestling matches, all the belts, all the crowns, all this stuff's everywhere, and it's just wonderful for like. And then there's
He's
music.
a god there in Memphis. He's a god there in Memphis. They love him.
Oh man, he's got a great bar. Yeah, we actually played in that bar that night. So.
And you go to barbecue place after barbecue place after barbecue places. They're all over. I mean, it's just unbelievable, and it's amazing how.
I used to work a part-time job as doing security at a place where they did wrestling. I met a bunch of the wrestlers. I met Jerry Lawler and a whole bunch of the others, and most of them were nice. Jerry Lawler, nice guy. Couldn't ask for a better, friendly person. But there was some, they were just jerks. But most of them were just as nice as they could be. And they'd have them coming out of two different doors to come to the ring. But you get back underneath the stands where the dressing room was, it was just one big room.
Same dressing room.
No, that was a fun times. The Tin Roof. That's another place in Memphis. We hung out a bit, and not to mention Stax. That's down there.
Stax Records.
Yeah,
that's the one that if you watch this thing, that's the one that also they gave him a hard time. Stax. Jerry, I can't think of his name now. Just shut my mind. He was doing Jerry Wexler. Jerry Wexler was the one who switched, took most of the artists from Muscle Shoals and brought him over to Stax, and then up to New York to CBS. Stole them from everybody. CBS or I can't remember when it was.
That was a very
uncle comes from years of training.
That was a very interesting place.
Sun Studios.
Sun Studios, yeah. One of the wrestlers one time, I can't remember who it was, but he wasn't real famous, but he was a bad guy. He was a heel. They called him heels, and he was coming back to the stands, and I was escorting him, and I got up to one of the stands. I saw this guy with his hands in his pocket, and he just looked really weird, and I saw him come out, and I saw a knife, and I took him down and got the knife away from him, and he was fixing to stab that guy with his knife.
Wow.
I have a friend out here right now, Stevie Dunham. He does record productions and stuff last night. So last night I get this message. My phone dings, and I'm half asleep, and I get this. I don't know if you can see it. I don't know if you know who he is. I don't know if you can see it. I just shut it off. God damn it. Well, I tell you, boy, you got to get up early in the morning to be this freaking dumb.
Or go to bed late.
Yeah.
Just don't give him sharp knives.
Little Anthony. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
He just sends me out a thing. He's 81, and they just produced a record. I was going to go and play with a session thing, but he just got done. They just come out with almost like an anthology, I guess, type of thing. He's 81 years old, okay, and still going. So they just come out with a whole thing like that. So he sends me this thing to like him from my buddy Stevie and stuff. I said absolutely, and I said that's awesome. And then he writes back to me, "Thank you, Ron." Ron. So I write back to him. I went, "Tom." Okay. Oh, okay, Tom. Right. So I'm saying that you're playing with me. All right. So then he goes down a little bit further, and he said, I said, you're one of the greatest singers in my time frame. I'm playing with him now because I don't know who the hell they put anybody's picture up, So he went through my channel and he says, Tom, I see you are one of us, a patriot and a Sinatra fan. Thank you.
Yeah. I believe I'd have been tempted when he called you Ron to say, thank you, little Richard.
Yeah. I wasn't thinking that fast. I think that would have blew him out of the water. Funny stuff. Ha! Good golly. Too funny. Too funny. But you know what? The older Jonesy, I don't know how you feel about it. Like I said, I'm going to be 68, and I played today for about 2.5 hours. I'm trying to get everything mixed up. I'm trying to play different songs. I play a little bit of everything. I feel like I'm more funky than ever than I was. Okay. Some of the rock music just didn't do it for me. I like the funky stuff and everything. But today playing, I mean, I don't know. I guess the age is kicking in. I feel like I'm slowing down. My timing's coming off everything, and I don't know.
Yeah, mate. It's
Belt Loop talking about Dreamland Barbecue in Tuscaloosa. We've got a Dreamland Barbecue here in Atlanta area. It's in Alpharetta on the north side of town of Atlanta. They got some good barbecue, excellent barbecue.
You know the days you get in the zone, when you sort of everything's working and everything's fabulous and you just cannot do nothing wrong. Even when you do something wrong, it seems to work because you've connected into it in another direction or coming out of it. And like I've had those days recently, and I'm going, I've got a good mate of mine selling up, and he's a musician, obviously a musician with no income now. Like everything's pretty well slowing right down. So he's going to sell his house, buy a bus, and do something like the Canadian fishing musician. He's going to set himself up something like that, but travel around the countryside. And he said, I've got all this gear here, mate. I've got all this recording gear and stuff. And he said, you want to buy it off me? I said, mate, well, what do you got? And he said, I'll tell you what, I'll just bring all this stuff down, set it up at your place, and I can come there and visit and use it when I need to. I said, mate, you do that for sure. It's Yes, I'm looking forward to getting into the more recording. Like when we go do stuff, we go into different places, but I reckon I got a good ear to hear things. And like today, for instance, I've done a radio show today. The guy that I'm working for, he says, you're way too heavy. You played too heavy last week. One of your shows was just too heavy for us. We just got a few comments, and it was a bit heavy, but I was just in that sort of mood. Like that's mine, and I was letting it ride. And then I found this sort of sub that's not as heavy, but just a little bit behind. And then I discovered all the bands that I've got here filed away, and you sort of get in that zone again, and then you're hearing these songs again, and you're thinking, oh man, they melt, they merge into each other. So I reckon yeah, I've done a couple of shows for him, which is going to be next week going to air next week. But yeah, they were. I was on fire. Like, I was enjoying myself this morning. I was in here. It started raining. The sun came out, and I've just got my headphones on. And I'm doing this, and I'm recording them live. Usually, I don't record live. Like, I'll talk and I'll chuck a song on, and then I'll talk and I'll chuck a song on. And I'll talk. Well, I find it more fun for me now just to pretend I'm live in the studio and everything's flowing. So, so I was sort of into that zone this morning, and a guy called Dan Sultan. I don't know if heard of Dan Sultan, but he's like a smooth, heavy blues rocker, sort of suave. Like he's just different. So I rediscovered him today. So I chucked a couple of his tracks in. And
I get myself into a point where I'll go from 40s music, okay, and into some rap music. And I'm not a big rap. The only reason why I do is because my grandson's into it pretty good, and I'm trying to keep him interested in it. You know what I mean? He's 20 something. He's 20 years old, but he's been doing this since he's like 12, making beats and stuff like that. And what he's doing now is he's taking old vinyl and he's taking clips from different bits from different songs and trying to blend it together. You know what I mean? So that's what he's doing right now. And I think he sold a couple of them, whatever. But I'm trying to keep him busy with that. But in the same token, though, my bucket list is for me to play one more time. I just want to play one more time out. I'm out here in Vegas, and that's what I want to do. But my freaking body is telling me, whoa, maybe you want to join a marching band or something, you fat bastard. What the hell you think you're doing?
I know. It keeps you fit. You do that every day, and that's your exercise, mate. That's
at least 2 hours a day. I'm
you sweat, and you drink your water, you sweat it out, and you. It's not just your body feels good; it's your soul that feels good when you play. When you got the music happening, it's sort of musicians will sort of know it. You know what I mean? Like, when you really feel it's better than any drug. Like. Most musicians sort of get into that zone normally without worrying about any stimulants, and
And what the sad part about it is with the electronics and stuff, with all this new equipment and stuff they got. Before I had a reel to reel, you know what I mean? And put the music on, play to it, listen back to it, try to match it all up. That was fun to me a little bit, but now I played today, okay, trying to get everything coming back out right and sounding right and like that, and a little bit of a delay. And I'm saying, damn, I'm getting slow, or I'm not keeping up with it.
Devil Dog's in the house.
Devil Dog, what's up, brother? But then I thought about it. I said, you get that latency behind it, that little bit. And I worked on that a little bit and brought it right back up again. But I'll put on probably 30, 35 songs, and I'll just play right through it.
Hey, Gary, Belloop, you mentioned about Mobile, being to the one in Mobile. How far are you from Mobile? I was in Mobile. Well, we went through Mobile going to Dolphin Island about a year and a half ago. And man, I had not been there in a long time. Man, that place has grown.
Yeah, I was getting some lessons.
He's talking.
Yeah, he's fixing to break it to Devil Dog about what he's doing. Devil Dog ain't gonna get no sleep now.
Hey, what, Devil Dog,
I was getting some lessons of a legend guy here who's a drummer. Just to, I like going to different people and say, tell me what I'm doing wrong, and can you guide us in this direction? Which and this there's a band called Spy versus Spy. Like they were huge out here, and they're huge in South America. And I had the drummer, this guy Dave. He was coming to my house, a couple of times a day, and people in the building were going, I know that guy, who is that guy that comes to your place all the time? And I go, he's no one, he's just a friend, And anyway, long story short, he's saying I play like Charlie Watts. He said you got to get out of that Charlie Watts skip, you know. And I've gone, okay,
Oh
fair
man,
enough.
that can actually hurt.
Interesting.
See, now what I do is everybody says, well, I remember back when I was younger, you know, well, can you play Anagata Davida? Well, no. I know how to play it, but can I play it like that, like it's on the record? Absolutely not. I'm not that guy. Okay, I'm me. This is the way I play it. So if you're looking to be a tribute band and play exactly like you want to do, then I'm not the guy for you. Really not.
Yeah, tribute like anyway. I won't get down that road. I'll get myself in trouble. But I'm all for original music, because once you do original music and people hear it for the first time, especially live, they got no idea if you're making a mistake or not. You know, you could be singing completely wrong lyrics, but they're hearing it for the first time and they go, "Man, that was a cool song."
That's why I'm trying to, when I cook something, that's what I'm trying to explain to people. This is how I cook it. Okay. There's no, let me tell you something. If you go outside the box of a recipe, okay, there's no food police coming knocking on your door and saying, all right, up against the wall, you're going to jail because you didn't do it right. See, I think it's the same way with music. That's why I'll listen to other people do different stuff. Delbert McClinton. Okay, I don't know if you know who he is. He's a bluesy. Did you ever hear that song? Hey baby, I want to know if you be my girl. And the harp part, the harp part in there, that's Delbert McClinton. Okay, so he went off on his own. All right, and he'll do songs almost like Travis Tritt, same way. Travis Tritt will take old country tunes and jazz them up a little bit, put them up a little bit, and everything changes. That's the kind of stuff I like. You know what I mean? I don't like that. Well, you got to be this way, that way. I was going to audition for this guy, and he said, well, if you can make it sound like the record, that's what we want. No, because I'm not that guy. I'm definitely not that guy. You know, I'm not gonna change my style. Okay. To work 2 or 3 nights a week to sound like, you know, Ozzy Osbourne. That's just not me.
You know,
well, I loved it when Travis Tritt, when what's his name, did the Achy Breaky Heart.
Billy Ray.
Yeah,
Billy Ray Cyrus.
And Travis Tritt he went off on him something fierce. He was like, you know, calling him trash and couldn't do it and all. And then the next thing you know, at the award ceremony, when he gets some award, country music award for the song, when Billy Ray gets it, he gets up there and he says, for those of you out there that don't like Achy Breaky Heart, here's a quarter. Call somebody who cares.
It's wrong. Yeah, I mean, especially
you know Phil Rudd, the drummer Phil Rudd from AC/DC.
Yeah. Great
name.
He's got a band. He lives in New Zealand, and I've hung out with him a couple of times. He's got a band called the Phil Rudd Band, and it's completely not like AC/DC, but the beats, the drums, you can just close your eyes and you can hear the AC/DC coming right through the speakers, you know.
And he was playing, nothing fancy, but he was there. He was
That's
there.
it.
And that's the bottom line. You try to overboard stuff. I mean, I've seen a thing today on Facebook about what's his name? Well, I tell you, I'm getting crazy with names. He had a set of drums around him. It looked like it was almost ridiculous how many drums around him. And they showed another guy who had 3 drums. Okay. And this guy took off on it. I mean, you know.
The best drummer in Australia right now is a guy called Pete Drummond, which is quite sort of funny that's his real name, but
Pete Drummond.
Yeah, Pete Drummond. He a lovely guy too, and he's built like a jockey, you know. And you see him get interviewed, and they get the camera to go low to look at him to make him look like he's big, and then you see him at a venue, and he's like a little schoolboy coming through. You know, excuse me, come to the drums. But lovely, a great drummer, mate. You should see this guy play.
And you know what the sad part of it? What I always think about, I'm in for the little guy. I'm always for the little guy. Okay, that's why out here right now in Vegas, you know, entertainment capital of the world. So you know, so they say. Okay, what they're bringing in now is nothing but corporate people. I call them corporate musicians. Guns for hire to come in and do a Eagles tribute. Just one place, the M. You don't see the same people. One show you see this one guy, the next night you'll see somebody else. Playing in the band. So the regular musician, the little guy that lives 3 houses down from me, that plays out. Okay, that poor bastard. He got stabbed in the back from these corporate people. Well, you too much money or whatever, and they're not playing anymore. And they're just giving it up. That's sad. It really is.
Yeah, no, it's like I live and breathe music, so it's always every day. Like I was on the phone last night to somebody in Sydney that they've cancelled a gig because they've just made enough to cover the ticket sales to cover everything. There's still like another 2 weeks to go, and they're still they're not even counting the walk-ins and walk-ups.
Yeah,
and they've just got enough to cover the rental of the theater and everyone's expenses. So everyone's covered, but the promoter had at this date he could pull the plug and not be with the contracting could not be charged anything. So he was panicking. So he pulled the plug, and I said to that guy, I said, mate, I'll bring you down to Tasmania and we'll put you on here, guaranteed to fill the place up, because there's just no quality. I mean, I better not say that too loudly, but I've struggled to find something worth seeing down here. Like if I bring down some good guys and put them in a few little venues and have a circuit running, I reckon I've got myself a little business down here as a bit of a.
There's a saying. There's a saying out here in the States. There's a saying out here in the States where it's a musician, okay, who will load $5,000 worth of equipment into a $500 car to go make $50. Yeah, and that's it. That's the musician's life.
Hey, Jonesy, Devil Dog's in here in the chat. He says, he's telling Belt Loop. He says, I feel bad. I woke Jonesy up early this morning, or this morning real early.
Yeah, well, it's probably a good thing because I've really got a lot done since then. So I usually
you're off the hook. You're off the hook, Devil Dog. He's okay with it.
I've caught up on some work and I've done a few things, and so
that's why I got out of the restaurant business. The same thing, because I mean, I'm probably going to piss somebody off now, but I call a spade, and that's it. They took. There is more people from Mexico or other countries that are working in restaurants. Okay, so they take somebody who goes to culinary school. Okay, whatever they pay, come out, make him a boss, but don't want to pay him. And the poor bastard that's on a line that's cooking, that should be making the money, is not getting that. And so it's just, that's why I got out of it. It's too cutthroat, too much. Same thing with the music business. Same thing.
Devil Dog, do you got enough caffeine in your house to get Belt Loop through his 24-hour live?
I don't have. Only caffeine I have is tea. I gave up soda waters.
He went to. He said he went to the Dollar General and bought every damn
cappuccino
they had in a jar.
Yeah,
in a bottle.
He's gonna be having fun doing that, ain't he?
Yeah, buddy. Yeah.
Somebody will keep saying, "Whose feet are they on that bed?"
I won't be there with him.
You already pulled your 24-hour yesterday.
Well, yesterday, and I pulled one before too. I've done with Misfit, Warriors Heart Fishing, and Coyote. We done a 24-hour live straight.
Yeah, you were hitting all the lives yesterday, and you were still up way late into the day.
Yeah, but I feel bad, man. I thought it was, I don't know what I was thinking, man. I was thinking it was still like daylight, evening there or whatever this morning or this afternoon, actually, like 12 or 1. And I was texting him and I was trying to figure out how to use the dang call app and the WhatsApp and stuff. And I think I actually called him. I don't know how with my cell phone. Did your phone ring, Jonesy?
Yeah, I have the phone next to my bed because I get phone calls from overseas people 24 like during the day quite regularly, but usually not. Yeah, at that
What
time,
time was it over there?
just after 5 a.m.
What?
Did you
Yeah,
just hit him up on the regular phone number, or did you hit him up with like Messenger, phoning him on Messenger?
I was trying to get the WhatsApp to work,
Uh,
and I emailed him too. I think because we were having a little bit of issues
I
and
get
stuff like.
200 emails. I get 200 over 200 emails a day, so I don't have the alert on to say I've got another email. Otherwise, you just hear it
Yeah.
24/7.
And so then he was like, "Oh, he was like, he called me back. He didn't answer, I don't think, but he called me back, and he was like, I could tell he was sleeping. I'm like, did I wake you up? And he's like, yeah. And I'm like, dude, I felt bad.
I
I
was
still
walking through.
feel bad.
I was walking through the house trying to not wake up anybody else, and come out to the back room and thought, should I go outside? Oh, it's too bloody cold. I'll just stay here for now. And then, yeah, but no, I got a lot done. I got a lot of radio work done this morning, which was good. So I've caught up and I'm in front again, which I need to be.
Well, that's good. At least something good come out of it. We messed up. Where'd Tom
I've got
go?
a friend who's he's probably had to go to the bathroom.
Oh.
Marie's made a few trips in.
Yeah,
The bell has rang a few times.
yes, and
But I've got a friend who he's lived in places all over the world, and we talk to each other on Messenger,
yeah,
Facebook Messenger, and he left and he just got to Bulgaria. His wife's he's retired, but his wife still works with the federal government, with the State Department and all, and she's signed there.
right, Bulgaria. That'll be an interesting place.
Yep.
Where'd you go, Tom?
I had to take a leak.
Everything come out all right?
Yellow.
Yellow.
Now keep
Did you mention my name? You'll get a good seat.
It was taken. Oh man.
Where's the hat you had yesterday, Devil Dog?
Which hat did I have yesterday?
You had your
Kind
woolen.
of orange yellow.
Oh, it's up there. I got another
That's too
one
hot.
today.
Don't put that on. I'll sweat.
I got another one today.
What have you done different with the audio today? Because you sound back to normal or even better.
He trashed the mic.
You've changed your audio settings, haven't you, today?
Well, what's wrong with it now?
No, it sounds great.
Sounds great.
Oh, okay.
Like you've been awfully quiet and echoey and all sorts of stuff lately, but
Who's that? What does it say? Who is that? I can't see.
Belton says you had a dry pocket, didn't you?
Oh my God, Tom! Get some new glasses, Tom.
I couldn't read it.
All right. Okay.
All right.
Got it.
Chris and Larry Homestead.
Oh,
Got it. Got it. You got some swag, huh?
Yeah, got some swag today. It was their drawing a couple weeks ago or whatever. I won the very last prize in their drawing, and it had a hat, that tumbler right there,
Time for a drum off.
and this shirt.
Wow. Nice. Cool. Very cool.
Yep.
I like that.
Winner. Chicken dinner with a bit of pork rinds.
Pork rinds. There you go.
Yeah.
I don't know. Let's see here.
I wasn't even reading what Belt Loop said.
Squirrel's only 15 away from his community tab. Well, I started out at 474, and now I'm down to 473. Last I looked, I don't know what it is right now.
Nope,
472
Gary.
now.
Nope, Gary, ain't gonna happen.
That's funny.
Barbecue Mike G. Time for a drum off.
Yeah. Yeah, it sounds like it, right? I tell you what, I would.
What's a dry pocket?
For Tom to pee in.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's just
Look
from,
at him. He's being a moderator while he's at work dropping links.
What a man! What a man!
What the heck?
He's getting pumped up.
That's a multitasker.
What a man, what a man, what a mighty good man.
He's telling me, he was saying today, come on here, and he said, I'm going to tell you what's going on. He did an intro probably for 15 minutes about what he was going to do. And I'm thinking maybe, whoa, maybe he got monetized. Maybe it came through. Okay. He said, I'm going to do it 24 hours.
The other day when he was talking about the chess match, he said, there is an epic battler coming, and he is going on, and he went on and on. Somebody in the chat said, oh, will you just go ahead and tell us, or something to that effect? And he says, I'm going to get to it. I'm building it up. You know,
he's a good advertiser. That's for sure. That is for sure. Well, we had some people on tonight. I think, Mike. Wasn't too bad.
No, we done good.
Wasn't too
done
bad.
good. The highest I saw was 14, but it may have gotten higher than that.
That's good.
I know there was several other lives going on too.
I got to the point where I got to make a video tomorrow. I'm behind. I'm getting behind now.
I got one coming out tomorrow. I found something in Aldi that stuff's good. It's pickled de gallo. Pickled de gallo. It was good.
Pickled de gallo?
Yeah. It's made, and it is good.
Pickle.
Yeah.
Yeah. Made with cucumbers and everything else, except it's got cucumbers and vinegar and all in there. It is really good.
Okay, so not pico de gallo, pickle de gallo.
Pickle.
Okay.
Yeah, made by the Grillo pickle people.
Did you see Little Fish in the kitchen? Did you see hers today? Her video she made. Actually, last night she made it. Simple. Cucumber salad. That was it. Done.
Yes.
Okay.
I loved it.
I said, "Boy, you brought me back to my childhood. My mom used to make that stuff. Unbelievable.
That looked good. I love it. That's a sweet onion and cucumber and the mayonnaise, sour. I think it's sour cream mix.
Yeah, she even put a little bit of monk fruit in it instead of sugar.
Mike.
Yo.
Do me a favor.
What's that?
Flip me and Tom. Thank you.
Yeah, got this phobia.
I can't see.
I can't see. Tell him.
Yeah,
it's my camera's between me and the screen.
Oh,
so
okay.
Where Tom was, my camera is right in front of him.
I see.
Now where I am, my camera's in front of me, so I can't see myself. But I don't care if I see myself.
Yeah.
Oh,
I don't need to see myself talking.
So there was a method to your madness.
Yeah, and
all the time.
People that's been around me knows it. When I ask them to switch me, what I'm talking about.
Yeah. How was your day today, Dog?
How was what?
How was your day? Okay.
No.
I can't imagine. It didn't sound like it was starting out good.
Yeah. Me and my wife got into a big fight this morning.
Yeah, that's not good.
Barbecue Mike said, "Isn't that relish?" No, it ain't relish. It's got onion in it and garlic, and it's not a relish. You would think it is, but it's not. It's not. It's a mixture of them. It's like a pico de gallo, but with cucumbers in it.
Yeah. Hey, Mike, do you ever have dilly beans?
No, I can't say as I have. I may know them by something else. I don't know what they are.
They're pickled green beans.
Oh, well, yeah, I've had pickled green beans. I got some in the pantry right now.
My grandson, he's like 3 years old. I used to pickle them myself. I left the jar open, and he walking by. He was playing whatever he's doing. That little sucker ate the whole jar. Loves them. It's great. What the hell happened to this thing? He could come by and take them out. I love these dilly beans. Pop.
Oh, now see, I love pickled eggs. I got them in the pantry.
I can't do that. I can't do that.
I got me some pickled asparagus in there.
You gotta watch Double Dog's Moon about him doing the glass in the eggs. Glass eggs. That was interesting. I found that very interesting.
The glass in the egg. All right, I'll look it up.
Yeah, it's water glassing.
Yeah, water glass.
Okay. Oh, I did see that. Yeah. I didn't.
Now, I could ask you a
I've
question.
never heard of that before.
When you get
I got a lot of comments on that one.
when you get to the point where just before they expire, whatever, okay, is the shell still hard, still crack, or
Shell's still hard and stuff, but the from what I understand, from what I hear, the egg yolk is a little bit runny. So it's good for like baking and stuff.
Yep.
But they say it's not so good for like frying an egg. It's still good.
Okay.
It's still good and everything. It's just the yolk's a little bit more runny. So you might want, if it's coming up on the 2-year shelf life, you may want to use it more for baking. But I mean, I guess you could scramble the eggs and stuff like that.
sure,
Still.
yeah. When I was younger, when I was in my early 20s, I worked for a company, Quality Egg, actually they're out of Brooklyn, New York, but they were out in Dayton, New Jersey, and I used to deliver a tanker of egg yolks to Tasty Cake in Pennsylvania. And just stop and think about that, okay? 3,500 gallons, all right, of egg yolks, just egg yolks, and that's what they use for baking. They're making them tasty cakes and stuff like that. Crazy place.
No,
One guy-
what?
Sorry, I got visitors just arrived at the old Jones homestead, so I've got to love you and leave you.
All right, take it easy, Jonesy. Thanks
right.
for everything, buddy.
Take care,
I'll see you
Jonesy.
later.
Yeah, no worries.
All righty.
Thanks, Mike. Yeah,
We'll see you
Good
later.
to see you, Jonesy. Appreciate you coming
thanks,
in.
appreciate everybody out there. Thanks.
Don't be eating no kangaroo, all right?
Kangaroo's probably pretty good. I'd like to eat some kangaroo.
It's like Venice.
We can't get buffalo wings around here, so maybe some kangaroo legs would be good.
Yeah.
Yeah, the little ones
The
at
little
the
short
front.
ones, yeah.
There you go.
See you later, Jonesy.
Take care. He's a great guy.
Do I need to swap you anymore, or are you good where you at?
I'm good.
Okay.
I'll move my camera a little bit.
He's a great guy, Jonesy.
Yeah.
Oh, I like him. I'm Australian brother.
Sheena's back. Hello, Sheena.
You have to stay late for what,
You
Gary?
didn't expect to see us still here, did you? We're going for the 24-hour already. We're going to beat Belt Loop too.
Ay. That's funny stuff.
Y'all ever had a pickled pig's feet?
Yep.
Nope.
Sure did. Oh, well, let me get back to what I was saying. There was a guy that worked in this Quality Egg, and what he would do is he would take that big jar like that, put the eggs in it, and then he would take vinegar and pour vinegar in this jar, fill the jar up, put the lid on it. And a couple of days later, they were almost like transparent, but like rubbery.
It'll dissolve the shell.
He ate that crap. He'd pick it out and laugh. It stunk like crazy, but the shell was crazy looking. It was like almost transparent, like a brownish transparency.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy. Different strokes for different folks, right?
Oh yeah, I tell you, a pickled egg is good. Beltler was saying he's got some pickled okra at home. I like pickled okra.
I like okra too.
No, Belt Loop. You cannot do the eggs like whatever you said and then water glass them. What do you say?
He wanted to know if you could pickle them and then water glass them.
No, because here's the reason why. You have to have the eggs with the bloom on them. No mud, no poop, no dirt, and you can't wash them. And so if you're pickling them, you got to crack open the egg, boil it and crack it open and whatever else. they're still in their shell. They're eggshell.
Regular eggs.
So you can't pickle them and then water glass them. Now, you may be able to pickle them and then dehydrate them. When
that's
I have a
hadn't thought about
dehydrator,
that.
so
Yeah.
I hadn't thought about that.
Marie, we were talking last night. Marie says, my dad had close to 200 chickens. I never knew that they had that many chickens.
and it's time for you to buy her some chickens, Tom.
And that's where I live. Let me tell you something. I wouldn't mind it. You know what? I liked when I lived in North Carolina. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed getting up, doing that work and stuff like that. I'm a half-ass carpenter, and I built some barns and stuff like that. Recycled wood and stuff. That's why when I watched your video about what you did with the tear down and some of the corrugated stuff and everything, I like that stuff. That's my gig. I like that repurposing stuff. I was shown the other night. I don't allow Marie to throw out coffee cans. I keep coffee cans, okay, and I make with PVC pipe, and my camera stands out of them.
Oh. Wow!
I'll fill this here halfway with rocks, okay, and I'll put the pipe in here. On the bottom, I have a cane holder for the bottom of a cane, and I'll screw that into the bottom to hold the PVC in place, and then that's where I put the camera on here or my phone. So I have two of them out there out of metal, same setup, but I have my lights on it. So I videotape my lights. So I go to Lowe's and I'll buy a $19 light. Okay. They look like they're in a can type of thing with the switch. And that's what I use for my lighting when I use my videotaping. I can't afford to spend all that money on video equipment and stuff like that. I just can't do it. So,
you could qualify for redneck.
I am redneck. People don't realize that where I come from, and what I do. I built a half a barn out of pallet wood.
So, do you live in HOA? You live in an HOA?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm in an apartment condo complex, 55 and older.
But do you rent or do you own?
No, I rent. No, I'll never own nothing again. I'll never own nothing again. I'm done.
I don't blame you.
So I had to get an electric smoker to put out on the balcony. Marie has tomato plants, pepper plants, all kinds of plants out on the balcony, all around the balcony. Once they start seeing what's coming out of it, I don't know if they're going to give us a hard time or not. So I might be called the hillbilly in Vegas.
So how big is this balcony?
It's small. It's 9 by 6, 9 by 5.
My Lord, 45 square feet.
On top of the smoker, I put a piece of wood on top, painted it black, and I put my grill up on top of it, and that's where I grill on that.
Barbecue Mike says, chock full of nuts lighting. That's funny. That's funny.
Yeah.
I love it.
No, not chock full, just nuts.
Oh, Lordy.
You got to love it.
I love that. Yeah. Beltley wants to know, can you water glass them, then pickle them?
Yeah, you got to cook them.
Devil dog.
In order to... He's busy.
Uh-oh.
I was trying to look to see if Mrs. Garvey had any plants on her videos of her porch.
No. You know what we're doing, though, Devil Dog? We're starting another channel. I started already, but I ain't done nothing with it yet. We're doing one we're going to call it Seniors, Food, and Life.
You do have a video of some of the plants out there on it.
Yeah. Seniors, Food, and Life. And it's just me and her and stuff that we do. But what I want to do is what I was trying to do is how to save a little bit of money being a senior, fixed incomes, and trying to get through, all this bullshit. And how we cook, what we eat, what I can buy in the store. And I buy in bulk. So I do all my own butchering. And I'll buy whole chickens, break them down. And we'll vacuum, I call them vacuum seal them, freeze them. And the crazy money I spend is for either equipment to do that kind of stuff. You know, Marie hasn't bought seeds probably since I know her. Everything comes from original food.
Mike,
Yo,
what was your job? What did you do?
police work for 43 years.
You're a cop.
I was.
How do I run into so many cops on here? It's like
Well,
they're
I was-
stalking me.
I can't
So-
help it. But I'm an ex-cop. I retired. I'm done.
It don't matter. Once cop, always cop.
No, no. Even though I do, man, I can't go into anywhere
Was
to
you,
eat
was
without.
you there for my rant the other day
No, I didn't hear
when
it.
I
What'd
went
you
off
say?
on Gary?
No, I missed it. Oh, hey, I missed that.
Because I got a freaking ticket
Uh-oh. I didn't do that part.
by
I
a
didn't
little.
do tickets.
How many people's in here? 5 hours live. By a little chick cop
Yeah, about his
Where I
ticket. He got a ticket.
where I showed my the video and everything.
I see. I didn't do tickets. I did the investigations.
I never get freaking tickets, man. Never. And we were going. I was taking my wife to get chicken food and everything. And
You'll never see him, Gary.
I'm not even reading chat. I don't care what he says. What did he say?
Hey, no, he's talking about me. He said, "You want to see one of my videos go viral? Put the clips together. How many times Marie hit me in the head when I rang the bell?"
So anyways, we were going to get chicken feed and stuff. And I
Thanks,
had
Uncle.
just looked at a freaking speed limit sign. It was 60 miles an hour. And so I kept going, and I seen a cop pass me. I seen him do a U-turn, and I told my wife, I'm like, they got me. And I was going 63 in a 60, or what I thought was a 60, because I just looked at the speed limit, and it was 60. And it goes, I don't know, maybe no more than a half mile, probably a quarter of a mile. It goes under a toll road, 99, and right on that other side, it had some bushes and stuff, and you can see it if you're looking or whatever. But right behind them kind of bushes and around a little bit of a curve, it said the speed limit was 55, I think. And but she pulled me over, or she got behind me. I was at a stoplight, and there was two stoplights like within 15 feet of each other or whatever. I don't know the purpose in it, but anyways.
Yeah, we showed 60 and a 55, right?
So I was going 63 and a 55, I think.
Yeah, that's what
55.
the sign said. Yeah.
And so, I mean, I was only doing what, 8 miles over? But I thought
See,
the
that won't
speed
get
limit.
you pulled over in Georgia.
I thought the speed limit was 60. I did. And usually I do 5 miles over the speed limit, because if not, people are running up my butt and people are freaking flying past me most of the time. So I never get pulled over, never get tickets, but I usually do 5 miles over for the most part. And so so what is hold on a minute. So what is 8 miles over? The speed limit's 55. So, and I was going 63. So, anyways, I didn't see the freaking daggum speed limit sign change.
Not 8 miles. It's only,
Let's see.
65. Yeah, 8 miles. Yeah.
63 and a 55. And so that's 10% over the speed limit? I guess so, huh? So, yeah. So, you gave me a ticket. Come on, camera, focus.
Yeah.
Speeding 10% over is what it says. And
yeah.
How is it not freaking reading this?
I don't know why it would be 10% though.
And it says right there, radar. It was 8/23/2022 at 2 p.m. Posted speed limit 55, alleged speed 63, speeding 10% over limit is what it says. And it says the weather's cloudy. Weather wasn't cloudy. There was clouds. But it was a blue sky. Cloudy to me is like overcast, gray clouds overhead and everything else. Wouldn't that make sense to you?
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be considered cloudy when it's like gray and overcast and stuff? Not
Yes.
blue skies and she wrote cloudy on there. And I even went back. I was so friggin' pissed off about the whole thing. But I even went back and recorded it.
Go take pictures of the speed limit signs and take pictures of where she clocked you and show her how it was.
I did. I took video because I'm taking it to and she was a little cocky little, BI, whatever.
Yeah.
And the thing is, when she pulled me over, she come up to the freaking car, and I got my driver's license out, and my wife was handing me my phone, and she goes, "Let me see what you have." And so I handed her she was rude the whole time.
Hey, Joe.
I've been pulled over by cops before, though, and even if you get a ticket, they're, pretty nice and jovial and everything else.
Yeah.
And she goes, and so I gave her that, and she said, "The reason I pulled you over, you was speeding, you was going 63 and a 55. And I'm like, no, I wasn't. I'm like, I was going 63 and a 60 because I didn't see that other sign. And I'm not going to stare at the damn side of the road looking constantly for speed limit signs when I just looked and seen one. Hey, Old Tunes, how you doing? And when I had just seen one, and freaking getting in an accident because I'm looking at the side of the road instead of the traffic and everything else.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm trying to find the dang player. There it is, gallery. And so,
still 106 here.
Did she get you on radar?
I guess.
Okay, I got a thing for you to say.
Okay, I turned around and let me turn the volume up. Okay, I just saw that speed limit sign right there at 60. And if you look right here on the other side of the bridge, there's another speed limit sign that I did not see. And it was right behind those bushes. I did not see that 55 right there. And she clocked me and turned around right about. Now you see that blue sky?
Yeah.
How's that cloudy? I mean, yeah, there's clouds, but it's a blue sky.
Yeah, that's not cloudy.
I stopped, had a red light at this light. I stopped. When the light turned green, she was behind me at this light, at these two lights. And as soon as I pass that other light, there's another speed limit sign right there of 55 miles per hour. And she turned on her light right there. So she's sitting behind me when I was at this light originally. And as soon as the light turned green, I'll show you the other speed limit sign at 55.
That's a tough one there.
Yeah. That's not.
But anyways,
that's
this
not
is
a
just
good
where I
ticket.
pulled over.
Well,
I
that
pulled over like right on the other side of that.
the speed limit sign being obscured is good evidence in your behalf. Here's something else for you to do in court. When you get to court, ask to see the calibration certification. When was it last certified and calibrated? And if she says something like, "I checked it was calibrated that morning when I started my shift." Oh, can I see your federal license to operate on to work on the machinery? Because she didn't calibrate it, she checked the calibration. She did not calibrate if it's radar. And her testimony then will be blown out of the water because she can't testify that it's calibrated because she doesn't know and she can't produce it more than likely than not. Now in Georgia, that won't even get you pulled over because
Right.
there's a law in Georgia that local police cannot pull you over for less than 10 miles an hour over the speed limit. A state trooper can, but local police cannot. And there's also most of the troopers won't pull you over till you're over 12 miles an hour over because they say if I pull over everybody that's under that, I'm missing all the people that are speeding like all be damned.
Yep.
Exactly.
And they leave you alone until you get over 12. And you don't even get points until you're 15 miles an hour over the speed limit in Georgia. So anything under 15, you're just doing it to raise money.
That's all they're doing. It's a
Well,
small.
I'll tell you what. Here's my thoughts on speed laws. Speed laws are simply revenue producing things.
Bingo.
I dare
Yeah.
anybody to tell me or show me an accident that occurred because someone was speeding. There is going to be something else involved for it to be considered for a cause of the accident. People say, "Oh, well, he was driving 90 miles an hour and he was darting in and out of traffic and everywhere." That's improper lane change.
Yeah.
That caused the accident, not the speeding.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, and the thing is to me that's a little nitpicky and everything else because I wasn't being freaking I'm an old man. I'm 50 years old. I ain't a young 21-year-old punk that's freaking flying going, 80, 90 miles an hour in a 55. I mean, I was going a little bit over what I thought, and I explained to her, I just looked at the speed, I just looked and it was 60 miles an hour and y'all could see where it was 60 miles an hour.
Yeah.
And then maybe it was a half mile down the road. It was not far, but like I said, I'm not going to stare at the side of the road. I had seen the 60, I was going 60 and she goes, "So you admit you were speeding?" I'm like, "Well, yes, I was going 63 and a 60 or what I thought was a 60. So I was going 3 miles over what I thought. And it was actually 8 miles over."
Yeah. Well,
See, I wouldn't have bothered with that ticket. That's a nitpicky ticket. That shouldn't have never been written.
Well, she was a BI, what too, though.
it should get thrown out is what it should do because once you see
Yeah.
as soon as I see like the obstruction,
Right.
where
The
you couldn't see
obstruction
the
tells
sign,
it all.
would come up there, and then I would want to know. See, I would take it a little bit further. Why is that much of a speed limit? Why is it such a speed limit change in such a short distance? Wouldn't there be another sign in there? Reduce speed ahead. Another sign in between that. You know what I'm saying? So the signage, I guess, to go from 60 to 55, you'd see brake lights. Would have to be put on. I don't know. That's why I would probably be picking up papers on the side of the road because I would yell and scream at them. They'd lock my ass up and I'd be in trouble.
The other thing in Georgia, was she a city cop?
Yes.
Okay. In Georgia, if the cities or municipalities or counties are running radar at that city or county limit sign, they have to have a thing posted saying that you are that speed check by detection devices. They have to post a sign up. That's the way it is in Georgia. There's a lot of states that have that. I don't know if Texas has
body
it or not,
cam worn, but it's okay. Body cam worn is X'd out, so she was wearing a body cam, but it was Mount Bellevue Police Department.
Okay.
Mount Bellevue's a small town. It's or city, but town really. Baytown's bigger than Mount Bellevue, and they border each other. And Highway 146 is not like it was in. I mean, I guess it was city limits or whatever, but it was
Mhm.
a major highway, 146.
There's a hub.
And that other road you seen was a tollway. It was 99, which speed limit on that's I think 70 or something like that. But it wasn't like we were even to the lights, you know. It was a freeway, you know. Basically, we hadn't even got to the industrial part of it or anything else yet. Yeah, where it slowed down there was kind of at the lights. It was 55, but it just pissed me off because it wasn't like I was doing it on purpose. It wasn't like anything. I was going to get, you know, chicken feed for the chickens and stuff, and you know, but. And they had been doing construction down there before because that 99's new there.
See, that's just a nitpicky ticket. Beltloop says I've gotten you riled up all over again.
Yeah, I know. No, actually, it wasn't your fault this time, Gary. It was Mike's because I found out he was a cop.
But I've been supporting you. I'm supporting you.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. Gary don't support me.
What do you say? There is a requirement on how
hey,
here there's a requirement on how large a town has to be in order to run radar. I don't think that's the way it is in Georgia. I think it's just the Georgia State Patrol issues the permits for the local places to run the radar, and they can take it away too. If you do it wrong, you can't run it on a hill. You can't catch somebody riding downhill and charge them. And
if I was doing it, they'd charge me.
Well, you know something else? She naturally assumed I was going to pay the ticket too, because she come back to my truck and she goes, "I'm issuing you a citation for speeding going 63 and a 55, 10% over the speed limit. You can take care of this on or before August the 28th." And she left it at that. She was going to leave it at that. And I said, "Okay." I said, "When's the court date?" And she goes, "August 28th at 2 p.m. or whatever." She wasn't even going to tell me when the court date was. I had to ask her. Yeah, exactly. She assumed that I was just going to go pay it, take care of it, or whatever else. No, I ain't doing that shit. See, and the thing is I can take defensive driving or deferred adjudication, but because I don't want my insurance to go up, because I never get freaking tickets and stuff. So I can take defensive driving or deferred adjudication, but I don't want to. I'd want to rather go and get it dismissed because it's BS.
Yeah, it is BS. It is. And that just the fact that the sign is concealed, that's more than enough to get it thrown out of court.
Yeah. I mean, you can obviously see it. I mean, just when he showed the video the first time I watched it with it, you can, I said, "Whoa, there it is," like that. But I said, "Oh, the tree's in the way."
Yeah, exactly. I mean, when I went back and looked, I could see it.
Yeah, see it.
And like I said, you know, usually speed limit signs are, unless you're in a city where there's a lot of turns, you know, a lot of roads crossing each other, and then they'll have, you know, speed limit signs for the people that are recently turned onto that street. But that's a highway, and it's, you know, 65, 60 all the way and stuff. And so I didn't even expect it. I had just seen that sign, and I wasn't expecting another one to be that short of distance. And I wasn't staring over there. You know, I just glanced at the speed limit sign and glanced at my speedometer, and I knew I was doing, you know, under 5 miles over 60. And then I seen her and looked back down, and it was 63. Yeah, her radar detector was accurate and my truck speedometer is accurate, because as soon as I seen her, I looked down and it was 63, and that's what she clocked me at.
Damn.
Yeah.
Boy,
she can't produce a certification on it. I'll guarantee you she cannot. She won't bring it to court, and if you ask her when was it calibrated last,
hey Marie,
she will tell you the wrong answer, and you can have that thrown out. You put that as evidence, saying, "Hey, where's your license to work on this piece of machinery?" Because you got to be licensed federally to be able to work on it.
Oh, cool.
He's gonna put up Premier on it.
Oh, good. Very nice.
And I need water.
Yeah,
That's what the bell was for crying out loud.
Oh, you see, you chickened out. You had to tell her something good. Oh, look at there. He got it. He got it.
Finally.
Oh wow. Is that the one
Yeah.
y'all just showed me?
Well, Marie painted him one, made one for him.
Oh.
Yeah.
What why does it say race, white, ethnicity, you? What is you? Unknown?
Unknown.
Unknown. Or ugly, one of the two. It's in the same token, though. You turn around and you say, "Well, maybe I was speeding and this and that." And that. But when the attitudes with people, it just drives me insane. My brother was chief of police. Okay, for
What is
30 some years, and I would constantly get pulled over by the people who didn't like their boss. Okay, they'd run my plate, see my name, boom, pull me over, give me a hard time, and I'll go through all the paces with it. So he gave me a Chiefs card. Okay, I still carry it. It's all metal, gold, the whole bit. Well, one time they took it from me. Okay, and I guaranteed I was goofing up. Well, anyway, they take it away from me, and they gave it to him. And he said, "You're not getting it back till you get yours straightened out and all that bullshit." So I got mine to my mother. My mother had pictures of him in his uniform, with scrambled eggs on his hat. I carried his picture around with him. So next time I got stopped, I showed him his picture. It's my brother, the chief. He get out of a ticket. I got more tickets that way. It was unbelievable.
Yeah, it does say right there method, radar, and it says calibration, but it doesn't have it just says calibration. It don't just said method, radar, and then calibration out to the side.
So it didn't show when it was calibrated last. So
No,
yeah,
it don't show
I
it.
mean, if for just a concealed sign is more than enough to get that thrown out. Saying, hey, you can't see this sign riding down the road. You don't know. The last I saw was 60 miles an hour. You can't see that sign.
Yeah. And it says accident, injuries, fatalities, verify FR. What is FR?
FR.
I don't know.
Accident.
It just has boxes. It says accident, injuries, fatalities, verify FR. I'm reading. And then it does have the court signature, court violation. It does have the court address and stuff and the court time, but she didn't tell me the court time or anything until I asked her, and then she circled it.
Mm-hmm.
I
Well,
wished I
she
would have
probably
recorded it.
said, well, what she'll say is it was written on the ticket. That's what she'll say to answer that. So that's not going to go anywhere for you. But the other stuff, you got a case on the other stuff. Who's top?
Yeah, I
Did
would.
Top
I mean,
fall
I would
asleep?
just turn around and say, "Hey, look, the obstruction, I didn't see it, and the attitude alone was just enough to piss off the
Yeah,
Pope."
it's on the ticket. It's on the ticket, but she didn't verbally tell me or anything else, and I had to ask her when it was, because I don't get a ticket, so I don't know, or anything else, and they don't say read it and sign. They just said sign here,
Yeah.
Who is Tom? Oh, Tom.
Hey, I was looking down at my phone. He thought I
Did
fell
Top
asleep.
fall asleep? Top in the Marine Corps is a master sergeant, right?
Master sergeant.
No, Top didn't fall asleep. Neither did Tom.
So, Mike, you were an investigator. What kind of investigator?
I worked with my last job was with the state version of the ATF.
Oh, really?
Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, and I was second in command for all of Northeast Georgia.
How long ago did you retire?
2011 from that, and then I went to work with the city of Atlanta doing code enforcement. I retired from it in June.
You know, I was in a bank robbery before.
Really?
Yeah, I walked in on a bank robbery. I
Oh,
walked out on a
wow.
bank robbery too.
I've arrested bank robbers.
Huh?
I've arrested bank robbers.
Yeah. Well, see, here's the. You want to hear my story or not, Tom?
Yeah, just hold on 1 minute. I'm gonna tell you something first before
I
we
was
start.
first.
Hold on. No, I've been here 5.5 hours.
I was talking first.
When the pandemic was going on and you had to wear masks, right? So you go into the bank, okay, and I had the mask on, and 6 feet away from each other, and it was like 4 people in the bank, and I had my cane with me, but I don't use it no more, but I had the wristband I had for the cane. It was a wooden cane, and I went to put it on my wrist, and I had the mask on, and I dropped the cane on the marble floor. That went bang like that. Everybody turned around and looked at me. I didn't do it. No, don't shoot. Nobody shoot. Like that. The teller, she went to give me my money and she was like this, shaking. I said, I'm sorry, I scared everybody.
Bellew brought up a good point, Devil Dog. He said, you should point out, and he's right, you should point out how long it's been since you've had a ticket.
All right.
Absolutely.
So
Absolutely.
That you try your best to behave and obey the laws, but when the sign's concealed, what are you supposed to do?
And
there he is.
And the other thing
that's my gaming people want me to go game.
and Devil Dog, the other thing I would say is this: I didn't see nobody in front of me applying their brakes because of the change of speed limit. I was just keeping up with traffic.
I'm gonna tell you what, if you're in Atlanta and you're on I-285 that goes around the perimeter of Atlanta and you're doing the speed limit, you're gonna get run over.
Yeah, exactly. Same thing here in Houston.
Yeah, 610, baby.
Yeah, same thing here in Houston. That's why I always go 5 miles over, because then I'm not, and they still pass me like I'm sitting still.
Yep.
You know, but I'm always doing the speed limit.
You know, I was a.
Well, I'm not doing the speed limit. I'm doing up to 5 miles over the speed limit.
I was a firearms instructor and a general instructor, and I had several instructor certificates that I had, and I used to teach an ethics class, and I would show a picture of a speedometer up on the screen in the PowerPoint presentation. I said, how many of you break the law of speed and you speed when you're going places and you're not on a call? I said, if you are, you're doing something unethical. You'll write a ticket to somebody for doing that. But why are you doing it? You know, that's hypocritical. You're going to write a ticket to everybody else, but you're thinking you can get away with it. You're subject to the same laws.
Mike, we're in the bar business, okay? And police, cops from other towns would come to our bar, okay, and get hammered, okay?
Yeah.
And get in the car and drive home and flash the badge and get away with a guy sitting next to him. Would get locked up, put in jail, lose his license, insurance go up, the whole 9 yards. I have an issue.
Drive safe, Belt Loop.
Don't speed.
Yeah,
Belt Loop, don't speed.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I mean, to each his own. I mean, it happens in every part of it. My neighbor down the street from me in Florida was retired FBI. Okay. And he would tell us, tell a bunch of guys down by the pool, would tell us all these different stories that he would do and this and that. Okay. Well, I'm saying, this guy, he seems pretty decent dude and everything else like that. Well, after I knew him probably 6 months, I didn't see him around anymore. What the hell happened to him? He got caught shoplifting in a freaking grocery store, and they locked his ass up.
Yeah.
You should know better. Yeah. Crazy.
Man.
I don't buy it.
See, my stories ain't important, Mike. See, he told me wait a minute, and then he told us about the story with the cane and the bank and everything else, and then he went on to another story, and I didn't even get to tell my story. What?
One objection, sir. Perry Mason didn't say this guy over here. Perry Mason, he didn't say nothing.
So tell you were in a bank robbery and you walked out of a bank robbery.
Yep. Sure was.
So there I was, Mike. We were
It's about time for me to head out, guys. I will see y'all later. Belt loop's gone now. It's time for me to leave.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
You know he's gonna go live right after he gets home anyway.
Yeah.
Unless he's gonna try and get sleep before he does his 24-hour.
Mike, how
All
much
right,
longer are you
Krubby,
gonna
I'll
go?
check it out, bud. Say what?
He said, how we've been on almost 6 hours.
Damn,
Well,
we
I'll
have,
take-
hadn't we?
Yep, 5 hours and 44 minutes.
Well, tell your
See-
story, Devil Dog, and then we're gonna cut it off right there.
Well,
How's
I will
that?
take. Well, Gary ain't gonna go on till midnight. You still got 33 minutes.
Talk slow.
You see that Krubby? You see that Krubby the Beagle?
Yeah.
He's a good supporter, man. He goes and watches
Yes.
videos, leaves comments, everything else.
Yes, he's come to many of my videos.
Yep,
I
mine
appreciate
too.
it.
He said he dropped new video logs, so I'm gonna check him out later.
Go to
But I
town.
think you missed Gary.
Can I adopt one of you? Yes.
Oh,
Okay. Well, two
Can I
things.
get an allowance if I'm adopted?
Okay, first thing is when I got out of the Marine Corps, I was a volunteer firefighter for 2 years, but we weren't woo-woo boys. We couldn't, we didn't have lights and sirens on our personal vehicles or our PVs, and we had to do the speed limit if we got a call, if our pager went off, we had to go the speed limit up to the station and then get on a pumper or a rescue truck or Cascade truck or whatever and go to the scene. Now,
Right.
if we showed up to the station, now I loved being a firefighter. I mean, it was an adrenaline rush and everything else. But if we showed up to the station and the pumpers and stuff had already left, we signed our name on the board and we would wait there until they 7-1 the call that they didn't need assistance or whatever. And we got paid $10 a run. So if you made 80 runs a month, you'd get paid $800. But a run may be a false call or something. You get out there and there ain't nothing, you go back to the station. Or it could have been a call like we had a tire fire that was a bunch of friggin' tires.
Well,
And
they
it lasted for
don't go out.
days or something.
Yeah, you can't put them out. They got to burn.
Yeah. Yep, exactly. But you got to stay there to contain it and everything else to make sure
Exactly.
it don't
Yep.
spread and everything.
Right.
And then or brush fires or auto MVAs. You got to assist medic calls,
Yeah.
all kinds of calls. But yeah, I mean, I loved being a firefighter, but I was a volunteer, and they did have a pension, but I only did it for 2 years because I resigned to go to college up in Waco, and this was in Humble. Well, here's the thing: when we in Humble, we wore SCBA, self-contained breathing apparatus, and no matter what kind of call you went on, if it had to do with fire and stuff, you were wearing SCBA. Well, because we weren't smoke eaters because of cancer and everything else, so we had to wear SCBA.
Right.
Well, when I got up to school, I lived in a little town called Elmont, and I went to the fire department there because I was going to volunteer there, and it was a volunteer fire department as well. And so they're like, oh, yeah, we like to have you, blah blah blah, and everything else. And these guys had beards. Now SCBA won't seal with
They
beards.
won't
Now,
seal.
you can have
Same
a
way with a
mustache
gas
and
mask.
stuff. Exactly, in the Marine Corps and stuff. But you can have a mustache, but you can't have a beard. It won't seal.
Yep.
So these guys had like beards and stuff, and I'm like, do y'all have SCBA? And they're like, yeah, let me show you. And they took me over there because they gave me a little tour and stuff. And they took an SCBA that was in a box, a plastic box or whatever, opened up the box, and there was SCBA there, but it was like brand new, never been used and stuff. And I'm like, no, I'm not going to volunteer at this department. They're a bunch of smoke eaters, they don't.
Yep. They
they're
don't
not-
wear them.
They're not there for the safety and stuff.
They'll be
like
calling
that,
you sissy for putting it on. Yep.
But see, then Humble later on, because when I was a volunteer in Humble had paid department, they had part timers, and then they had volunteers.
Mhm.
All three of us, and we worked side by side. The volunteers were there to assist and help out the paid and part timers, and a lot of the part timers were like Houston Fire Department, that was like
Yeah.
part time at Humble. It was their part time gig at Humble and stuff. So
See, it was always good. You could do that. With firefighters can pull these two full time
yeah,
jobs because
yeah,
they
because it
do
was
the
24 on, 48 off. Yep,
Right.
24 on, 48 off. And I mean, as volunteers, we could stay up at the station anytime we wanted, you know, on shift or whatever. If we just wanted to go there and hang out, you know, for a shift, you know, we could be on shift with the paid and part timers.
I dumped Mr. Ben. Who knows Mr. Ben? Anybody?
No.
I just dumped him.
Okay.
What was that second thing he said?
You guys are so cute. Can I adopt you?
And that was the
You get-
first one. What else did he say?
You get pocket money every Thursday, and I buy you some candy or sweets.
Yeah, that was probably a troll.
You're out of here, Slappy. Freaking candy I want. You can't afford it.
Okay, so anyways, back to my story unless Tom interrupts me again. You got another story, Tom?
I'm good.
Okay. I had done some work for my brother. My brother's 3 years younger than me, but he's not mechanically inclined, and I am. So I done some work for him. I don't know if it was painting, if it was working on his truck. I don't know. And he gave me a check for the work that I did. Well, he banked with Wells Fargo, and I bank with Chase. And so I went up to the Wells Fargo to his bank, and I pulled in the drive-thru. Now I had an old truck. It was, I mean, the air conditioner didn't work in it or anything else. So I had an old truck. I was going through the drive-thru, and I put the thing in the drive-thru. It went up there, and he's not even listening. He's going to take a piss while I'm telling a freaking story. Now, I understand it in normal situations, but this is a good story. Now, I'm going to stop the story right here and wait till he gets back.
Oh, I was wondering if you were going to call him out on that when I saw him pop up with the thing. Oh man, that's funny. You know, you have a lot of volunteer fire departments here in Georgia.
Yeah.
With the smaller towns and small counties. My county and small town that I grew up in Middle Georgia, they got volunteer both. You know, and the only ones that were full time, and nobody was full time with the county at that time. And
probably just the major cities like, you know, Atlanta and stuff like that. Yeah.
And then you had with the city, they had a full time fire chief, and they had truck drivers. They had the engineers.
Yeah.
And they were full time, but everybody else was volunteer. So
when he comes back, I'm gonna go piss. I'm gonna turn on my avatar. Yeah, but go ahead.
But they do. We have a lot of them do. They'll have two jobs, and a lot of them work for themselves. They'll do carpentry, plumbing, landscaping. Tons of stuff. One guy ran a logging company. That he worked for the Griffin Police Department or Fire Department, and he had a logging company. Now his logging company, the man pulled in 6 figures a year back in the 70s doing it.
Wow.
That's profit in his pocket. That's what he made in his pocket. And I said, why? I asked him, I said, why do you have this job? He said, insurance, man. He said, free insurance. And he said, and this is guaranteed money. That ain't guaranteed.
Yeah.
And he said, and then I get a retirement and I can still get insurance.
Yeah, we had a lot of mutual aid calls too and stuff. And when I was in the Marine Corps, I was stationed in California, and I went to become an Orange County Reserve Reserve police officer. And I went and took their written test, passed that no problem. Went and took their physical test, passed that no problem. Went through the interview process and everything else. Well, they were about to finalize everything and send me, you know, to their little academy or whatever. And they wanted my original.
Where'd everybody go?
You pissed him off because you had to pee.
I tell you one thing.
He said, right in the middle of my story.
I heard it before. Here's the thing: when I get up later to get out of this chair,
Uh-huh.
I'm gonna have to pay ransom to get my ass out of it.
Yeah. Hey, yeah, I understand this concept. But yeah, you can in Georgia, you can get at being outside and you get in the sweat and all. We have something we call swamp ass.
Oh yeah,
Your ass just gets so damn wet.
Florida had the same thing. It was, well, you know what, Mike? I grew up in New Jersey. I mean, it was muggy in there, and I'm going to tell you, it was hot in North Carolina also, with humidity. It's crazy. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back.
I was telling a good ass story, and you just went.
I
up to
heard
your
it before.
Audio
I
avatar
heard
and
it.
took off.
I heard it before.
Oh, you did.
You
When did you
yes,
say that?
I did.
When did you say
I
that?
told you
When
that
did
before.
hear
I
it?
said, go ahead.
When did you hear it?
You told me, I guess one time with Belt Loop, you told the story on there.
Oh, okay.
And how you went out, and all of a sudden the cops came, and the whole bit. Go
Okay.
ahead.
No, it's all right. You've
Either
heard it
that,
already.
like I just told Mike, I said, if I didn't get up and go, I'd have to pay ransom to get my ass out of the chair.
So when you were stationed in California, were you at 29 Palms?
No, I was at MCAS Tustin. It
Oh,
was 5 minutes from El Toro. It was in Anaheim, Costa Mesa, Santa Ana area. Well, it was Tustin, but it was
okay.
right in that
Okay.
area, right by Newport Beach.
I got you.
I went to Newport Beach like almost every weekend.
How long were you in for a Devil Dog?
I was in for 3 years. I got out on medical basically. I went in February 91, got out November 93. That's why I get 70% disability from the Marine Corps.
We my back in my time was NOM was going on, and being that I was the youngest in the family, everybody else was married with kids and the whole bit. And when I was in high school, actually we were 4F. Okay. The day I graduated high school, I got a notification. I was A1A, baby. Guess what? So I said, you know what? Instead of fooling around with it, we'll go down and join. Okay. But being an asshole kid, I went into the Army. I didn't go in the Army, but I went down to the recruiter. Okay. And the guy had an attitude, just had a flat out attitude with everything like that. And I'm saying, I had hair down to here. So I took the test and I took the pencil and I just checked, flipped it over, did it again, flipped it over, did the other page, flipped it over. And I was done like within minutes. And I handed it to him. So he had like a guide he put on to see if he had the correct answers. So he's going down like this, and he went, flipped it over again, and put a couple check marks. He was a Southern boy. He said, Mr. Garvey? I said, yeah. He's your officer material. I said, you're drunk. I said, you're drunk. Something wrong with you, brother. Sign here. I said, I ain't signing shit, pal.
Oh wow.
I ain't signing shit. And the sad part about that was that there was 5 of us that went down from school. We were still in high school. We didn't graduate yet. It was like a couple months before our graduation. And we went down, and I was the only one who didn't go in because they turned around and said, he can't go because hardship to the family. I would be the only one, youngest of the family, and they said, no, we're not going to go. Everybody else, my older brothers and stuff. So I said, no, you can't go anyway. Not right now, they said. And because that was 73, and I guess Vietnam was over with 75, I guess. And it was they were putting some kind of freeze on or whatever.
Yeah, because my dad went in, I guess, when I was 2 years old in 74. And he wanted to go to Vietnam, and they're like, no, we're wrapping Vietnam up. He said, well, where do you think the next hotspot's going to be? They said, Panama. He said, send me there.
Yeah.
He had a death wish. He had a death wish at that time.
So they turned around. The point I was getting at, the sad part about it was a couple of the guys that went in never came home. Just got there and never came home.
The year I turned 18 is the year, and I'd registered for the draft. That was the year they did away with. They still made you sign up.
Yeah,
but they stopped drafting.
Yeah. But that was funny,
So-
man. When he turned around and said, matter of fact, one of the guys that went down, he lives in Florida now, and I think I don't know, he came out a lieutenant or something like that. But he's in the Marines, Marine Corps.
Do they still make you sign up for the draft?
Yep.
Oh,
Yes.
you do?
Yep.
You do?
Selective
Wow.
service. Selective service when you on your 18th birthday.
I thought that was done away with. Wow.
Nope.
Thought it was.
No, I mean the thing is, it's in case there is ever a draft again, but you still have to sign up at 18. I did, my son had to, and everything else.
Wow,
You have
because
to
my
fill out your
grandson
selective service.
just turned 20, and I don't think he ever did.
You're supposed to at 18.
Whoa, I better
You're
let him
I
supposed
know.
to
still
go
got my
down
draft card. I still got
You're
my
s-
draft card.
You're supposed to go down and fill out your selective service card at 18.
I
I
almost
was
I almost
1A.
went into the Coast Guard. I almost went to go in the Coast Guard. My dad said, "You got to go somewhere. You got to do something. You're not gonna." He said, "You're not gonna come around this way," because I was sort of not rebellious, but I didn't care for too many people back then.
I started to go in the Navy. I almost went in the Navy. My daddy was a career Navy man, and I very nearly did it. And but I
Shoot,
stopped short of it.
I have
I don't care for too many people now. What are you talking about, Tom?
Yeah, I know, but I had my uncle, my father's younger brother, went in back in WW2, went into, he was blown up in Enzio, never found his body, and they sent out letters to the people, my different cousins and stuff like that, to do a DNA. Okay, send in your DNA and check to see if we can recover his body. And my older brother at the time was still chief of police, and he called me and said, "Do not fill out that paper. Do not talk to these people." Come to find out, it was a scam. And he said he had the FBI contacted him and said that this was going on because his name came up, my brother. So now, now we just found out, I guess maybe 2 years ago, that his body was never found. There was never going to be any traceable evidence of his body because back then he had, the way it was explained to us was, it was a donkey cart full of explosives that they were taking up through these mountains, stuff like that, and he got a direct hit, and it was nothing left. He said, and after all these years, never find him like that again.
Finish your story, Devil Dog.
Which story?
The one about the bank robbery.
Oh, he's already heard it.
I haven't.
It's a good one. No, it's good.
Anyways, so I go up to the tellers, the drive-through, and I put in the check, my ID, and everything else, and send it up there. And they look at it and they say, "Do you have an account here?" I said, "No, my brother does though," and everything else. And they're like, "Well, you have to come inside for us to cash it," which is the stupidest thing in the freaking world. But why? But okay, whatever. Well, this bank was set up. It was like this. The drive-through was back here, and then you drive around the side of the building, and then there's parking, up here. So I just pulled straight up and straight forward. I got out of my truck, and I don't know if y'all can see my hands. So here was the bank, and the drive-through's back here, and then you just drive around the side of the bank, and I just pulled straight up into a parking spot, and the parking's right here in front of the bank. So I get out of my truck and walk in the bank, and as soon as I walk in the bank, I'm looking for the little stand, with the pens on it, so I could sign the back of the check and everything. Well, while I'm looking at that, I look around and I see people laying on the ground. And I look up at the tellers because the glass windows, where the tellers are, is like right in front of the doors. And all the tellers back there have their hands up. And I'm like, hell no. I turned around and went back out. As soon as now, when you're in a situation like that, your mind is going a million miles per hour, And the first thing I'm thinking is, okay, where's a place I can hide, and what, to get the jump on them when they come out and everything else, and so they don't see me and everything else. Well, I'm looking at cars and I'm thinking, no, there may be a getaway driver out here, and he may see me, and so I start to run, there's a privacy fence going along the other side of the bank, and there's glass windows all the way around the bank where they can see me and stuff. And there's no tree. The trees are like this big around. I'm like, that ain't gonna hide me, you know. And there ain't no walls or anything else. So I start running, and I pull out my phone to call, and then I'm like, wait a minute, I don't want to see me running. And then the whole time, like I said, I'm thinking of everything. I'm listening for bullets to start whizzing by me and crap like that. And I'm like, well, maybe if they see me on my phone, they'll know. So I shoved my phone back in my pocket, and I started walking. And I walked along the privacy fence and took a left. As soon as I took a left on the privacy fence, I dialed 911. I'm the first person that dialed 911, the first person that knew, you know, that alerted them that there was a robbery and everything else. And I told them, I said, there's a robbery in progress at the Wells Fargo right here on the corner of, you know, Wood Forest or right on the Wood Forest. And I didn't know the other street name. And so I walked back to look at the other street name. And I only knew the Wood Forest one. I didn't know the little neighborhood cross street. So I'm in the neighborhood now, you know. And so I turned, and right there on the corner, I made another turn while I'm on the phone talking to him, because I'm on the next street over now, talking to 911 and everything else. And she told me, you know, there were cops on the way and everything else. And she said, do you have a description of the vehicle, or you know, do you know if they had a getaway driver or whatever? And I said, I think I seen a, I said, I think I seen a black SUV or something like that. Because in the handicap spot right outside the doors, there was what I thought, because everything was going on, you know, what I thought was a black SUV. And they're asking me if I know license. No, I'm not just going to stop and look at license plates or anything. So I get off the phone and I start walking back towards the bank, because I want to try, because I had got off the phone and I wanted to see if I could get a description of the bank robbers running out, because my better judgment got the best of me. No, I'm not scared of these guys. I want to get the drop on them or whatever, but I don't have a gun on me, for one. I don't know how many of them are. They obviously have guns. There's obviously more than one of them and stuff like that, but I wanted to try to get a description of them as they ran out. So as I'm walking back, I hear sirens and stuff. Well, they're getting louder and louder, and then all of a sudden they start getting further and further. So I called 911 back, and there was somebody across the street. I told him, I said, the bank's being robbed, go in the house. And they went in the house, and I called 911 back, and I'm like, yeah, I just called a minute ago about a bank robbery in progress. I said, I think the cops missed it. I'm like, the sirens are getting further away. And then, well, what else had happened is the kids, there was a bus that stopped, and it was on this side. Kids got off the bus, and they started walking across the street towards the bank. And I have a very loud voice, and I have a very distinguished voice. And I yelled at the kids. I'm like, hey, go the other way. And they immediately turned back and walked down the sidewalk the other way, away from the bank. And so I crossed the street, and I walked back towards the bank, and I'm looking at the bank, the doors, and, you know, it's all glass and stuff I could see. But I'm watching it and everything. And I see someone come to the door, and he was locking the door. So I knew, and I think I was on the phone with him. It's been several years ago, but I think I was on the phone with him, and the 911 operator or whatever said that the cops were following him or something like that. So I walked back up to the bank, and the guy that was locking the door said, we're closed. I said, yeah, I know. I said, I was just in there. And they said, wait outside until the cops get there. So, and it was July or August here in Texas, freaking squelching hot and stuff like that. So I'm sitting in my truck with the door open, you know, and everything, and waiting on the cops to show up, waiting on the cops show up. And they finally show up. I walk up to the cops, and I told them, you know, and this was even before they went in. I said, I called y'all in the first place. And they were like, were you in the bank? And I'm like, yeah, for like a brief second. And then I went out. And they said, well, just wait out here. And they went in and they made me wait outside for like, I don't know, it seemed like forever. I was drenched with sweat and everything else. And I'm like, I'm not staying here no more. I went back to the door, knocked on the door and everything. And they're like, can I help you? I'm like, yeah. I'm like, can I go yet? And they're like, no, you got to stay. And I'm like, I ain't staying out here. Or they said, come on in. You know, you were in the bank. I'm like, yeah. So they told me to come in and sat, and you told me to sit down or whatever. I sat down, was waiting. And then they were waiting on the guy. Also, he was just a regular. I think he was a county or sheriff. I think he was a sheriff, but he was attached to the FBI task force, the bank robbery task force, or something like that. He was the main guy, the main investigator, or whatever. They were waiting for him to show up. Well, he finally showed up. I was inside, I think, by that time. He finally showed up, he went inside. He was the one that was interviewing everybody and stuff like that. He was in a back office. They interviewed every single person in there. He did.
Yeah.
And took down their story. I was the last person that they interviewed. So I was there for freaking hours.
Yeah.
Okay. So after he got everybody's story, I was the last one he brought in. He asked for my ID and everything, gave him my ID. He was writing a report and he was asking me questions. You know, he said, well, what'd you see and stuff? And I told him exactly what I told y'all, basically, but it was fresher in my memory. You know, it's been years ago. And after he got done with me and stuff, after he finished asking me questions and everything else, he told me, I can tell you right now, he said, you did the right thing. Because I'm serious. I was really going to try to take the bank robbers down. That was in my head. It was like Marine Corps mentality and everything else. You know, Marines don't back down. Marines don't retreat. Everything else.
That's the same attitude cops have about it too.
Yeah. But I mean, I had to be smart about it. You know, they are armed. I'm not. There's probably multiples of them. There's probably a getaway driver, you know, everything else. And so he told, my son just got home. So he told me, he said, you did the right thing. He said, and you probably saved somebody's life. He said, these are professionals. He said, there's been multiple bank robberies. And he told me exactly what happened. What happened was there was 3 of them. They were all armed. One was in the back drive-through getting the money out of there. One was at the door that goes from the lobby to the back, holding it open. And the other one was out in the lobby watching all the people that they had on the ground and everything else, and supposed to be watching the door. Well, when I walked in and seen what I seen and I took off, they got into an argument because one of them yelled, we got a rabbit. And they got into an argument with each other and they left immediately. And they said there was a trail of money from the back drive-through all the way to the door. But the guy that was in the lobby or something had a gun to a pregnant woman's head. And she was all crying and everything else. Yeah. But as soon as I did what I did, they took off. So before I hit, or probably right after I hit the corner right there on the privacy fence, they were probably running out the door. Now, they did find the van and they got DNA evidence because it was so hot and stuff. They had what they had. And what the guy told me that was interviewing me, and I never seen them, but the people that were in there, they had T-shirts wrapped around their head, and all that people could see was their eyes, you know, where they had the slit. It was a dark blue van that they had drove. Now, by the time we got interviewed, the van was sitting in the parking lot that they were using. It was up on a flatbed record. And the T-shirts were on top of the van. So, and I know they had sweat in them and everything else from these guys, as hot as it was. And so they caught that. And then I kept getting things in the mail or whatever for victim, you know, therapy, victim, whatever. Even though I wasn't a victim, you know, I was a part of it, and I would get updates. And this was a big organized crime deal because they arrested, like, I don't know, 15, 20 people or more, Now they
Yeah.
weren't all there, but it was a ring of them that was
Yeah.
doing it, an
They
organized
were all
ring.
working together.
Yeah, and they had arrested like so many of them and everything else. But that was my bank robbery story.
Yeah.
That's
King TSM, thank you. I appreciate you coming in. I love it. He
King
said, smart, mature men. Is that like saying wise old farts?
Some lady asked me one time, why do you wear, when I was carrying a cane with me, why are you carrying that cane with you all the time? You carry it up in your arm. You don't need it to walk with. I said, I can't run. So somebody comes around me, I got to bust them.
I've arrested on 2 different occasions bank robbers and it was based on descriptions that we had received, and I was the one that made the arrest, and I called for backup and whatnot. The next day, in the papers everywhere, it read FBI arrest bank robbers. FBI was nowhere around.
Well, do you ever watch NCIS?
I do.
See, that's the thing. The FBI and all them always get credit. NCIS never gets credit for the arrests or anything.
Right. Yeah.
Unbelievable.
That's one of the few cop shows I watch. I watch Blue Bloods too.
I've watched Blue Bloods a couple of times, not many, but NCIS is my show. I've watched every episode. I honestly, every night I go to sleep, NCIS on Netflix I've seen every episode. I know every episode and stuff like that, except the most recent ones. I got a couple of them recorded that I haven't watched yet. Huh?
I miss Gibbs.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I do too. I don't. But the other guy, he's okay and stuff. But I watch. You don't watch The Rookie?
I do watch The Rookie.
That's funny. I like The Rookie.
I like it for the humor. I like it for the humor, not for the police procedure because it's crap.
Yeah,
but the humor. I watch it for the humor because it is comical.
Yeah, I do watch. I watch SWAT, The Rookie, and NCIS are the 3 main ones.
I watch YouTube.
SWAT. They have what, 6 people working on the same case, and only one case. Yeah, that ain't happening. And,
well, it's made for TV though.
Oh yeah, and then. But Blue Bloods, I'm telling you, that show, the writing on that show, I've never seen a bad written show. Not one time.
With Tom
Every
Selleck
single one. Yeah, that is such a well-written show.
Mike, one quick thing.
No. Oh, wait, let me say something real quick, Tom. Tom, let me say something real quick.
Go ahead.
Not really. I'm just getting you back.
I'm just letting them know that squirrel needs a couple people to hit 500.
Squirrel magnet fishing?
Yeah, I'm already subscribed. I can't do nothing.
Over.
Oops. What did I do? What did I put in there?
Sitting here in this chat, I have gained 2 people, and then I've lost 4 people. So
How did you do that?
Who knows? I gained 2 and then lost 4. I don't know what it is right now. Let's see. I'm at 472.
I had a message sent on one video that I had to take off. I mean, the guy just cursing like crazy. But another one right underneath that one said, "So how long have you been hiking?" I don't look at me. Do I look like I hike? What the hell are you talking about?
I do.
No, but I'm saying that's how they were just typing shit in. Must have hit the wrong thing, or whatever.
Yeah.
How long have I been hiking? Never, ever in my life.
Ever, never.
I don't know what's up with YouTube alerts because every person I'm subscribed to, I have alerts. And I don't get, my phone goes off a lot, but I don't get all of them. Well, here's the thing. You know how when you go in and you have all the red dots on the left-hand side of the people that are live?
Yes.
Y'all were not live over there.
Really?
Okay. How I knew y'all were live, and I know Tom had said something about y'all were going live later and it was going to be on your panel mic and everything.
Uh-huh.
But how I knew you were live is, the lives that come up on the thing right there.
Yeah.
I seen a picture of you and Tom, and that's why I came in here.
Well, I've got everybody set up.
You, Tom, and Jonesy. Jonesy was up here too.
I have people I'm subscribed to set up with notifications.
I do too.
Where I ding the bell, and
I looked when I came in here.
I look over, and I'll go over to the channel, and and the bell won't be dinged sometimes.
Hold
I'm
on,
like, what the hell?
I'm fixing to take a picture. Hold on a sec. Let me take a picture.
All right.
I turned around, and there's people that I deal with all the time. Okay. And
well, come on.
Misty said to me,
Okay. You see my hands are up here on the camera.
Yeah.
So I want to show you something. I'm going to enlarge it. You see? Oh, I'm on the wrong screen. I'm not on screen right there. Now I can see it. It was delayed. Let me turn the brightness down. Come on.
Devil Dog, how'd you get so computer savvy?
Let it. Okay, you see right there?
Uh-huh.
It says subscribed and the bell's black.
Yeah.
Right there in the bottom corner. But yet,
Right.
so that means I'm getting I'm supposed to be getting notifications and stuff, and I didn't get no notifications.
That's going on a lot. A lot of people complain about
I've
it.
had that happen. I've had it happen to me where I'll see a video. I'm like, I have not got a single notification. And I go back over to their channel and I look and its notifications turned off. I said, I had it set. What the heck?
Yep.
Yeah. I've had a couple people say
I've had it unsubscribe me from people that I watch the videos every time they put one out.
Yep.
In fact, I got a little mad at Kenneth from North Texas Barbecue Addicts. Okay.
Mhm.
Kenneth's got 10,500 people on YouTube.
Hey guys, you know something? Belt Loop's live.
Is he?
Yeah. I just looked over there. I didn't get a notification that he went live. Wait, it just dinged. Hold on.
I didn't get one.
Yeah, it just dinged 12:02 a.m. and it's 12:03. That just dinged on my phone. It said Belt Loop, old Mother Hubbard went to the cupboard, and I knew I knew it because I was over there looking at who's live right now on the left-hand side, and it says Belt Loop 29.
Yeah, he went 27 seconds ago, it says.
Should we actually go in there or just leave him and make him shut down and come over here?
Let's go in there.
Well, I'm ready to get this thing shut down. I got to hit the bed.
I'm going to go over and break his chops a little bit.
I might watch while I'm laying in the bed going to sleep.
Hey, Tom, when you go in there, ask him why he's going live on top of you. Say you knew we were live. Why are you starting to live and not coming over and hanging out with us?
Thanks for shutting our live down.
How dare you get into my 24 and a half hour live? She's going to do 24 hours. I want to do 24 and a half.
Said, why are you stealing people from my live?
Yeah, so let me go in first.
Okay,
I'm going to leave now and let me go in first, and then you can come in there and say, why are you stealing people from my live?
Yeah, that's all good there. All right. Sitting over there.
All right. Y'all take care.
Mike, have a good night.
You too.
I'll talk to you tomorrow. I'm going to send you.
All right.
I'll give you a call. All right.
All righty. Bye.